and I hope that you realize that we're really one and the same, and we're putting our trust in you.
I want to do a good job for you, and I'd like to see the budget season work out well for everybody. I mean, I've been talking, we had a meeting with all the, department heads. We've talked about the budget process, and I offered my assistance to each of them. I said they could reach out to me and make an appointment, and we could sit together one-on-one if they want help with putting records together or putting the book together. The goal is that each person involved, and that includes the budget committee and the select board, you'll each have a binder that's orderly and easy to go through. And then on the other piece of that, the directors, I've spoken with them, and what I'm used to seeing where I've been is that each director will have their information behind what it is they want to purchase, if it's something new. In other words, backup for whatever it is that they want to buy, or proof or some sort of data to go along with their request. Because you just can't say, I want something, and not say why, or to show a reason. Sometimes it's self-explanatory, but sometimes it's not, and not everybody understands everything that you buy. So I understanding, and Sue's been communicating with everyone, trying to make sure that even though I have this going on with the general ledger, I'm still trying to focus it. I had shared a spreadsheet with Sue that I've used in the past, and what it will do is it will enable her to get each of those departments on one workbook so that everything can roll to the front. And I don't know how familiar you folks are with Excel. I'm assuming most of you are very familiar. So it's one spreadsheet with several workbooks, and each department has a page. And she's the one that's been backfilling that, because I've been working on the ledger. So hopefully that will be another good tool going forward, working through the budget process.
Discussion on that, or while we have Brenda, do you want to move on to a question about the town audit?
Just thank you for the in-depth that really shed a lot of light on it, Brenda.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad.
Good. Thoughts?
I guess we've gone a ways beyond my concern.
Okay.
But, maybe I'll say something in, budget committee comment, but...
Brenda, why don't you update us on the town audit? I know you touched on it a little bit, but any
The
other
town
insight on
what?
that?
Excuse me?
Town audit, do you have any updates? I know you touched on it a little bit, but do you have any updates on that for us? How's the town audit go?
The primary update was in the very beginning when we were talking about those entries. Those entries were discovered by the auditor from last year's end of year. So that's why I have to do all this back work. They can't complete it until I finish.
I think she did a good job explaining it.
Awesome.
Excellent
Good.
job.
Thank you, Brenda.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Appreciate you very much. And then any other committee comments on update to the town audit, or should we move on to the next item?
Move on.
Good, let's move on. Number 6, discussion of the rec department facilities proposed rental at the Raymond Village Church and expenditure of CIP funds. Did this committee happen to watch the last week's selectmen meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
Thoughts? And I just want to remind everybody that was already voted on. We're not talking about anything that happened with the vote, but if I would like to hear your thoughts on the $15,000 that was allocated. It was going to be 35, if my number is correct. Is that right?
To me, it's another example of something that's come on very, very quickly without any input from the budget committee. And, I think that's what we're here to do, is to provide some, hopefully, support and insight into these sorts of projects. I don't understand the urgency for this church. And when you look at the manifold issues involved there, I know it's only a temporary lease. There are other options within the town that make more sense to me. And so I was really surprised by it, and I'm glad that Selectman Morse, who's here this evening, was able to, I guess, to put some gate posts on it so that we, can at least understand possibly what we're doing before we do it. And I just don't understand where it came from and how it came on this fast without anybody being aware of it.
Yeah, I had spoken in my, I used the wrong word, I had used nonprofit, but it's a house of worship. I'm on the Budget Finance Committee of my own church, board member, and, we'll lose our tax exemption status if it's not being used as a house of worship. So that was my question, if that was taken into consideration. Kurt, the tax collector, was there, and he has mentioned that they don't really like to kick the church down while they're already down, but and there's still that possibility. So that's why my questions were about, will the church still be used? So it's still being used as a house of worship, that's one thing, but my church doesn't allow the Boy Scouts to come in due to insurance purposes. The question about insurance had to do with exactly that. I was told that the town would be providing the insurance. But I was just a little confused because it sounded like the church wasn't going to be used at all. It sounded like that congregation was going to be condensing to another location. But then later on in the conversation, it sounded like it will be still used as church.
It sounded like the second thing to me watching it, and it makes sense, I guess, from the church standpoint, even if they consolidate with the other church and have their worship there, to have 1 foot in the religious, door enables them to make a case for, I guess, that it still should be a tax-exempt property. And I think Kurt said that he tries to work with, situations like this. But, it sounded more like it was a tax concern than they needed the space for church activities. It seems like they need to get out of the building on account of their declining membership, I guess. Mm-hmm. And so, I understand that, and I've seen that happen many times over my career, and you never want to see that happen, but you always want to try to help with that. But I don't know that the town is the right entity to take over that church significantly, and then I guess they're still going to call it a church and try to keep it as a tax-exempt property. So it's very confusing to me, and I think, like a lot of things that seem to be happening lately, they come fast and there's no real explanation. There's no needs assessment. There's no planning that we can see. So you should make a case, I think, for these financial expenditures, whether they're short-term or long-term. And I don't see that on an ongoing basis, and that troubles me.
Well, your thoughts on it coming out of CIP? Anyone have an issue with that particularly?
Yeah, I don't think it belongs coming on a CIP.
It's inappropriate for CIP.
That's not what CIP is for. That's not to buy furniture, unless it was spelled out that way in the CIP, and I know it was.
I think there was a compromise that had taken place. It went from 35 or whatever that number was down to 15. It's already been voted on, but I think the 15 is much more appropriate. But still, I kind of agree with you, Cliff. Coming out of CIP, that's not what those funds are for.
And the other thing
15's high. You're going to run it 4 months, 5 months. No issue with, in my mind, paying for the heat, that the utilities. They came up with a number on that. That was around 10, I thought he said, and he said he could have absorbed it right out of his own budget. That's what I heard. Now, maybe I misconstrued.
I heard that too, and to me, that's a concern. If the budget has that much float in it, that's a super concern. I mean, that's something that just comes out of the sky and has that level of expense, and I can just absorb it in my budget. I don't understand that, and the idea of the capital improvement money, those monies were, voted for specific purposes that were outlined during the budget process, and so to me that doesn't make sense, and it, is to me not proper administration. So I don't know what to really make about that. It's not that I don't want them to have what the space they need. I was a big advocate when I was here for the recreation department, and I think Joe's done a good job in what he's done with it, and there are additional things that can and should be done. But I think there needs to be planning, and there needs to be some level of understanding and buy-in from the town before you run off in these directions. I mean, the school's coming, we have the Boy Scout Messer Center. I mean, if you're going to rent space, I guess if it's urgent, then I'd probably look at those two facilities, one against the other, and, they're both facilities I wouldn't want to own, but I would guess that the Messer Center, might be less expensive to lease if that's what we need to do. But anyway, the whole thing is just that it came, and it seemed like we certainly had no idea about it, but the selectmen, before the meeting started, all seemed to know about it.
Yeah. Well, I'm all for rec having what they need, but like you said, there was no needs assessment. So because of that, this question may come off incorrect or wrong, but have we looked at the school the way it currently is? Is there space in the school? Can you rent space out there?
Well, that's a good question, and I think that question should be asked of the superintendent and the principal. This is closer, this use would be closer to their mission, and it's also a way for the town to baby step into the building, which we're going to eventually have. My understanding, when I was here, was that they have a vacant wing, and now maybe that's not true anymore, but there was talk at the time of trying to move some of the town's operations in there, and there were concerns, of course, as there would be about safety and security, although many towns have done that, and there are ways to mitigate that. But they had that concern, which we respected, and so I don't know why you wouldn't have first outreach to the school, and they, in my view, they probably have a significant amount of space available. Whether it could work out, I don't know. That's a discussion, that's a planning, that's a process, that's the due diligence that I don't see in this one.
It almost seems like if the school was an option, and we put money into the school, which we're getting anyway, we're
Right.
now a step ahead. And I'll make a comment. I mean, I kind of feel that somebody is, a certain somebody's on a deacon of that church. Isn't that a conflict of interest? A little bit? If a select member is a deacon of the church, and all this is going through, and does anybody have an issue with that?
Did they recluse themselves at all?
He said nothing.
Right, but
He didn't formally recuse himself, but he said absolutely nothing through.
Right. I think to answer your question, it is a concern and it is an issue, yeah, if that's the case.
This committee asks a lot of questions, and a lot of times we might not get everything right, but I think we're always barking up the right tree, it seems. So, yeah, my thoughts on this are exactly what we talked about. I think that I want to see rec get out District 1, get off of Main Street, but let's set them up for success and not modify a building that's not ours to begin with on a short-term rental when there are other options. So, I'll end it with that. If anybody has any other comments, I'll listen to it, but Frank?
I think the problem we're looking into is this committee has begun doing things that the past committees have not done. We've looked at what our job is. We pretty well understand the job. I think we're all in agreement with the job. And we're trying to begin to do that. And part of the problem is we always have this conflict because it hasn't been done before. And I think select people look at it as we're trying to do their job, and we look at it as we're trying to do our job. And I think both committees need to have an understanding of what each committee does and what our responsibilities are. And maybe if we could do that, it would eliminate some of the problems we continually run into as we have our meetings. This item is probably an item that could have been discussed through this committee if the selectmen had sent it to us and said, hey, what do you think? I think we could have come up with a solution. But
I think a better
we're just not
solution.
talking to each other. There's just not
Well, I think
enough
it's
communication.
squarely within the charge of the committee, to tell you the truth.
This one?
Yes. It's a significant financial undertaking. I mean, it was truncated at the meeting, but the original proposal was very significant, and the utilization of funds that were previously appropriated for other purposes, the fact that there's money available within the budget enough to do it, these are things that are all issues for discussion, concern. I agree with Frank 100%. I don't want to fight with anybody, either. That's the last thing in the world I want. And, but these meetings seem like they're much more adversarial than they need to be. And I'd like to see the staff members attend the meetings, as is the custom in every town that I'm aware of, and answer the questions of the committee, and the committee should be respectful and of the staff. And I don't see where we've been disrespectful, but maybe we could look at that and say, are there things that are of concern to them that make them fearful to come to the meetings? That's what I'm hearing. But I don't think there should be. We need to work together as a team. And I guess I'm going to call out our selectman, who comes to all these meetings, and as an individual, I don't know if she speaks on behalf of the Board of Selectmen or she acts alone, but the staff really needs to answer the questions and stand for, the decisions that are made by the town. I don't think that having somebody who is, to me, sort of an adversarial advocate speaking on behalf of and in place of the staff is in any way appropriate or helpful to us or to the town.
So what I'll do is, we can discuss that more in public comment, Budget Finance Committee comment. We'll stay on track for right now. I want to ask Sue, but I think Sue is no longer here. My question was going to be how, oh, hi, Sue. There you are. You're the Raymond Town office. You're on mute there.
Yeah.
Do we know the lease? How far into lease? Has the lease been signed for that building, or is it still being worked on? Do we know how?
It's still being worked on. There are no capital improvements that are going to go into a building we're leasing. We need the space, and it came up suddenly, literally this week. So we are working on it. Or last week, I guess, actually, before the select board meeting. So it's very new, and we wanted direction from the select board to see if we could go in this direction for a short period of time. The capital expenditures are only for furniture potentially that we would keep, and would be a useful capital expense that was discussed in budget season, because it was a part of redoing the District 1 potentially so that Joe would have space. This is another option for him to have space.
Well, I understand the 15,000.
And there is staff sitting here in your meeting. You've got the town clerk, the finance director, and the town manager.
We will keep those.
So you have staff attending your meeting.
Yes, thank you for that. We'll discuss that more in public comment. But no, Sue, I understand about the $15,000, but originally the 30,000, it was 30 or 35,000. That wasn't going to be for furniture. That was going to be for renovation. That was.
Yes, and we're not spending that.
Right.
We're only going to use capital to get capital type items that he would need anyway for his space.
Yeah, and I feel that the furniture, I understand everything, but the point about the money that wasn't going to be used for furniture, I was glad that got reined in a bit.
And to me, this is sort of a revisionist view of what was being proposed. I mean, that's what ended up happening, which I think is much more appropriate. But that was not the plan.
I know.
That was not the plan at all.
That's my point.
No, and I will disagree with that. What Joe presented was the full, this is what it would cost if we were going whole hog. The church hasn't even gotten there to say they want to sell the building or they want to give it to us or whatever they want to do. This was pie in the sky dreaming. If we were doing all of this, this is what it would cost. It wasn't. He didn't intend it to be, though it did. I know it did come across that way, but he did not intend it to be this is what I want right now. That wasn't Joe's intent.
Okay, thank you. Further comments, questions? Seeing none, let's move on. Thank you, Sue.
You're welcome.
Number 7, discussion on traffic calming. So selectmen did hear various comments. A couple of items were proposed. It seems to me the best use of our money is not those big trailers that you kind of look around. According to Nathan, you can't deploy them during the wintertime, which makes total sense. They're going to get hit by plows and everything. You've heard Peter Levitt talk many times about what he thinks could be a good solution would be the up high on the poles. Have you ever drove through Yarmouth? They have them up there. A couple of solutions were kind of presented, but I would like to look more into those as an option. I know we talked about this a little bit. Any other discussion do you guys want to have about traffic calming?
The only thing I would say, there's place for both the trailer mounts and the pole mounts, and the pole mounts aren't simply take it off this pole and set it on another pole. It is not that simple. And I'm a believer, if you're gonna put up a sign that flashes speed, you ought to be getting some data on it too. And that's more money. Just blinking because you're going over 25 miles an hour doesn't do a whole bunch of good, because it doesn't support when you want to make a change.
Yeah. I think it was last Tuesday. I forget what day it was. Last Tuesday or Monday, I was on a Zoom call, about an hour. I live on Main Street, and I think 3 people in that hour got pulled over right in front of my house on Main Street. So I don't know how the police got involved as far as, you know.
I noticed that as well. In various areas of town, there was a very heavy police presence, state police presence, which you don't see. So I'm thinking that one of two things happened. Either there was a request of the town, or the state police somehow, you know, got a wind of the discussion and the concern in the community and did this organically on their own. So either way, I think it was a good thing, but there was a heavy police presence, state police presence there for at least one day, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, so I did appreciate seeing that. Not because the Zoom call was boring, but just to see that. Frank?
Well, I just hope we don't drop it.
Yeah.
The idea that we're going to put up a few signs, because I think the signs aren't really going to solve the problem. I noticed today there was another accident in the state where 2 cars did head-on a road very similar to Egypt Road, and 2 people were killed in that accident. And that's just going to continue until people know that they're being watched, and it isn't going to be being watched by a sign. I think it's a problem that we really need to spend some time and some effort and some money to solve.
Yeah, I agree. It's like we talked about, it's a combination of things, and not just one thing. But any other comments on that? All right, number 8, review the tentative FY 2025-2026 budget schedule along with the budget meeting calendar. Did you all receive the schedule?
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't get the schedule.
You get it
I think I
yet?
got it emailed, right?
Yeah.
We can share.
If you would just take a look at that and let us know if you have any conflicts. Do you have any conflicts?
Not
We
at
can
this
always
point.
Zoom.
Hmm?
We can always Zoom, right?
You can always Zoom, but yeah, not at this point, I don't know.
I might have one.
By having this ahead of time, we can put them on the calendar, which will make it a lot easier
Yeah.
to
Right.
work around.
Yeah, I may have one, but that's it.
Will you be able to attend by Zoom, or do you?
I think
Okay,
I'm
this is the one.
going to be in Baxter, so probably not.
With history as our guide, this is, what the staff does is take the previous year's schedule and just modify it to keep it as close as what they can to what it was the previous years,
Yeah.
taking into account the selectmen's schedules and maybe staff schedules possibly, but, and then it comes here and we get to say what works for us, and then all the best laid plans get put into the schedule, and then it gets changed anyhow somewhat
Right.
as you move through it, because that's inevitable.
I don't personally have any issues with the schedule. How are you looking on that? Pretty good for you?
No, I haven't.
No issues? Okay. I don't think we need to vote on it, but just to let Sue know that the Karen Lockwood said that she is good with the way it is now, and it sounds like the rest of the committee is good. Good. All right.
That's good. We'll get it posted and sent out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, my only date is one that we're not included, so that works
There you go.
perfectly. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yay.
Perfect.
Okay, I am going to open it to public comment. I am going to ask that you remain respectful. I will shut you down if you're not. Go ahead and speak your piece. Teresa.
I want to apologize, Sean. I shouldn't have lost my temper, and I do apologize for that.
As a comment that was just made, I am not here speaking as a select board member. I am speaking as a citizen that does go to both meetings and does watch both of these. And I do agree with Frank McDermott that we do need to have those meetings, and that's one of the reasons why I suggested to Rolf that we do get together. And I mentioned at one of our other meetings, the selectmen meetings, that I was disappointed that you guys had to cancel out, but I know that things come up. I think that what happens is when we have a meeting, excuse me, I don't want to speak on a selectman, as the selectmen have a meeting and as the budget finance has a meeting, there's a lot of, I guess, I want to see you guys talk through things, and it's something that if you guys have questions, I think it would be good to send it to the chair of the select board or through Karen, so we can get the answers on both sides. And I was upset about the fact that the comments that were being made at the beginning of the meeting about it being disrespectful of staff were not appropriate. So I apologize for losing my cool on you, and that's all I want to say.
Well, Brenda held her own, as you can see. So, but as far as us canceling, I don't remember us canceling.
No, I don't recall cancel.
So, if you would like to, we
We'd love to.
repeatedly talked about we want to have the meeting. If you can continue to suggest that, I know that after election, new year and stuff like that was mentioned. If you can bring it up to your selectmen that we're still interested in having it, I think that would benefit us. And it sounds like you would like to have it, so let's make it happen.
I think it would be really good. Sue had to cancel it because several of your board members couldn't make it. And she got that email from
Karen did ask me to cancel it at one point. So I think that it was only at one time that it did get canceled, that it was scheduled. It was scheduled for a select board meeting. No, it was a standalone meeting. That's right.
Yeah, we originally were going to do it as a joint, and then we realized it was going to take up too much time. I think that was what it was. So. Other public comment?
Well, I'm just going to say one thing in closing. It's Brenda again.
Go ahead.
I just want to make sure that you guys are aware that I am working on completing this. If I do get a report, because I know you said you like to know things sooner than later. If I do get an updated report and I manage to complete these things, when I do that, I'll send you, I will just send it whether you're going to have a meeting or not. I can, to Karen or to whoever would like to see it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's wonderful.
Dennis?
Dennis Morse, 340 Cape Road. Couple things. One, I want to thank the Budget Committee for asking the questions, studying the data. You raise issues that I don't think about, and I'm sure other people don't think about, which I think was the purpose back in '78 when they started this. I think your perspective is quite different, or at least coming from different perspectives. I'd also like to say that with all the negativity we've seen over the last few months, I'd like to wish you a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, and hopefully a healthy New Year. I'll let it go at that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Budget Finance Committee comments.
I have one comment out of the selectmen's meeting the other night. I feel very strongly that we should go back to an open town meeting, and I listened to all the discussion. Back when we did it on Saturday, and the Girl Scouts or somebody else provided babysitting, and even though there aren't the auxiliaries around today, you can always get a food truck to come up. I think your turnout would get much bigger than it is now. When they moved it into 6 o'clock on a weeknight, absolutely stinks. Did a good job that time, Frank. For the guy who's working in Portland or any place else and is trying to get home. So Saturday mornings, that was tradition. There was a reason it was tradition. It was mud season. It was always during mud season in March when people couldn't do much else, and they got people to come to the meetings.
Thank you. Yeah.
I think if you make it a festive occasion, people would turn out.
It used to
And
be.
especially if you had a place for your kids. When we did that, and the scouts took care of the children during the meeting, we had big turnouts back then. And I think we could do it again, and if we could do it with a couple of food trucks and maybe some entertainment or whatever through the course of the day, I think we might turn out a big crowd. I think people want to become involved. And the way you become involved is you get together and you have a discussion.
Cut down.
I guess I just want to reiterate my concern, and my concern is that, this committee, other elected and appointed committees of the town give their time on a voluntary basis. I would like to see the staff come to the meetings in person. That is how it's done. I understand you can do it via Zoom. It's sort of like the debate, about the town meeting, and I mean, everybody's going to have an opinion about that, but, I think, you can do things in alternate ways, but I, for one, would like to see people come, and I think it's going to promote a much more harmonious atmosphere and discussion if the department heads come and explain what's going on and stand up and answer questions and don't, don't end up in this adversarial, as I call it, or apologist sort of attitude. And Frank, pointed out the fact that this is different. I get it, it's different. I understand it's inconvenient to come to a night meeting, but if we're volunteering our time and other town committees are doing that, I think the Board of Selectmen has an obligation to see that the town staff supports the committees. And so I'm going to stand by that. And, it's highly unusual, we'll say that. And, maybe disrespectful is a bridge too far, but it's certainly highly unusual and not typical, and not what I'd like to see from our town, from my town.
And I'm willing to even see if if a time difference would be a little bit better, maybe not 6:30, maybe 6. Maybe just finding out from the town if there's anything that could be helpful to make it a little bit better.
Again, if you're coming from outside of
It's
town,
hard.
6:30 is about as early as you're gonna be here and have time to do anything.
And the thing is that if our expectation is these people who work very hard doing their job have to come to extra meetings, they should be compensated for it. Their salary should be such that they're being paid for their time. I don't expect these people to come and sit through these meetings at night after working all day long and not be compensated for it. They need to be compensated for it. We want the best possible people doing that job, and we need to pay them the salary they need to be doing it.
I agree 100% with the idea of paying people for the jobs they do and paying competitively. I've always advocated for that. And so, but that's a separate question, and that's an advisory, I think, thing that you could convey to the selectmen, and I think it would be appropriate. But that said, the job descriptions as they are, the jobs as they are contingent upon providing the direct support that I'm asking for.
If 6:30 is not a good time, let's start with our budget finance. If there's another time that you would like to recommend to Karen, go ahead and do that. Personally, I think 6:30, like you said, 6 is, I'd like to see 6, but it's just too close to 5 o'clock, So if anybody has a suggestion, feel free to reach out to Karen and say, hey, I have to look at changing the time. If you go with 6:30, don't do that. I've just got one comment going back again, and this is not to keep digging up the past week, but there's a vision committee being formed in January for the school. I had made some comments on a question about hey, why do you need a soft committee? Why don't you go into the full thing? What I would have appreciated is the reason why we're not doing that is because X, Y, and Z, but instead got shot down pretty hard as far as any explanation of why you can't do that. So I just want to bring that up as, if you have thoughts on that, if you think that a soft committee is fine, then, I'm good with that. I never received an explanation about why that was. Sometimes I feel that, I'll just say half of the selectmen don't like to be criticized, and that wasn't a criticism, it was a question. So that's my thoughts. Any other Budget Finance Committee thoughts, questions, anything? Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor? Merry Christmas, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah,
Good evening and welcome to the October 2nd, 2024 meeting of the Comprehensive Plan Committee. I would note that we do have a quorum here tonight. First order of business would be to approve the minutes of the September 4, 2024 meeting. Do I have a motion to any changes or additions, deletions? If there aren't any, I'll accept a motion. It's moved
Second.
and seconded. All in favor of accepting? Unanimous, thank you. Okay, number 3, under old business, we're going to review the draft plan and make any final edits to the draft plan. And hopefully everybody got a chance to review those. I'd turn it over to Kate and Sam to walk us through it.
All right, so hopefully everyone had a chance to look through the drafts we sent. I guess we should sort of start by just talking about what the process is and what we need to accomplish tonight. So the goal tonight is to review. We did get some comments online. They're all anonymous, so I'm not sure who wrote them, but we can look at those. I will share my screen in a minute. And any other comments you all have, any changes, anything you want to see before this goes to the public is what we need to get through tonight. And then hopefully everyone will be happy that we're in a place tonight that we can move forward with starting the public comment period. I think we'll probably, North Star and Sue will probably have some conversation after this meeting about exactly when the public comment period is going to be, just in terms of noticing and stuff like that. But it has to be at least 30 days. We'll make the plan available online. Hopefully the town can also have a printed copy available at the town office. And during that period, we need to hold a public hearing. So we could potentially do that at the November committee meeting or even December, depending on what we want to do. So that's the kind of...
Is that a committee public hearing or is that the town public hearing?
So this is just a public hearing for the public comment period. This is not the public hearing to get the plan on the warrant. That will all happen later. So basically, to submit it to the state, we need to let them know that we're having a public comment period, which includes a public hearing. And there will also be a form that the chairs of this committee need to sign, as well as the chair of the select board needs to sign to authorize us to share the draft with the state. Once we get it back from the state in a couple months, we will probably review it again as a committee, see what state edits we want to make on, like we want to take or do any other edits, and then basically North Star will release the plan to you all to take to the select board to get the process onto the warrant. Does that make sense? There's like a lot of moving pieces here and there is some flexibility about how we do it. So technically you can do the public comment period and submit to the state at the same time. But because of Raymond's town meeting schedule, I don't think we need to rush, since it doesn't need to be sent to the warrant until, is it March, Sue? Yeah, so we have until March of next year to get something back from the state and ready to submit for the warrant. So we don't need to do it simultaneously unless there's a strong desire to do so.
And Kate, just to be clear, so tonight what we're working to do is for this committee to make any final edits to the draft plan. Mm-hmm. But that's not the end all. I would assume that during the public comment, if we were, let's say, to hear a large amount of the public commenting on a certain part of the plan where they believe it doesn't reflect really what the community wants, then we could make edits then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is not the last time we'll be making edits. There will also be, after we get all the public comment, we will decide what we want to edit, and then we'll get feedback from the state, and we could potentially edit more things there if anything is changed. Or
Couple different swipes at it.
yeah. So basically, if this is like one of three.
So the public hearing happens at the end of that 30-day public comment?
Anytime during the public comment period.
Okay. I'm just thinking if we have a meeting next month at the beginning of November, there's also the election. At that point, people probably won't be focused on, I don't know, maybe they won't come out for a public hearing if it's in conjunction or close to the election, maybe a December.
Because our
Timeline.
meeting would be the day after Election Day, I believe, right?
Yeah.
So Tuesday is voting, and then we would have the day after, so, yeah.
So in other words,
Test 1, 2.
Good evening. This is the Town of Raymond Budget Finance Committee meeting with the Select Board. It is a workshop, and I'm calling the meeting to order. First on the agenda is new business, and I would like to start with the TIF.
Okay, I just gave you your pages for TIF. And they're going to look a little strange. And that's because right now in our general ledger, TIF is a little strange. It is split up into multiple special funds. It's rather confusing to look at. And this is one of the pieces that Brenda is going to be working on to pull it all into one fund so that it's all in one place. It'll be much easier to look at. And part of the reason for giving you, especially the first page of these numbers, is to show just that. There's one little piece in Fund 42. There's this one little, or two little pieces for the Beautification Committee in 43, a separate account. And then the bulk of it is in 43 Special Fund. So this is one of the types of things that made this a little challenging to put together. The TIF, if you'll skip what's in for expenses right now and go over to the tax increment financing district history that I gave you. This I built from the audit reports and from the commitment documents that Kurt has. And it's something that we have needed to have because we're nearing the end of the TIF. We need to know how much the carry forwards have been, how much have we actually captured, how much have we actually spent. As you can see, right now, this was as of 2/13/25, there was a balance of $694,750 in the TIF. So we have a good healthy balance there. Because we changed the TIF agreement to include broadband, and the payments for the bond for the broadband will be coming out of TIF, it's looking very hopeful that we'll be able to use the TIF up before it ends and not leave anything on the table, which can be a problem. At that point, or before that point, the town will need to decide whether they want to either extend this TIF, start a new TIF, or what they want to do with any kind of TIF district. But the big piece right now is to make sure that we can, at the very least, use all of the monies that are captured each year. And the basis of the TIF is that the original area that was deemed the TIF district was given a value, an assessed value at that point in time, what its full town value was. And that was $16,230,805. From that period on, each year when we do a commitment, that amount of assessed value is left alone. Any value that we have gained over that in that area, we collect those taxes, and those are used for the TIF projects. And originally, I believe it was the pipeline and the beautification of 302 were the two big pieces of the original TIF. So we have been able to use a good deal of money. The total that's actually been spent to date is $4.7 million out of this area. Wow. So it has been worth it for sure for the town to have done this process. And so then if we go back to the expenses, it's a list of the various things that that are allowed to be paid out of the TIF. And for instance, the first thing, salaries. 90% of one of the public works workers' salaries is paid out of the TIF. Yes, ma'am?
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Oh. because he, most of the time, works on the flower beds and things like that in the TIF district. He continues to do that. Because the assessor assesses the TIF district, we can take 10% of his costs out of here too. That's a little far, that's like 4 lines down, contract assessor. Because the town manager manages the TIF district too, 10% of the town manager's salary can come out of this set of salaries too. So we can move some costs there. Things like the milfoil removal is put in the TIF. Supporting the Sebago Lake Chamber, the Hawthorne House, the Historical Society, things like that can come out of the TIF. So we do move as many things here as we can to try and, one, reduce what we have to raise for monies, and also to make sure that we do use up the TIF, but use it in a productive way. And at the bottom, you'll see the broadband ring debt service payment. The payment itself will come out of debt services, so you'll see all of our debts in one place. But we'll actually move the monies from TIF to the general fund so that we would be spending the TIF money from, to pay that particular payment.
Pipeline. Is that the water line, or is that the oil pipeline or propane, whatever it is? When you refer to the pipeline,
I really don't know, to be truthful with you.
isn't it expense? Then it's a water.
Portland pipeline, okay.
What's that? Portland pipeline, is that the water main?
No, it's the gas line.
It is a gas line, okay, that's what I was asking. So that's taxed. That's what is being taxed. But
What happened, it gets taxed, at its full value, but what happens is you locked the value from, as far as what the state valuation is and what you did when you established the TIF.
We
So
had
the
TIFs, okay.
differential comes into the, goes into there. So there's, the people there, the properties there are paying their full tax amount. It's just that we get to recapture that differential.
I didn't realize how limited it was when you made that CIP. I don't know why I was thinking it was a commercial district too.
No, I mean, of course, when that was done.
99.
Yeah, it looked at that point at potential projects and whatnot. So you kind of look at it as what do you need? What are you going to need for funds versus what do you do that? Because the state looks at it and says, okay, you can't just go hog wild and claim everything.
Right.
So you have to kind of do that, a little bit of a balancing act there. And I mean, the original estimates on what was going to get spent out of the TIF, I think, was 1.2 million. And
Yes.
That's when you look at where the values have gone and whatnot, that's what we do spend. In total, when the whole thing is done, we'll have spent like almost 2.5 times that. So it certainly has paid for itself.
Oh, yes. And the last question is, are you in fact taking 10% of the town manager's salary out of this, or is that just a possibility some way down the road?
It's budgeted for that. It was last year as well.
It was.
Yeah, I don't believe it's physically been done as yet. So, because that would be an end of year sort of thing that we would.
Use if you had to.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, it would be too much of a nuisance every pay
Yeah.
period to take 10% of
That's
that.
why I was asking.
So logistically, it just doesn't make sense.
Oh. It's always nice to have an easy one.
Yes. Though it took days to put that together.
True. Sorry about that. That's true.
I'll entertain a quick question.
Start the clock.
Right?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So could someone explain, finance director or selectman or budget finance, because the chair of the selectman is absolutely correct and right on with all of the advantages. Is there an advantage based on revenue sharing, valuation, and also county taxes that also could be associated with a TIF?
The simple answer to that is yes, because what you isolated out of there counts against your town valuation. So when the county tax gets figured, it's done against the town valuation. Similarly, what the school valuation and what is done based on that. So when the state looks at total valuation, it's, for that section, it's only adding in the 16 million, not the 33 million at its current value. So it does ripple down through from the county tax side as well as the school side, as far as what the impact is on that.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Do we need a couple more minutes to look this over, or are you good to move on? Okay. Next, we have the provider agencies.
And for those, what I've done is I've given you a list of everyone who's requested things. The first hunk are ones that we do tend to support and have supported in the past. Probably some of the others we have as well, but these are more recent. And some of them we've paid partially out of the TIF or completely out of the TIF. And one, Thomas Pond Improvement Association, is one that came to the select board and did a presentation a bit ago. So, but other than that, I haven't made any recommendations. I'm really awaiting you folks' pleasure of what you want me to put in here and what you want to deal with. I've given you all the letters from the various people.
Chair Lockwood, may I speak?
Yes.
Okay, so this is an area of great interest to me, and I'd like to see us look at the possibility of funding additional social service agencies. What Raymond does is quite different than most towns, and I get the idea of being conservative when it comes to the budget, but I think in these times, particularly when you look at what's happening at other levels of government, it's incumbent upon us to take a look at what we're funding and maybe to help out people who are, in circumstances that are sometimes quite dire. I know that we have supported one agency that's very, very active in town, but there may be others. I think to take the approach that, we're just not going to do it is not a reasonable or responsible approach. And I'd also like to see an analysis of the whole issue of the bus. Now that I'm on a different side of, I guess, the equation, as far as in the past having to implement decisions, now I get to have an opinion. My opinion is we need to do more to help people who are disadvantaged and don't have the resources and assets that a lot of people enjoy. So I'd like to see us take a look at this in a hard way. And when you look at provider agencies, I mean, I know I heard the town manager just say that we support, several provider agencies, but I'm talking about the social service agencies, not a lake association. Not that they don't do good work, but to me that's a different thing altogether than a traditional provider agency. Thank you.
Can I ask for clarification?
Yes.
On the bus, when he talked about the bus, I was going to bring up that regional bus only because I've had some citizens ask about using it for students in the summer to get rides to Portland for jobs and that sort of thing. And I don't know whether they've gone up so much we don't even consider it, but is that the bus that Don's talking about, or is that the regional bus that goes around and picks up some elderly people? What service are you talking about, Don, just so I know?
I'm talking about the regional bus that every other town on the 302 corridor participates in funding except Raymond. And we no longer, I thought it was, well, I'm not going to say exactly what I thought, but basically there was some communication from the town that the bus would no longer be stopping in Raymond, which portended that maybe something had changed with the bus. What had changed was that Raymond, for a number of years, did not fund the bus, does not fund the bus. Finally, under pressure from some of the other towns who thought that was inequitable, the Raymond stop was eliminated. They did keep it for many years with us funding it or underfunding it. And so that's the regional transportation bus that provides services for people who, in dire need of the ability to get from, one community to another. And so that's the one I'd like to look at. And there are some other key social service agencies that I think we should look at besides the Southern Maine Area Agency on Aging. That one is a great one, but we put in, at least when I was there, maybe it's changed, maybe there's a bigger funding amount now. I didn't really pay a lot of attention to it last year, not being on the budget committee, but I do know that we have a very, very minimal contribution to agencies that, are very integral to helping people in need. And you can get the census numbers of the people who are being assisted. Now, that said, there are a number of agencies that probably requested that don't do much, if anything at all, in the community, and I'm not advocating funding them. I am, however, saying let's look at the ones that really provide direct benefit to our citizens who are in need and consider funding them. And the bus is one of those.
Right. Derek?
Don, do you know how much the bus is?
I think it was.
It's 10,000.
10,000.
I think it was. We didn't receive a
Well,
request.
I didn't know if he had talked to him since he was bringing it up, if he knew what I don't know where he went.
So that's gone up quite a bit.
Can I call upon?
Wasn't the issue in the past that they couldn't
fall
provide
off, or is he
the
still- oh.
breakdown?
Don, do you know how much
The
that bus
bus,
is?
you mean?
Right.
No, what happened is we had asked
He's
them
muted.
several times to,
Hold on just a second. I'm talk-
$10,000.
It's 10,000.
Wish I'd said that.
But last I knew it was $10,000, but it could have changed.
All right.
so Karen and I had started a conversation on the side too.
Sorry.
So what happened in the past is we had asked the bus to come several times to talk to us. Some of the board members did have issues with us paying the same amount of money here to Portland as to Bridgeton to Portland and stuff like that. One of the things we did find was it wasn't getting to the people that it needed. It only had like one stop, I think, in Raymond, and you would have to park there. And it's kind of like that last mile thing. How do we get to the people of Raymond that do need that service as far as getting to the doctors, getting to the grocery store, that type of thing? That didn't work. That bus did not work for people. One of the things that in rec is that they're working on now is, because I'm going to bring it up, Debbie Tarr is working with those people as far as getting them to the grocery stores, she's working with the rec side of it as far as working with the age-friendly. And then, so I would like to see, I guess, the money put into a van, and that's something I'm going to bring up when we talk about rec, so they can be driving it, and one or two more people, but, sorry, Joe, I didn't talk to you about that yet, or maybe I did, sorry. But that's what happened before, is they couldn't get to the people that needed to get down there to do it, is what it is. So we didn't, and it kept going up, so.
Chair Lockwood?
Thank you.
And if people want to get that bus, they can grab it in Naples, at their park, wherever it is, and they can also get it in Wyndham. Do you know what I mean, to be able to go to the next town?
Okay, Don?
Chair Lockwood? I would say, unless there's been a definitive study, that's an anecdote and an opinion, not an actual, factually substantiated reality.
Doing that.
Because I think there is some of that. I think that we can do more. Maybe that van would be the way that they could get to the bus stop. But surely a van is not going to solve the issue for most people unless you're going to run it to Portland and up and down the corridor. And I don't think that's the plan. Yeah, there are going to be people who can't get to the bus stop, and if the town can help with that, let's do it. But to negate the bus altogether because of that reason, I don't think that's reality or responsible.
Okay.
Great.
Sean?
You're probably talking about this more. Are you talking about having the bus bring them to the station, bring the van to a drop-off point for the bus? Or are you talking about eliminating the bus and having the van bring people to Hannaford? I didn't quite catch.
That's what's happening now. We don't have a van yet. They're using their own vehicle to get people in town, to work with people and like doctor's appointments, and we can talk more about that in Rec 2. It just, the cost, I'm sorry, and it's just my opinion, is the cost of the van, the bus just kept going up and up. And trying to get people to those doctor's appointments, because when they do get down to Portland and they have a doctor's appointment or whatever too, is they still have to either get another bus or whatever to, some people are really good at that, some people are not. I guess in Raymond, because we are so far out, I would like to see that van or two to be able to, they can call, they can schedule it, through Rec or whatever, to be able to go to those appointments. And it kind of gives that person more of a personal touch to it.
Yeah, I didn't have an issue with us paying the same amount as the towns further out. Just that wasn't a battle I was going to kind of fight. But if I could call on Peter Levitt, if that's okay, because Peter Levitt has some information about the comprehensive plan about that bus. Is that right? Did we not ask people about the bus specifically?
Let me just step back a little bit. It wasn't, the point wasn't the fact that we would be paying the same $10,000 as the other towns. The issue was and they would never come and talk to us about it, but the rate that they would charge someone to go from Bridgeton to Portland was the same as they would charge someone to go from Westbrook to Portland. In a bus service, that's not the way bus services work. It's based on distance, and they would never come in and discuss those. So it was, when you're looking at it from a service, it's supposed to be emulating what happens in the real world, and it wasn't. But they would never come in and talk to us about that.
Yeah, we asked several times.
Okay. All right, Don.
A couple of points. The bus did not go up and up in cost every year. And as far as not coming in to talk with us, they came in and talked with us, multiple times. I think that after a time of no funding and knowing that they were going to get no funding or very little funding, I think it was $1,000 out of the $10,000 request. I don't recall them not coming, and I haven't been there for a couple of years, but that could be true that they didn't come to a meeting. But after a while, they got the picture that they weren't going to get funded. They were going to get beat up at the meeting. And, I just don't think it's the right thing for the town to do. It's a de minimis amount of money in the scope of the entire budget. And to say that it's going up and up every year, that's absolutely not true. And it's an essential service. Okay, you could say that we should pay a different percent of the cost because the distance is different from Portland than Bridgeton, but that's not how they're running it. And the other towns, accept that. And, I think we should too. I'm going to stop talking about it now, but I know it's something that people do care about. And I was listening actually to a Maine public radio station where people were calling in and wondering why that had happened. And the director of the bus service was very kind to Raymond and didn't say why it had happened in the way that it had happened, which I thought was very magnanimous and nice, but it wasn't reality. Reality is we haven't funded it.
Okay, Don, I've been on the budget committee for 6 years, and I don't recall the regional bus people ever coming in and talking to us at a committee meeting. So, Dennis?
Well, I think when we have these kind of issues, it's good to put out there the ideas, but we have a work session coming up, and we have a lot of data to go through here and some new stuff that we just got tonight. So I would suggest that if it's something that warrants, and I think it does warrant, it has merit, we move it to the work session and get through all this, because I think we're going to have many more things added and taken away.
I agree.
Just my opinion.
Is there someone that can get the real numbers?
Sorry.
So that if we do come back and talk about it, we have actual numbers of what
the
it's
last year was $10,000.
the last request
Yeah,
for the budget year last year.
I think it was last year that it was.
Which has been a consistent number.
Yes,
think it's
I
easy
do
enough to get.
recall that.
The other thing too, that Rolf's better explaining than I am, is we give the town manager $2,000 to spend on, you do it, you explain a lot better than I do.
What we did is instead of going in and saying, okay, we're gonna give this agency $250 and this one, we said, all right, let's give a $2,000 pool to the town manager to manage. And when these small requests come in, then the town manager makes the decision, yeah, that's worth it, and so that gets approved at that level, rather than, you know, because what we were getting was a whole raft of ones in there for $150 or $200 or whatever. And rather than looking at all those and building them in that way, we said, let's authorize the town manager to do that review, and they have that pool of money to spend it out of there on those other provider agencies. So they're still getting heard, you know, and that also gives the opportunity to get some more input from that agency to the town manager or whatever, to say, this is what we're going to do for you. And a lot of times that can get parlayed into something else too. So, but it was rather than having all these small little dollar ones in there, we said, let's just put that pool out there and have the town manager manage that.
I get a question.
Okay.
What percentage is the $2,000 of the total requests from those agencies, do you know?
Half. We have 20,000 total from the people that asked this year, and that's, I think, with a $10,000 Thomas
Oh, but
bond.
he's talking about the ones asking $150 or $200, which isn't included in those.
Well, these are all
I
the
think these
requests
are all
we've
of them.
received.
Yeah, these are all of them.
Yeah.
Because there's a couple
But
more.
there's
This one's
other
100.
things that come up during the
Yeah.
year too.
Some things come up during the year.
Okay. So are we interested to get the numbers from the town manager of what the bus company has requested for the last number of years? Do we want to go 3 years or 5 years?
It was 10,000 each year.
It was 10,000 each year.
I remember being 8 at one point, and then, it went up to 10.
No, the
right.
last 2 times that they came was 10,000.
Trying to look it up really
Okay, I'd
quick.
like to ask the town manager to provide the request from the RTP, right? For the last 5 years, what was requested and what the town of Raymond authorized to pay the bus company.
Madam Chair.
Hold on just a second. Does that sound right, Sue?
It does. I'm not quite sure why it matters how much they've asked for in the past few years, because we haven't given it. But I probably should get a current letter to find out how much they want this year, how much they're asking.
Yeah, current's probably more important.
Okay. So did you actually, hold on just a second, please. So did we actually receive a letter with a
Not
request
this
in it?
year. No,
So we don't have one this year?
no.
All right.
They
So
didn't send a
what I'd
letter
like
this
to know is what they requested over the last 5 years and what we actually gave them for the last 5 years. I'd just like to have that information.
And a current? And the current number?
Yes.
And the current number, which is 0, right?
No, the current number of what it would cost if we got into it.
Oh, the current number, yes, that's a
What
very
the
good
current ask would be.
Yes, thank you. Okay, Don?
Out of curiosity, I'd just like to know, you said over the last 6 years, that could be possible, but I'd like to know, when they did attend and present. And I can assure you, it's not that they're refusing to come, it's because they know the outcome. But I just am curious, because I remember talking to them and talking to Jack and saying, he says, is this have any chance of anything? And I said, probably not, but you could come if you'd like to. And so that could be possible, but it's just hard for me to believe that it was 6 or 8 years. But I'd like to know, it'd be very easy, I think, to look up when they came. And but I do want to make clear that they never refused to come. That's not true.
Okay, well, as it has been mentioned, we do have a workshop coming up, so I would like to move on from
I
this.
have a question.
Okay, Cliff?
How many riders and I don't care if you go week, month, year, from Raymond were we subsidizing at $10,000? Because I never saw a whole bunch of people on that bus.
There's not a lot from what we last time did it. It's in,
They don't keep track, do they?
Well, they do. They do.
That from RTP.
The- we-
I spoke to the executive director.
you have to go to
in
the,
July.
you have to go to
Well,
the,
I gotta be recognized.
yes.
We had, you'd have to look back in prior budget books. But we had there was ridership, there was number of round trips, there was, so that was broken down. The number of people from Raymond averaged to be, I'm dealing from memory here, so don't say this is an exact number, but my recollection is it averaged out about 8 to 10 people.
God, it was on one of our
You know,
things
there was some
too.
peaks and valleys, but I mean, averaged out, per day, per day.
It was given in one of our workshops.
And that was spread over 4 runs, because they were doing 4 runs a day, so.
Okay. So technically, Karen, you were looking for what they were charging, and Cliff wants to know some runners. In one of our workshop thingies, it did show something as far as it broke down. This way we can keep moving with the meeting. And
I'd have to pull some of my old books.
All right, so what I'm looking for are what the request was for the last 5 years, what Raymond authorized to pay, and the numbers of riders per day from Raymond. If that information is available. Okay.
Probably total ridership as well.
Either or.
Okay, next we have Public Works.
Excuse me?
Yes.
I see the president of the Thomas Pond Improvement Association. I'm sure he'd like a chance to speak on
Oh.
this one, because we told him to come back
Right.
when we move
I
forward with it.
apologize. How many people do we have in the room that are here to talk about the provider agency requests?
Just that.
Looks like one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Would you like to come to the podium and present your request?
he's the one from the stones, right? Stones to hold it down.
That's what he came to.
Hi, my name is Bob Chapin. I've been the president of the Thomas Pond Improvement Association probably the last 13 years or so, and the dam meister, if you will. The last time the dam needed repair has been about 30 years ago, and at that time the town of Raymond contributed $7,500 to it. The town of Casco had $7,500 that they contributed it, and then they had additional $7,000 or so from a Susquehannial fund left over, and they contributed that. So that's a sizable amount. For this request, which we have given in writing as a formal request to Sue, is that we get $10,000 from Raymond and we get $12,500 from Casco, which you don't care about except as a comparison to what you're being asked for. We have about 155 Raymond residents that live on the town and whose property values are affected by this dam. So we figure it is small money to put in the hat, for all of the people whose properties are valued and who pay taxes in our town, not necessarily Casco. But Casco is a lot larger in terms of numbers of people on the lake, so we asked them for more money. And when I say more, I'm talking about really a small amount of money. When we came to the select board and the planning board earlier in this year, we did not have the results of some RFPs that we had on the street to contracting companies with engineering background that could do this work. And I think the board members knew and understand that, and so they were expecting us to come back with a different number and possibly a larger number. And so this one is we moved it up from 7,500 to 10,000. So it's not a huge jump, but it seems like a lot of money with some of the other provider agencies that you're having to deal with. But I think it's important to protect not only the kind of wildlife that exists out there, and it supports also the representation that's in both of the comprehensive plans, the existing comprehensive plan and the one that Peter's working on to get finished up here this time around to protect that thing. It's what makes Raymond what's Raymond, and right on our sign up there we say Town of Raymond, home of the landlocked salmon, and protecting those salmon is also part of this effort. So quality waters around and controllable water levels for people who have docks and boats around the lake is kind of what this dam does. And it was, if you care about the history of it, you know, when it was abandoned by the owner, the original owner, then the state came in and said, if you guys can't create an organization to manage this dam, then we're going to tear it out, and wherever the water level goes, that's where it goes. And at that time, they were talking about going down to the original level of the stream, which would have probably vacated the water level in many of the houses out there. So the group TPIA came together to be that entity only to manage the dam, and that is exclusively what we've been doing over the past, like I said, about 13, 14 years. Well, actually, since 1991. So we think we're kind of part of the town. We think it's important to the town, both from a tax revenue basis and quality of life for people that not only live on our pond, but that come and visitors to the lake, whether they're locals or whether they're from away, it doesn't matter. They have a very positive experience. We have a good working relationship with DEP, who's the one who grants us permits to work on the dam and to change the water level from time to time. And we have a good working relationship with Inland Fisheries and Wildlife, who is the controlling agency for things that live in the lake and also that live downstream in Dingley Brook. So by working with them, we feel very positive that this work we're talking about, which would take place in October of 25. So, and why did we pick that time? It's because when the weather is very stable in the fall, and it's when the water level that we control is at its lowest possible level. So we have a minimum disruption, if you will, to the water level that's in the lake or to any of the downstream creatures that are affected by the water flow. So that's where we stand, and we've asked for that money because one of the reasons is we had an anticipated amount for what we thought the bids would come in for, and frankly, they came in almost uniformly about $5,000 more than we thought that they would. So this increase in our ask is to cover that differential and to provide a small buffer, a contingency buffer for things once the engineer gets in there and he starts chipping away some of this concrete. Is he going to find more voids that need to be filled, or what's he going to find? We had a test done not too long ago, which has the unscientific name of being a hammer test, because that's what it is. You know, an engineer will go in there with a hammer and bang on the concrete, and depending upon the sound they hear, they said, oh, there's hollow space behind that, or there's not. So we had that done since we came before the board, and they came up with the fact that there are some voids behind the concrete, but they're not large, and there's nothing structurally wrong with the dam the way it is. And we have a reasonable agreement with the landowners on both sides of the dam not to disturb the soil. It keeps it in place and keeps it operational. And the fact of the matter is the level of Sebago Lake really affects Dingley Stream more than our piddly amount of water that we put in there, but it is the way that Thomas Pond vents its water for the most part. There are no other major streams or tributaries that go out of the lake. There's a lot around the lake that contribute, and the lake also gets quite a bit of water from streams, and if you swim in the lake, you'll feel the temperature change as you go through some of the springs that are in the lake and feed it. The rest is just snowfall and rainfall, and those are the principal inputs to the lake. So there's just so much that we can do with the dam, but it's important to have it in place. Any questions?
So that's what the same amount you asked last time was 10,000?
No, there was
No.
7,500.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
75
I'm sorry.
before, it was 75 when
Okay.
we came in the fall, and now that's grown
Okay.
to 10. So it's not a huge increase, but it is an increase. So it's up to you guys to decide whether it makes sense to do it.
Thank you.
So the bids that you got, they understand that the work is not going to be done till October, and are those firm fixed, or are those variable?
Yes. When we sent out RFPs to about, I think, 7 companies, 5 responded a little bit. 3 responded in whole. In other words, they answered all the questions that we asked in our RFP. And we had another round of questions after they made their bids or their proposals back to us. And of those, we had one that was priced out of our price range. We thought it was in the $90,000 range. And then we had two that were about $35,000 or $40,000. And those are the ones we talked seriously with, had them come out and look at the dam, do some measurements, and then come revise their proposals if they wanted to. And it grew from about 39,500 to about 42,000, a little bit more than that. And they also, talking to both engineering companies, they recommended that we have a bit of a contingency buffer in case they find situations when they actually get on the site and start doing work that need to be fixed. And of course, we're not in the business of letting contracts if we don't have the money in the bank to do it. So we also have been soliciting since October our own members, people who live around the lake, and frankly, we've done better than I thought we would do. We're up over $20,000 now from personally dedicated funds, and we plan to use those as well. And then we have a small reserve, beyond that we keep for our day-to-day operations.
You answered my question, because I'm like, I don't know how you're getting 42,000 out of 22,000 unless we're doing this again next year, but fundraising helps.
It does.
Any other questions? Anyone on Zoom? Okay.
I have one, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I'm just guessing that this would fit under provider agencies. Is there a category in the budget that this belongs in as opposed to here?
Good as any.
Yeah. That's what I came up with too.
Yeah.
Wanted to pose the question.
It's an allocated fund, so I mean, you can see it, so.
Right, exactly. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so. Any other questions or comments on the provider agency section? Okay, all right, then we'll move along. Okay, Public Works.
Good evening, everybody. I apologize for not attending tonight. I'm in Florida right now, so vacation we planned about a year ago. I'm going to start right off with my cover letter. Salary account, we're looking to add a 20-hour-a-week administration help, clerical help. That looks to be around, the total was 58 that I put in my budget, but it's split with the town office, so it'd be 29 out of my operation account. That increases it by over 29,000. The next account would be uniforms. We had an increase of $3,007. That's just increase from the uniform company and the cost of clothing and allowances and safety shoes and whatnot. The new one's employee recognition account, thank you. Didn't really have a number to fall back on to justify any of that, so I put $2,000 in there. That's gonna be used for just what it says.
What does it say?
Next account, huh?
That was SAS, I believe.
Derek being Derek.
The next account's a software account. Previously budgeted was 6,000. We increased it by 4,100. What I take out of there is vehicle tracking for 2,796. The J Pro software for the mechanic, which is was $1,699. We've started with the ClearGov program. It's same as code enforcement uses. We're going to use it for our pavement management, sign management, culverts, run work orders out of it. We're also looking at putting a new fuel pump software system in, and that's going to be $2,300 a year. One of the new account is $5,000 for the purchase of shop tools. And the last well, not the last one, but then we've got road salt. We went up $4,000 in that. An increase in salt costs, and we'd like to start using a little bit more salt to help us manage the winter road conditions. The weather's changed a little bit, as you all know, and temperatures have changed, and we've been using a little bit more salt to try to keep the roads clear. The last one's winter sand. Previously, we had $30,000 in there. We increased it by 34,000, which would be $64,000 for a total amount. We usually use 3,500 to 4,000, 4,000 yards of sand, depending on the winter. Unfortunately, the company that we purchased our sand from sold this winter. We were paying $5 a yard and have been for probably 10 years or better.
Oh my God.
And the new company that purchased them went to $16 a yard. We're in the process of working with another vendor in Gray. We actually hauled winter sand this week from them, and I believe it's around $14 a yard. But I had to put a number in there that I knew I could get the sand at. That was the $16 a yard. That's, any questions?
Nathan, the company that bought the sand place, are they keeping it as a sand place, and that's what they're selling it?
They're the $16 a yard.
They just went up. They do the same stuff, but they went up $11 a yard.
I know, it's crazy. Wow.
Well, from $5 to $16 a yard. Shaw Brothers purchased it. It was Portland sand.
Oh.
I had a question on line 3145 for the road striping.
That was a misprint or we didn't add the right amount of zeros to the end of the number. That's all that is.
That should be 37,000.
37,000.
It will be in the next iteration.
That's a good catch.
That's
That's
what I
why I
figured
had that
is
question.
zeros.
That's a good catch.
Yeah, we didn't get much done for what's in there.
I have two questions on the page the 2 pages we just went over. The new fuel pump software, is that for the pump that just like feeds all the trucks, or is that
That is for the gas and diesel pump that fuels fire department, public works, the school department.
Okay.
All the town vehicles.
And is that to help figure out who goes where? Somebody's gonna have a card or something, and they'll be able to see who's taking it at what time, or?
Yes, the system we have right now is an antiquated key system where everybody has a key. Then once a month, I have to read the numbers in the back of it, then I give it to the office, and then they bill the school department and separate the money out for the different departments. It's
Super
pretty
high-tech.
antiquated, cumbersome, it's a pain in the butt. This new system, everybody will have a code, every vehicle will have a vehicle number, and you'll have to punch in your code, your vehicle number, and the mileage on the vehicle. That'll be downloaded to a cloud-based system, and I can go in and look at it anytime, and I can transfer it from there to the appropriate departments or to budget finance, and have them do it.
My other, not really question, but comment would be, if we are doing this increase for this part-time person that's going to be helping you and also administrative, is there any, are we going to be looking for someone that can do some grant work, grant writing?
Yes.
Anything like that? Okay.
That was my plan, yes.
Because that would be something I'm good for.
Back on the 3,700 that went to 37,000, is that number right for the 1,085,000, or do you add another?
No, it's not right.
Kept
That's
adding another
The
1,000.
total will change.
So the total will change, so it's,
What number what are you looking at, Dennis?
well, if you
Striping.
take the 3,700 and make it 37,000, does it change the balance in the bottom? And that's what I think it does, so the budget will go up
Yes.
by,
1.1.
you know, that much more.
33,300.
So, and we've been doing a lot of that, this budget process, but, so even taking the zeros out and trying to figure out the budget, what I had to do, and I figured this out after the last process we went through last week, I'm actually subtracting out all the numbers that are now zero from your previous budget. That's $253,000 that was zeroed out. And so I subtracted that out of your total budget in order to find out what that budget would have been if it hadn't been in there. And so that's 983,000. And now the number over here is going to be larger than that. So I tried to find out where it's all coming from, so, and try to find out if I could see any kind of way of balancing it, because it's, at that time, at that stage, it's a $102,000 increase when you take out the zeros, when the numbers that they took out of the budget, and then look at what's being requested, and that's before we go to 37,000. So, you know, take 4 off in that, that's 33 more. That's more than 100,000. It's a $130,000 increase in the budget. And so I couldn't I tried to find out where it's coming from, and I don't see it. It doesn't seem to make sense, which bothers me because I'm a number guy. Anyway, so then I looked at your salaries. I said, all right, let's take a look at that. And what I did with the salaries is I divided what's current, February 13th, by the 7.5 months we're into this. And that number's an average of $42,636 a month. And this is just a way for me to figure out the budget because, again, it's more work than I've ever had to do in the last 4 years. So we have 3.5 months left. And if you multiply 3.5 times that 42, that is, again, it's simple math. It's 191. I subtract that from the 319, the balance rather of 259. It's a considerable amount of money that we're already going to have left over from this budget. It's going to be it's going to be actually 511. If the winter is your overtime, that's the highest hit on your budget. That means it'll be 511,000 total. And your salary is 637. That's $100,000 more than what we're actually going to spend this year. That's a lot more than assistant. So is there anything else besides an assistant in there?
No, we're missing one position in Public Works. We weren't able to fill that position. So that's going to make up a chunk of that, not a lot, but not all of it. And we're low on overtime right now. We're down, I think the boys are around 100 hours instead of we budget for 250 hours. I think they're at 140 right now.
And so how long you been short of a person? Sorry.
Over a year.
Yes.
Yeah.
It includes 4%.
10%, 4%.
Well, even 4%, we're talking $100,000 on a
We also went, Dennis, we also went, geez, I want to say it was 4 or 5 months last year, short 2 people. We didn't fill 2 positions until fall.
I'm just doing this year.
Well, that is this year.
Oh. Okay, well.
It's 20, the 4%'s 20, I don't know, 24 grand on $600,000 salary.
Yeah,
So
you're working off in 600. Let's work off in the 579. That's what he has in it, and he's only going to be spending 511 times 4%.
I did, it's 23,160. It's almost 20.
Andy budgets 250 hours a year for overtime and hasn't used that much this year. So that's a chunk there.
We're gonna get snow.
Okay,
Because
well,
we
that's
don't
just
know.
that's a large increase, is all I'm saying. When you take out the budget size, taking out the zeros, that's a
Well, it's
you know, $150,000 increase. I just tried to do it with salaries to see if we could save some money there.
Yeah, and it is difficult to figure out with, like you said, with the zeros, because last year we broke out all of the various employee benefits.
I prefer
And
it.
we put it back to where it was, so
Yeah, I
that
mean,
all the
it's-
employee benefits are under one category, and we won't have it
When
broken out.
you're budgeting, you have to budget you budget based on the full, what the full complement would be. Same thing we do with in the fire budget, you know, because if you look at that, what they actually spend a lot of times is less because they're, you know, they don't have as many EMTs as they're that they should have, you know, that they had in the budget and things like that. So if you're short an employee, but that position is still open, if you don't have it in the budget, then you overspend the budget.
You can't hire them.
I'm just pointing out the numbers, saying that if you look over the past few years, in 2023, they actually spent 500. The next year, they actually spent 451. This year, they budgeted 579, and they're gonna spend, if we've already gone through the busy part, they're gonna be spending 510, 511. So that's already $60,000 more. They're short demand, that makes sense, you know? And then you're gonna add in another $100,000 is my point, by the time you make the change. So,
Wait a minute.
and I'm asking.
How much is a man then? How much did you figure a man to be for a year?
That was a $60,000 difference.
A man
You
is
said
60 grand?
42,000.
So if they're down a $60,000 man and they're adding a $30,000 man and you have a $24,000, that's that's about where your 100,000 is. With with the 4% man that's not there that is in budgeted for, and then a half new position, you add those three together, it's almost 100 grand. Is that what you're off? Is that what your
Yeah, you're
increase
saying
is?
it's 100,000.
What's the total increase?
The difference is 125,000.
125.
Yeah.
So 60, what was this one? 50.
And the
What's your new person? Half of 58? Is that what you were saying? So 29.
20, yeah, half of 58.
So
That's
sorry,
on
it's
the high
100
side.
grand, so it's 123,000. 123,000 and 160.
130.
123,000.
Plus, you've got all the overtime too, Derek. You've got,
60
one
down
of
a
my
man.
guys doesn't
40
take any overtime.
40
but
for
I have to
this
budget
person,
for it.
30 for this
29,
person,
yeah.
sorry.
That's
So
90.
90, sorry, so it's 115, it's gonna be 113, 160, and you have 125, so it's off like $2,000.
Good find.
If you put all those people into place, that's 60, I don't know, it might not be exactly 60, it'd probably be, we're just using whatever numbers you had.
How many men you have now, full-time?
Good job on that.
7.
And
This is
you're
7
normally at 8?
full-time?
7 budgeted, correct.
7 full-time budgeted, and you have how many actually working?
5.5.
5.5?
That's a half
I'm
a
a
body
half.
out there.
I'm a half.
Have you ever had 7 for a full year?
Hello, Kyle.
Yes. Yep.
Arm and a leg.
Okay, well, I was just looking for some savings, that's all I did.
5.5 people.
So, Nathan, sorry. The software, it's the same thing as what Code is using?
The ClearGov, yeah.
All right, so is it the same program that we can,
Yeah, can we tap into both?
yeah, can we tap, yeah, exactly. Can we tap into that, or you
No.
have to have it?
No,
Okay.
this is a separate program.
Okay,
It's a separate module in the same program.
okay.
Um,
Your equipment for rentals and equipment maintenance is up.
Correct.
I know we went to literally just rent a rototiller, and the cost of it was ridiculous, and we went and bought a new one cheaper than what you could rent it for. So it is crazy out there right now.
Is there a reason that he doesn't have heating in his budget with the 3 buildings that he has?
I do, it's in,
It's under town buildings.
town buildings. Yes.
But it's not his budget, it's combined with town hall?
It's,
All the town buildings
Are
need
under
to be
Public Works.
maintained, and it's under,
I'm not talking about maintenance, I'm talking about heat.
Yeah, it's under
but
Public
even
Works.
that's there, it's all
Oh.
lumped together. Mhm.
we
So
put it all
public
in
safety is the only one that has to pay their own heat bill, has it in their own budget?
Town building.
Because I
Yes.
saw it in theirs.
Yes, I believe so.
Yes, and the library does too. We put their fuel out, their propane out to bid. I need the volume of propane that they go through to get the pricing that we've gotten.
Karen, how do you want us to ask some more questions on this? Because we have Public Works Cemetery, we have Public Works, all of these things. I'll just wait till we get to the trucks and the CIP thing. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right. Thank you. Right, Sean?
Just a quick question. So you said you're down a man, but your overtime hasn't gone up this year?
No, my
Or you're
overtime-
short?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, just that. So you're down a man, but you haven't been dipping into your overtime a lot this year?
No, we have not.
The overtime typically comes from snowplowing.
So that's my,
Yeah,
that's my,
99% of the overtime's plowing. And I've got one guy that doesn't take any overtime, he uses comp, puts it all the comp
Those
time.
darn snowstorms only will come
And we
at
hope we
night.
don't get another one.
Yeah, I'm hoping we're all done.
Yeah.
So you're not having to use overtime to make up for the gap of not having an employee?
I'm the gap, and I'm salaried.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Well, thanks for the
Thank you.
clarification.
Yeah.
That's gross. That's gross.
Can we keep doing that?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Well, he's not in Florida. He's not coming back.
He's in Florida.
I elect we don't kill our workers.
Yes.
All right, are there any more questions or comments about the Public Works budget? Any on Zoom? Okay, all right
Chair
then.
Lockwood? Chair Lockwood?
Yes, Don?
I was wondering if Nathan could talk a little bit about the software. I know we have had software previously, and so I'm a little out of date. And what became of that software, and what's the ClearGov? What's the difference? And then another thing I'm interested in is, I think I heard you talking about tracking the animal control officer vehicle with GPS. And I know we were looking at that a few years ago. Did that ever happen in Public Works and Public Safety? Are those vehicles tracked as well?
I'll go to the vehicle tracking first. At this point, the only vehicles in town that have vehicle tracking is Public Works. That happened, you were still here when that went into effect.
No.
The JPro, the ClearGov, that's a much better system than we had. Most of the software, we had a lot of trouble with the programs previous on the pavement management and no ability to track culverts, no ability to track, well, there was some ability to track roads, street signs, and road complaints. This does a very good job of all of that. We've been in the process of putting that into play. We've had it a year now. They came out and did a survey of all our roads and street signs and put them into the software. And it's just been now getting ready to start using it. I haven't had the help to do it.
So this new administrative assistant, will that be the person that manages that?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
I have one on the tracking. Public work. So the Public Works trucks are tracked. All of them, or just the
Yes,
plow trucks, or what?
Everything that's on the road's got a vehicle tracking device in it.
How much is that roughly? Do you know or not?
$2,796 a year.
A year? Is that on a line item?
Yes, it's
Oh, I
under
did see
account 813210 software, and it is the second item, first item actually, vehicle tracking's first item underneath that.
It's the first
It won't
item
be-
in his narrative.
Oh,
Yeah, it's in my narrative.
Gotcha.
Broke out.
Sorry, I was looking at the line items. And what does that? What does that help with?
Speeding complaints, where's the truck? How many times did it go by my house to plow the road? All that crap.
Excellent. That's excellent.
Does I don't know. He can't answer that. Why does?
Nathan, you have under uniforms, the mechanic, for shop rags, hand soap, and stuff like that. Wouldn't that go under supplies, or does it really matter?
I didn't, because we get it from the same company and it's on the same bill.
Okay.
And to be honest with you, it's easier for me to bill it all and do the same thing.
Okay.
The only thing in that might come up is a little bit as a hand soap. The shop rags, the uniforms, those are all from the uniform company, and they're cleaned and laundered by the uniform company.
Thanks.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Sean?
Nathan, I have a question. Can you elaborate on this part-time position that's going to be split between you and finance, and I understand grant writing too. So can you just give us a job description of what this person will be doing for the town?
This person's going to be assisting me for payroll, bill paying, and clerical work for Public Works. My hopes is to get somebody that's got grant writing ability and go look for some grants for erosion control, pavement, and stuff like that. I'm not sure on the town office side what they're going to be doing. I believe it's data entry for them. You'd have to ask Sue on that.
Yeah, it won't be for finance, it's for the town manager.
For the town manager, excuse me.
Right. Okay.
Just data entry, Sue, or anything beyond that?
There will be other responsibilities. Data entry is a very general term, but one of the responsibilities will be for the cemeteries. I have a database that I'm working on to gather all of the information for all the cemeteries, and I've been working on it since I've been here pretty much. It's not complete. It will take a long time to be complete, so I'll need someone with database skills.
Chair Lockwood?
Okay, all right, go ahead, Don. Can you next?
Okay, so what happened to the division between the assessing department and the town manager's office, sharing an administrative person? What happened to that, and why did that change?
It changed because with the reval coming, she will need to spend more of her time with Kurt.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Dennis?
Nate, it's kind of exciting, this whole program you're talking about. So you will have a schedule, because you said they evaluated the roads when they came in?
Correct.
And did they locate the culverts? You said something about culverts too. Have they now got a map of the town, and so that the citizen will know what roads you're gonna be using on and doing the work on, and what you've done the work on? Is that the database you're talking about?
Yes.
That's excellent.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's excellent. I like that. It's progressive. But the culverts are included?
Yeah, well, they're working on the culverts for me, because I want that as part of the data collection and the information. We've got a handwritten one right now that's hard to find stuff on.
And that's like diameter, length, all that kind of stuff?
Yeah,
just
diameter,
location?
length, year it was replaced, what the product is in there. Most of our culverts are plastic culverts now. I've got a few metal pipes left, but for the most part, when we redo a road, we change everything over to the ABS plastic stuff.
Perfect.
Any other questions or comments? Are we good to move on? Okay. So next we have, solid waste is next.
Cemeteries?
Cemeteries.
I have solid waste.
I got solid waste as well.
I was just going through the book.
Oh.
I've got cemeteries too.
Yeah, it's a
Cemeteries
little
pretty-
white one, tab.
Cemetery is
Number
pretty
13.
straightforward.
Yeah. I'm working on the agenda too.
You ready?
Yep.
Yeah, cemetery is pretty straightforward. We've had an increase in the contract. We're gonna change some stuff in the contract. We had some learning pains from last year. We changed from a contractor that we'd had for as long as I've been working here, probably 30 years. And we had to adjust some stuff, and that's what that amount is there. The rest of it is Sue is your software and repair and maintenance.
Did you get somebody new from last year, for this year?
No, that's
All
the
right.
same contractor. We have a
Okay.
3-year contract with him. We're gonna,
Yep, that's right.
this is something that isn't discussed in.
Chair Lockwood?
Don?
Yes, Nathan, the North Raymond Road cemetery fence, is anything ever gonna happen with that? I know that was something we talked about when the
Correct.
Edwards sisters were still alive, so it's
Yeah.
really getting bad. Is there a plan there?
There is a plan there this year. Run into some bumps on that. I was uncomfortable making the decision by myself to what to put in there, and obviously pricing got away from us. That is on the plan this year, to look at that and see what we can do and what we have for money to do it. I've got 10 grand set aside for it, and I think we can do something for around that 10 grand, whether it be part of it this year and then the rest of it next year. In front of the new section, that's all labor intensive. We just gotta get some more trees out of there and get that cleaned up, that make it pretty, I guess, make it more, well, I don't wanna call it inviting, but probably not the word to use.
Thank you.
That was,
People are dying to get in.
yeah, exactly.
Okay, any questions or comments on the cemeteries? Okay. All right, so now you're gonna do solid waste?
Solid waste, the increase in solid waste is contractual. We're on the last year of a 3-year contract. We are right now working with Casella on extending that contract. We have an option in there to do another 3-year extension on it. I haven't got any news on that. All I got is what we got for the budget. My only concern in that, and I don't know if this number is right, is the trash tipping fees don't look right to me. They could be fine. Maybe it was recycling tipping.
The
I think it
number?
was recycling. Recycling tipping fees.
Yeah, double.
Don't look right. Something's wrong there. And I apologize. I don't have any of that paperwork with me. I grabbed everything I could on my way out the door Saturday morning, and I didn't bring it with me, but I will have it for the workshop next week. But that number doesn't look right.
Which one, the recycle?
Recycle tipping
Cycle
fee.
tip 31.
Okay, not,
65.
first you said
Well,
change to 30.
no, it does. I guess it does. It was
Pretty
54
same. It's only 1,000 more.
54 Yeah, it's 54,230 from the previous budget, so I stand corrected on that. 55,856 would be right. Because that went up this year. That's right. The tipping fee for recycling went up a little bit.
Maybe the resident should tip themselves.
I think you're gonna see next year, Casella's pushing really, really hard for automated pickup. Wyndham went to it this year. It was a huge increase in their, well, I want to say it doubled their trash and recycling account. I don't know that for a fact, but that's what the rumor was.
Why would that double?
Well, I think wasn't part of that due to the fact of buying
Correct.
all the
Right, so they
bins
bought 'em
first. So I mean, we had, in the recycle committee, we had kind of looked at that at one point, and we'd got some demo bins and whatnot, and you had gotten some pricing on what those would be. They're not cheap.
No, they're $70 a piece when we bought them. 67 in that range is in the back of my mind. It was 67 something a piece, and I'm sure they've gone up as everything does.
So
I mean, of course, the thing is, if they were to go to that, I mean, the other issue that they had was they didn't have, the truck they used in Wyndham was like 2 years late, and so just getting the equipment they need to be able to support it was an issue. But I mean, if we had to outfit the whole town with that, then that would be a big chunk there, and we'd have to look at how we would go about that anyway. But I guess, the bigger side is, Casella may want to go there, but when they look at the problems they had on getting that truck the last time, their thoughts may push them down a year, 3 years down the road before they can support it. And then you still have the issue of what do they do on the camp roads.
Correct.
Right.
yeah, that's
This was an issue.
my question is, so with Wyndham, the town purchased all the cans for the residents and then you came and picked them up?
Yes.
And for one question, and the second question is, I have both of the fancy cans up at the end of my road now, and I saw the guy the other day with the automatic. I thought the guy that comes to Raymond used it. I thought, but
They do
Some of their trucks have what they call a toter tipper on the back of the truck.
oh, that's probably what it was. Yeah.
Yeah, the system they've gone to in Wyndham is
Oh,
automated.
that's the front loading one.
No, it's side
Side load.
load,
Side
and
load,
there are front load ones, correct.
Yeah.
But they're dual product trucks, so the truck will pick up recycling and trash.
Oh, okay.
Personally, there's a lot of concerns there for me. We've got one of the lowest contaminated rate for recycling, and that's because it's hand-picked. If the driver, or the guy on the back of the truck opens the top and says, no, that's trash, the trash truck is usually behind it and will pick it up as trash. Now, you're not gonna have that, because the guy's not gonna be able to look in the can, he's gonna be sitting in the truck and grabbing it and dumping it in the truck. And when I asked that question, I didn't get a really good, solid answer out of it, so we're working our way through it, but I'd like to think we're gonna get a 3-year extension for the very reason that Rolf has stated, that trucks are 2 years out. It takes a year to organize this thing, and maybe we go out to bid. There's another company in Wyndham that's coming up he just started this year, and maybe it's time to go back out to bid and see what he does.
When does the contract actually expire?
June 30th.
Of this year?
Yes. No, I'm sorry, we got one more fiscal year,
Oh,
12 months.
okay.
But it does expire on June 30th of
26,
26, yep.
okay.
So this is something we gotta work on, and I'm gonna work on through the summer. I gotta get it, I'd like to have an idea of what we're gonna do before we get into winter.
Here at Lockwood,
Yes, go ahead, Don.
so who's negotiating the contract these days?
Me,
Okay, so the town manager's not involved anymore?
no.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, all right. Thank you.
Well, he also has town.
Town building.
Okay, town buildings, moving right along.
So down to, we moved everything on the buildings that I'm responsible for, which is 47 Main Street, 389 Webb's Mills Road, Sand Salt Building, Town Office, and I think I'm missing one.
Library?
Library kept all his heating and utilities on
This
his.
building?
And that building, there you go, the technology building. We moved them all into one account for ease of operation. The salaries are for the cleaning person, she cleans the two buildings, town office and technology. Building maintenance is minor maintenance, like cleaning of the equipment, the furnaces and stuff like that. Supplies or cleaning supplies, heating. I didn't go up much on the heating oil. I'm hoping that that's ironed out. That heating would be propane and oil. We're using a local contractor right now, and I'm hoping to be able to keep using him, and hopefully oil's stabilized and we're not gonna see that bounce around anymore.
I have one on this one.
Okay, Derek.
On building maintenance, 23 to 24, and then doubled to 24, 25, and it looks like you've spent just under $3,000 so far. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I mean, I know it's not a huge number, but is there any way do you think we can tone that one down, or do you think we will?
I think we're through we had some problems. We had to replace some pretty expensive components, and hopefully we're through that.
When you're talking about buildings too, you guys have the trailer out at the Sand and Salt Building.
Correct. The sand salt building would be 2 sand salt buildings, well, 1 storage building, 1 salt building, and our lovely little trailer.
Okay, so about that trailer, because I know before when you came to the select board, you had mentioned that it's in pretty sad shape. So what is the condition, and what about the heat, the water, all of that now?
We've got pretty good, we had some mold problems twice in it now. We've combated that, and then, of course, this winter we had some huge roof leaks. It's a used military trailer. I don't know how to even trigger it.
Is it something that you are thinking maybe that you should maybe replace? I don't know. I mean, did you get the mold all cleaned up?
Yeah, we got I think we got the mold all cleaned up. I hope we did. As far as replacing it, there's a lot of stuff that's kind of hinging on that. If one of the projects that we're looking at coming down the road, the town garage doesn't go through, then yes, we're gonna have to replace it. That's there's money when we get into the CIP for that.
For that building?
For a building, yes.
Nate?
Dennis?
I gotta tell you, I'm really impressed that the heating for all these buildings you just talked about is $3,500. The electric bill is $22,000. Is that because we're using more of these electric split units everywhere? I mean, that's, my heating bill's almost that much in my house.
The technology building you're in, that heater over on the technology side barely runs because of the electrical equipment in there. The town office, we did put heat pumps in, so their light bill's a little higher, which is due to be expected. The maintenance garage is primarily heated with waste oil. We don't use a lot of heat down there, and the trailer's propane, and when we leave, we turn it back down to 50. And that gets shut off in the summer.
Wow.
So,
3,700.
when are we gonna talk about, like, his trucks, the CI?
CIP.
We'll do the CIP next.
Okay.
He treats the town well.
Okay. So, all right, you want to do the
That's
CIP
great.
next?
Yeah, let me, I
Okay.
can find it. You ready?
Not quite.
Right page.
Should be towards the front. Get it, got it, yeah.
CIP.
The folding. I don't think that's it either. I think it's,
Yeah, no, it's this one.
you sure?
Oh, no, it's total. That's everything.
I know, that's what.
If,
What high floors it is.
I think it'd be easier if the new one we were handed out, if Public Works has got any changes on it, because I've highlighted a few things. If it hasn't, then we can work down and maybe they could just tell us what changed on the new sheet. That's a lot of reading to do tonight.
They didn't give a new one.
Yes, we did.
That was a total one.
Right.
Oh.
But
Yeah, they gave their own.
Right,
You-
but I was working off of
Sue, do
this.
you have that one? For some reason, I do not have that CIP one.
This was just
You
handed
were-
out tonight.
Yeah, she already handed it out, right?
You should have a summary of the CIP. It's
Yeah.
20 to 25, 26 summary for the Public Works CIP equipment. It goes to
Give it to me.
2027, 28.
Oh, you know what? Let me look under public work.
Yeah, I like it. I just want to know if it's the same as this.
The only problem is it's different, because this one's
Oh,
all
second on
detailed
public
out.
works.
That's just total.
That would probably be.
That was, I would assume.
All right.
Yeah, they just total that and put it in.
And I think you'll find the biggest difference, Captain Devon's over here with the proposed expenses. I didn't have the public works expenses when I made it first.
Okay.
Okay, so which sheet do you want to start with?
Teresa, are you still missing?
Nope, I found it. I stuck it under public works. Thank you, though.
Does everybody have the sheet that says CIP plan?
Yes,
Yes.
Summary
Oh,
of plan.
the single one.
The little ones, this one.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. I was gonna just go down, read down through that. That'd be, I think would be the easiest if you guys wanna do that.
Sure.
You ready?
Okay, everybody ready?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Go
right.
ahead.
Do it.
So carry forward for 24-25 is 146,731. We're requesting an increase of $100,000, bringing my request to 325. Reason I did 100,000 was the cost of equipment has gone up. Well, we've been at 225 for 10 years, I think. So on this year's purchase, we've we ordered it in September, was the 2026 International. Lettering and miscellaneous stuff is around $5,000. That's gonna bring the cost of that truck to 262,706. That is gonna replace the 2009 International that's got almost 200,000 miles on it.
2,000.
We're also gonna replace the 2007 three-quarter ton GMC. That came from, well, it was originally the town of Gray. We purchased that from Casco Bay Ford used 5 years ago, I think. That's got some, we had some rust repair done on it, and it's getting back up there, so it's getting kind of crusty. I want to refurbish the F-550 and refurbish the loader, which is basically paint and repair, both of which really need it to drag out the life of those a little further. The 550's got a 7-year, 100,000 mile bumper-to-bumper warranty on it. At this point, that truck goes down the road good, runs good. It's got, I don't think it's got 40,000 miles on it. I think we should hang on to it for a few more years and reevaluate it, but it does need the dump body painted and some other stuff touched up and re-undercoated.
And what's the year of that?
That's a 2019.
How many miles?
I don't think it's got 40,000 miles on it yet.
Okay. And do you guys spray the bottom of these, or oil?
Yes,
Just
yeah,
fluid
they
fill?
all go up to, we used the fluid film.
Yeah.
The fluid film's a pain in the butt. It makes shit hard to work on, and you gotta do it every year. We came across the product up to Ripley and Fletcher, that is seems like a much better product, and we've undercoated everything, the small trucks, and the big ones, when they get painted the first time, get undercoated.
And what does that run roughly per? You do the dump trucks with that too? The sand and salt
Yeah,
trucks?
the small dump trucks are around 500, and I think a pickup is 250 or 275, that range. And we did, they say it's every 2 or 3 years, I think, on those. Excuse me.
That's it?
Yeah, it's not bad.
And that, what is that? I don't know if you know the exact thing, but what does that make a frame last X amount of years longer, or, and how long does that last?
Yeah, yeah, oh yeah, you look at the 19, I think that's been 5 years, maybe 6. And normally we would have to send that truck out to get the frame sandblasted and the dump body sandblasted, but all we're gonna do is the dump body. And then they'll reapply the stuff on the frame.
So how long does that last? That $500?
I think that pickup was done truck was done 5 years ago.
So every 5 years.
My pickup was done 2 years ago. I think we've had that truck 2 years, and it looks like it did the day it came out of there. We also, most of our trucks all have the aluminum bodies on them. They're all Fords and they're aluminum cabs, so that helps.
So, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Sure, thanks. So, I know that the Public Works, usually the normal procedure would be that you are the one that's out getting the vehicles for the different departments, is what it is. And so when you're bringing those in, you're having all of them undercoated. Reason I'm asking is because I know when Public Safety was up here, they have the Tahoe, and they said that they have not had it underneath coated at all. But I might have misunderstood. I thought I heard that they said that they purchased that one themselves, maybe?
Yes.
Someone could correct me on that?
Yeah, most of the stuff that I purchased for public safety is used stuff. The fire inspector's car, we've given them 2 pickup trucks over the years, 2 or 3 now, I think.
But
yeah,
are those undercoated?
What's that?
Are those undercoated?
No, the 18 is not, and the 16 is not. We didn't
Why?
come across this stuff until it was 19 or 20. 550 was used had been used when we did.
Yeah, but
I think the Tahoe was new.
I think my question is, since those have come out, why can't we or haven't we done those so that they don't rust out?
That would be a fire department question.
I thought she said you did it.
No, Tahoe.
No, we do the maintenance on them.
Yes.
All we do is the maintenance on them.
Yes, but the Tahoe he bought, the fire department, and I wasn't 100% sure, Tahoe was bought by the fire department, not by Nathan on this one.
Yeah, Bruce purchased that.
So they didn't
Chair
get
Lockwood?
it undercoated.
Chair Lockwood?
I think we need to.
Don?
All of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't you
But that's
take care of
been
the
always-
entire fleet, Nathan, everything that you possibly can do?
Yes, I do.
So it makes sense for you to do that, and I also have a question. I mean, wool wax, fluid film, that's kind of what people use. What is this new special product? I'm curious.
Well, it's a new stuff that's Linex puts out. I believe it's a Linex product, but it doesn't stay that gooey, slimy stuff, and it doesn't wash off. We're having problems with with the fluid film and the wool wax. Pressure washing, cleaning the trucks, we're washing it off. And it's, time you're done doing a pickup, you're into it for $1.50 right around there. If you send it up.
I'm not disputing. That sounds like a really good idea and a good product, but I think we should do it in public safety too.
I think so too. I absolutely do.
Trucks are rusted out.
Absolutely.
Like, because that one was purchased in 2015.
The Tahoe?
The Tahoe on that. If we have been doing this since 19, it probably would have saved that thing. Because that one has low mileage. He said it was great except for the air conditioner wasn't working and the frame was rusting out. But if we can spend $500 every 5 years.
I would have to ask the mechanic. I haven't personally seen the truck. The mechanic had it in there, I'm gonna guess a couple weeks ago and did brakes on it. Maybe it could be a little bit longer than that.
All I'm saying is this should be
Right.
Yeah,
across the
and I think
board.
you could,
Right.
you could take something like that Tahoe and both the,
Because,
I think the GM pickup he's got down there, I noticed the fender wells up in the frame, on the body were rotten through. That's a 16, we bought that in 15 or 16. The 19 should be fine, it should be done. The body, the body's all aluminum and the frame's steel,
Right.
but I gotta guess that,
Sorry, I don't want to blow all our time on you with that, but it's just something I want to remember to bring up when we get him back.
it's good. So, going, are we ready?
Yes.
yeah.
So going forward, we're gonna have total expense, on 2025-26 of $442,706.25. That's gonna give me a carry forward of 29 grand to go into 26-27.
Sorry, Nathan, I'm sorry, could you just, is that shoulder repair box? Is that the shoulder that you were talking about, with you and I were talking about doing the shoulders of the road?
Yeah, I sent you a picture of it when we
Yes.
rented it last year. It goes on the front of the loader, and we'll probably pay that in 2 years on having the contractor. come
I'm
in
all
and do
for
the
it.
shoulders.
I'm just
Yeah.
asking
So-
if that's what it was.
That's something we can rent out to other towns?
Yes.
And
yes,
that 65,000, is that a new product or used?
That's brand new.
Okay, thank you.
Right, before we go forward, Deanna has a question.
And I know my microphone had been turned off, but can you
You're good.
hear? Oh, thank you, I appreciate that. I just have I know that in the past you had said that sometimes you had, the vehicles that you had replaced, you had sold to other towns or things like that, knowing that they're older and probably rusted and might not be worth anything. Do you know what you're gonna do with the 2009 plow and the 2007 GMC?
I would trade both of them. I'm not gonna sell to another local town again.
No, totally,
Yeah,
perfect.
we'll trade them in. And in the 70, like on that GMC, that's
What's left of
75
that?
What's that?
What's left of a 2007?
It's not great.
Not much.
And it belonged to the town of Gray that has a different maintenance program than we do. That 75 grand for that pickup truck is an inflated number, because I don't know what the trade-in's gonna be on it. I think the truck's gonna be really, probably realistic, 65,000, somewhere in there, and you had 10 for a plow. So that's where I'm at on that, but the International, at the very least, if they won't take it for a trade, it's gonna go to Keenan Auction and get auctioned off.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions before we move on?
Do we want to go down through the rest?
All right, do you want to go?
I'm good.
So, once we get out of this year, it gets, I wouldn't call it sketchy, but it's a guess. I'd like to replace, the last of the used wheeler dump trucks that we purchased. So we would look to order that truck in September of this year, because it takes a little over a year to get it. Preliminary numbers, they said about the same, so I put 270 on it to, hopefully we're gonna be somewhere in that neighborhood. We're always looking to upgrade our sweeper, and I'd like to think that we could definitely do something for around 30 to 50,000. So that would give us, if everything went as planned, would give us a $320,000 expenditure for 2026-27, giving me a $34,024 carry forward for 2027-28. And that would be, look at the 550, possibly replace it. Scott's truck, which is a 2020, would replace that and refurbish some more equipment, because by then you're gonna have a couple of dump trucks that only need dump bodies painted.
The sweeper, can that be rented as well?
Yes, we did rent that out to New Gloucester with an operator last year. And I think we're probably gonna do that again.
So we do the sweeper, we do the side of the road grass.
Roadside mower's already tied up for next summer. We've got New Gloucester, Minot, and April.
Wow, that's great.
Where does the revenues go? Where do they get that?
What's that?
Where do the revenues go when you bring them in and the bill? Like, I'd like to see the billing, how you do it. You have hours and man
I don't
hours?
know where
and-
the money, yeah, that goes into revenues. I don't know where, that's a finance question.
change.
You put it back in this,
No, she said if it's salaries, like if they hire a maid.
Sends a man with it. So what they pay goes into salaries.
but the salary's already budgeted, so you roll it back into it.
And under revenue, there's a line 3470 that is Public Works revenue.
What's the number on it?
3470.
Thank you.
I don't have revenue.
No, I don't either.
You should, at the rear of the bus.
I mean, I got a revenue spot, but it's yellow to yellow.
Yeah. Mine's yellow.
Oh, you were given revenue last time, so I didn't bring the extra pages with me.
You just blame me.
But they are in the,
No,
are
they've
there
got it-
some here from last time?
They were, I didn't get it
have
back.
it. I don't have it.
Are they being mine?
I took them all home and hid them. Not really.
Secret.
Oh, wait a minute.
We got 3 different things last time, and they weren't nearly.
You have the expense report and revenue report
I see.
under history.
Maybe it's in expense and revenues.
Yeah, if you put it in expensive revenues, it might need to be.
I don't know if I did. I'm just saying there is a spot for expense and revenues, but this is expense and revenues. It's just weird that nobody has it. So that means we all put it in the wrong spot. It's highly
So that's
likely.
why I was asking the number, so I could try to find it.
Revenues, no.
Revenue, is it a three, is it a?
It's a,
trifold?
it's a fold out.
Yeah.
It says.
It's in the
at
back
top
of-
it says revenue.
It's in the back of expense and revenues.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and that's supposed to be just revenue.
So it's in,
It's at the back of expense and revenue, and you have to, you move it over to revenue. There's a spot for it.
I haven't believed.
Yeah, that's it.
Under
No,
E.
right in the beginning.
I'm sorry, what was the
Expense
number
and
again?
revenue is
34.7.
orange tag.
Down
at the
toward-
very
down
end
toward
of the
the
orange
bottom.
tag, right in front of admission, administrative.
You guys find it? 'Cause Eric's really good at showing me where it is.
So this year so far, they've brought in 77,000.
It's the.
That is cool. What a difference from the last couple of years.
Yes,
You had to use that color.
Yeah.
and having the equipment that we can rent out.
All right, public works revenue. So is that, that number is pretty much,
Worry about it.
those three, like rent is just renting out our stuff?
Pretty much,
Okay.
yes.
That's when, Derek, whenever our equipment goes out of town, it goes with an operator.
Yep.
The mowing machine is too expensive to replace, and it can get destroyed very
Well,
easy.
plus it's
We've
just
got a
easier
very, very good
because-
operator in it.
It's easier for both towns, I would assume, just because you're like, hey, if you screwed it up, it's
Correct.
on
So-
you anyway.
He's
Well,
pretty
and
high
you'd
at
be hard
77.
pressed to find someone that ran it better than Eric.
Yeah.
Did you find it?
And he must make the full amount, whoever goes.
Coupons in the back of it.
Cool. Trying to learn as much as I can.
Yeah, that one. Put that one under revenues.
So we budgeted
I'm just gonna leave it right where it is.
15 and we were, so far we're up to
Yeah.
77. Jackpot. Let's get some more stuff to rent.
And we don't have any people to do our work in town.
Getting off topic.
Yeah, you are.
All right.
Oh, the last thing in my CIP stuff, well, next to last thing is paving. We have not developed what we're gonna pave this year. I've got an idea, but I'm waiting for pricing to come back from the paving companies. And typically, I would have that number, because we usually renegotiate with the contractor. We're not gonna do that this year. We're gonna go out to bid. We had some trouble with the last contractor over the last 2 years, getting stuff done. The quality wasn't what I expected, so we're gonna go out to bid. And that number can change quite a bit, and it'll change what I'm gonna pave. I'm asking for the requested amount, and I think it's 410. And we will fit into what we can do with that money. The facilities account, I'm hanging on to that to find out what's gonna happen with the Public Works garage, and if we have to replace the trailer. And some of that money is gonna be used for the new pump system, the monitoring system for the fuel pump. That wasn't in my budgeting list, that would come out of facilities. I think that's it, right?
That's it.
So you're carrying forward on the paving 276, and you're asking for 410 again?
Correct.
To make it that 686?
Correct. I think the tentative plan is we're gonna put a surface on Tower Road. We paved that last year. Elizabeth, Viola, and Pine are bad, and they need some under drain work. That's gonna suck up quite a bit of money right there. Martin Heights was another one we're looking at to see if we've got enough money to tear that up and repave it.
Was pipeline in the list too?
Yes, pipeline too, yes.
That's ambitious,
Pipeline, where's that?
down behind the shopping center.
It's not,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
not,
okay.
it's not too bad, Dennis. Tower Road's ready. We ground that road last year, did all the drainage work. So that's just gonna be sweep it, call them, and go pave it. Martin Heights, most of the work in there has been an ongoing project, so I think we've got 2 culverts to change. And if we grind it, they're gonna grind it, and then we go in and back up the pavement, do the loam work. That'll take a couple of days. Viola and all down by the shopping center, that's still not that bad. There's probably maybe 3 weeks worth of construction in there, and then we turn it over to the contractor.
So the paving would cover the gravel for the shoulders too, even though it says
Correct,
paving. You're
yes.
saying paving covers the tree work, the shoulders, so you don't separate the gravel, the gravel for the repair of shoulders?
No, I don't. Oh, repair shoulders, yes. Well, if it's a big repair, no, but the regular maintenance stuff, no, that'll come right out of operations. In the paving account would be catch basins, culverts, tree work, adding gravel to the road, paving, fixing the driveways to match back into the road. Anything that's got to do with rebuilding the road on that time, at that time that we're in there. And with the exception of striping, I don't take the striping out of there anymore.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any further questions or comments? Anybody on Zoom have questions? Dawn?
All set, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you.
Enjoy your vacation
Yes.
in the warm
And
weather.
Madam Chair, could we swap the library before not Public Works, because he just finished, before Recreation, because
Parks and-
Joe's gonna stay anyway, and Richard would just as soon go home.
Well, this was easy last
What are you
year.
watching, Survivor?
Oh.
Gee, I'd just soon go home too.
All those in favor?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Joe. I'm happy. My new dog will be very happy to see me. So yes.
Brought it.
Thanks for having me. So just to preface this, I took your advice from last year, so I'm asking for money this year. The first one is going to be salaries. So that'll cover raises, the possibility of overtime, because I believe if I get this right, if you work anything under 40 hours, you have to get overtime now. You can't get comp time. We used to have a part-time that got comp time instead, but now she has to get overtime. And I would like to increase the on-call position to 30 hours per month. Right now it's at 15, and it's somewhat working, but like take the last 2 weeks alone. I've had 2 call-outs last week and 2 call-outs this week. I've been having to work alone once in a while, which is fine. I can do it, but it's not ideal. So that's the first one. Department recognition, again, kind of just like a stab in the dark. $1,000 so we can do a fun winter party. I'd like to do a fun summer party. And we have a lot of volunteers, so I like to give them, a birthday card with a little gift and a Christmas present or a holiday present. And, like worst case scenario, if someone passes away, like flowers would go under there. So $1,000 for that. Software is going to go up by $500 because there might be, we don't know yet, a 4% increase to our integrated library system, which is like how we do everything. And an additional $111 for the van delivery, which if you read the news throughout the summer, van delivery is very important for libraries, and they picked a new vendor way beyond my powers, and they're charging us now. So there's that. Travel and training is going up just a little bit. Conferences, they cost money. I'd like to go this year. We're going to go to the Maine Library Association conference, and the Friends are paying. But I'd like to, make it so they don't necessarily have to pay for all this. Dues and publications are going up just by a little bit. This will cover American Library Association and Maine Library Association team memberships for everyone, which gives us like publications and access to like their listservs. And if we want to include public libraries, that would be $95 extra. So it's either $365 or about $450. The supplies, kind of just a general increase. I don't think I asked for anything last year. And we are offering water bubblers now. I got it for free. It's a fun story that I'm not going to tell you right now. But the patrons do enjoy, you know, we didn't really have a nice water access before then. We just had to go to the bathroom, which isn't nice. And also the previous director bought so much paper before she left, so I'm finally going to have to, like, order paper. So there's that. All right, I'm getting less nervous. Postage, I am doubling it from 50 to 100 because I send out so many thank you cards because we get such nice donations.
Oh, yeah.
The books and media, this is going to be a big one, and the digital media. So you can see there's a new line, but after I submitted this, we all kind of talked and we decided not to split them, just combine them. The digital media was going to be for our Hoopla subscription and our cloud library subscription. So if you don't know, Hoopla is our new streaming service. It's really fun. There's like music, movies, books, audiobooks, everything you want. We budget about $2,000. I'd like to increase it to $2,500 just because it's a pay-per-use system. And at this point, it's around $5 a day that gets broken down to. So regularly, people will call us and be like, hey, I can't get my book today. And I'm like, no, you can't. You have to wait until tomorrow, which isn't a big deal. Everyone's really nice about it, but it would just be nice to raise that a bit. And then just more books and DVDs are always nice. I know I used the excuse for the children's collection last year, but it still needs some updating. Someone came in the other day and asked for books on the Renaissance, and we didn't have any, which is embarrassing, but it happens. It's called a gap in the collection. Like, even the best library systems, it does happen. So again, I'd really like to do that. This year alone, we did young readers and easy readers. We updated those. We're slowly going to the nonfictions, but the Renaissance is in the 900s, so we start at the zeros and work our way up. And picture books.
I love it.
So again, that is a big increase, I understand. But it started at a little number. And then library programs. People love to come to the library to listen to our events and lectures, and our story times, and Spark Arc will come. So that's important. And again, the Friends do pay for a lot of this, but I like to just assume that they won't. So it'd be good if the town could cover everything. Heating, that's just going to go up. We really never use the heat. This year I turned it on twice because it was so cold the heat pumps wouldn't work, but I've never filled it up. So I'm just going up by $100, just again, because. Phone and utilities, last year we were at 95%, and utilities was 90% we spent on the budget, so that's going up by $500 and $1,000. All right, I can breathe again. What are the questions?
Okay, Ralph?
Yeah, I think that the computers and whatnot are picked up under the technology budget, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because I know that we're getting forced into having to upgrade some of that just because of the Windows changing and whatnot. So, so that's picked. I know Kevin had that in there, but I just want to make sure that's picking up yours too, because at one point they were it was separate, but I think we got that all squared around last year.
For anything I need, yes, definitely. He's bought us a new printer the other day, or month. Yeah.
I like how he says after each budget items, just because. Imagine if everybody else did that.
Derek?
I have one. How many full-time employees do you have?
Me and one other. One part-time, and then the two on-call.
2 full-time, 1 part-time, and 1 on-call?
2 on-call.
2 on-call, sorry. Okay. That's as of right now, not what you're asking for.
Yeah, the on-call is going to be expanded.
Okay.
And on-call is just people who said they will come in and work if you need them to fill in?
Yeah, so like
Or
today
special
I
events.
called someone because we had a call out and I wanted to get ready for this. So
How many hours do they usually get?
I budgeted for 15 a month, but
Per person? Per?
Nope.
Total?
Yep.
Okay.
So now it's going to be about like 15 each, so 30 total. Yeah.
Well, and you guys also had a thing before that it's better to have 2 people there.
I don't want my staff working by themselves. I will work by myself because I'm salary.
Right.
It is what it is. But I don't want them working.
So if you're not there, yeah, that's what they always had before. Is,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, even if it's a volunteer, that counts too. But again, I don't want to rely on the volunteers.
Yeah, it's good practice for safety.
Yeah, yeah. We grab
Even
the
for
cameras.
yourself, you really shouldn't. Either.
I mean, I really shouldn't. Some librarians do. The Maine State Library suggests that you don't, but we do have cameras, and like that's kind of what they're worried about.
It's a dangerous place over there?
You know, it's a tough neighborhood. Yeah.
Pay a lot of paper cuts?
Yeah, a lot of paper cuts. You know, people
Late
walking
nights.
off the street. And late nights, 6 o'clock sometimes. Yeah, it's tough.
Just remember, he worked at the prison before.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Are you serious?
I really did. Yeah.
You did? Oh my God.
The correctional center, but yes.
Oh, too funny.
Yep.
So this is really rough. No.
Yeah.
I don't have any questions right now.
So,
All right.
do you mind giving your story hour shout out so more people know about it?
Yeah, please. Wednesdays at 10:30 are all ages kind of, and then Thursdays at 10:30 are for little babies. And we also just started a partnership with Be the Influence, which is like a Wyndham Raymond Sebago kind of situation. They gave us a nice amount of money to buy new toys, so that's going to happen after story times on Thursday. It's kind of just a place to gather more as a community, and a good excuse to get more toys for the kids.
Cool.
Yep.
Don't cancel tomorrow, my wife.
No, I know, I will not, I promise.
Really mad.
I mean, I can't promise, but you know, we'll see. That's part of the call-outs, you know? It happens, it's flu season. Not me, I don't get sick.
Frank?
I just want to say that the library is the happiest place in Raymond.
It's very nice. More happy than the Historical Society?
Don, go ahead.
More happy than the Historical Society.
Chair Lockwood?
Yes, Don?
Every time I go in, I always mention to Richard that we should be asking for more money, so I want to make sure that we give them the adequate amount of money they need to continue to grow and develop. I agree with Frank, it's the happiest place in town, and now being retired, it's a place where my wife and I go obviously a lot more than we did before, and so I want to make sure we support them the way we should.
Okay, thank you, Don.
Thank you. And every year I'll get less nervous, I promise.
Okay. Sam,
Yes?
did you have a question?
No.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Okay.
I agree with Don.
All right, I think we're all set then.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much, I appreciate
Thanks.
it. Have a good night.
You're not staying?
Yeah.
It's a little bit loud. Good luck cleaning up the team poop.
I can see why it's the happiest place in Raymond.
Pretty depressed guy, huh?
All right.
I'd like
Parks
to
and
marry
Rec?
his sister.
You should get some antidepressant for him.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
I'd like to start, if that's okay, with the report I did on the budget and fund structure for Raymond Parks and Rec. I realize in like the last 5 years, there's been a lot of changes from when we first started and where we are right now. So that should be, I think it was additional add, but to my binder. So we have three distinct fund structures with Raymond Parks and Rec. We have what's first is the operational general fund, which is what's tax appropriated, and that's helps support our full-time employees, myself, and assistant Parks and Rec director, and some supplies and stuff like that. We also have Tasseltop Park, which is completely separate from the general fund. This is an enterprise fund, so this is to pay for all of our Tasseltop part-time employees during our season. This pays for like our operations manager, our park maintainer, and our park attendants that work the gatehouse, concessions, and any other type of maintenance, and all other costs with Tasseltop Park come out of this. And that's generated by our few revenue streams. That's concessions, our cabin rentals, our gate admissions, memberships, everything like that. And our third fund is our special revenue fund, and that's our programs and events funds that is also generated by the user fees. So that's anybody that's from pickleball to summer camp to we have a Mad Science program coming up. That's a plug. So anything, please register. So anything like that. So that's generated by our user fees, and then we take the expenses. They have a expense account associated with those revenues. So those are the three distinct funds that we've created, and this has changed every fiscal year. But this year with Brenda, we've worked hard on getting everything out of what was 43, and Brenda might be able to be more specific. And I think it was 45. I can't remember.
40 and 43.
40 and 43. So now that's all under 15. So all these funds are now under 15, and then they have their designated accounts for it. So.
And if I can jump in real
course.
quick, not only are they removing everything under one umbrella, but Brenda has opened up a completely separate bank account. They have their own checkbook. It's completely separate, as an enterprise account should be. So it's finally set up the way it ought to be.
Yeah, and this will help with reporting. So now all of our revenues, they get generated from our rec management software. They get accounted for by their line item, and we can now run reports to see that balance of our revenues and expenses in real time. So it's going to be really useful on creating more data for us to look on and forecast in how healthy these enterprise and revenue accounts are funded right now. Any questions on that?
Is that just Tasseltop that has its separate checking account, or all of them?
All of rec, and within that, there's a section for the programs, a section for and a section for Tasseltop. And what's the other piece you have? And your general.
Yes,
Parks and
yeah.
Rec.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a completely department within our structure,
Yes,
not treated like any other department.
that's correct.
I can see it with the enterprise account. Tasseltop makes sense.
Yeah. Well, and the intent originally was that it would eventually become self-sufficient, and that's a part of this.
Yeah, and to clarify, the special revenue fund, which is all of our programs and events, acts kind of like an enterprise account also for our programs. So that's strictly, say basketball. You pay your user fee. We are expensing for equipment and some, maybe paying a referee or anything like that. So that's coming out of that special revenue fund. Right.
But we're still funding three of them, and a little bit to Tasseltop, right? We've got an operating budget on every one of them, salaries on every one of them, correct?
That's not coming out of operational though. That's general. General fund is only right now paying for me and Riley for our assistant Parks and Rec director and director.
Which is the one that's under the Parks and Rec tab.
Yeah. So anything that's a salary line under Tasseltop is coming out of Tasseltop revenues and expenses. So that's how we're balancing that. So like special revenues is the same. That salary line is paying for our part-time staff for summer camp, our after-school program staff, stuff like that. So that's not being designated out of general fund at all.
To make it easy for me, because I'm a little slow, I could try to step everything. So Parks and Recreation Department, 1210, is the only thing the town is funding. The rest of it is
Correct.
all treated like enterprise accounts.
Correct, yes, yep. And I know that's been a lot of changes, so
No, I
the
like
last
it.
few years, so.
Once I know what it is, so that that when you said you made 316,000 in revenues,
Yep.
that rolled back into the special events or whatever.
Correct.
That's part of that budget, and we're not funding anything in that.
Nope, nope, so that's all, from the community, from, non-residents coming in using our parks and programs, and so, yeah, it's everything that's, coming in for our, to support our programs and services and stuff like that, so, yeah, that's been huge to, that's not as much of an impact on the taxpayers, because it's not coming out of general fund or anything like that, so. Yeah, so that's my little report and kind of updating what we've been doing and where we're going for Parks and Rec. So I think we're in a really good spot right now. Any questions on that?
Yes.
Not that part. Are you going down light items or not?
I could start that now. Yes.
Is that what you're doing?
Well, I wanna put out there that Vans thing.
Okay.
Oh, what? You just, yeah, spend more money. So what happened is I had a conversation, Debbie Tarzan in the back there, and she's the one that's been doing the age-friendly side of it too, and she can even talk more to it. But when you've got the small van that we have out there on the side and the bigger one, I think she says like 15 seats and above, you have to have a CDL license. And so with this, if we were to get vans that almost like the school does, I think Wyndham Parks and Rec does, the RTP only comes in 6 miles or 5 miles in from the Wyndham line to pick up people. So anybody else that's outside of that, and technically that would probably be to where my house is on 85 and not up further. But if we were to get vans where they can use them to pick people up, take them to the doctors, people can schedule through the rec, Parks and Rec program or whatever, then they can be able to help the age-friendly more get what they need. And like I said, Deb and Joe can probably speak to that a lot better.
So what is that? The van has to be 15 and under for no
Yes.
CDL. 15 and under.
Yeah. So right now the 21 passengers.
That
CDL.
gray, not the big gray one, but the
Not the
little
gray
one?
with school bus one. Yeah.
What's
both.
that one do? Both of them are over 15?
Yeah. So right now I'm the only one that can drive them.
Say you drive 8 people, does it matter? You have to do it no matter what because
Doesn't
it can hold
matter.
that?
Yeah, because of the seat capacity.
Capacity.
Yeah.
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 Chair Lockwood?
John?
Now that I understand that idea better, I think that's a really, really great idea. And, one concern I've had for a while, and I know we have to grow the program, and Joe's been doing that, and I think in a good way, are more services for our older citizens, for people in need. And so I think that sounds really great. Thank you.
Great.
I have two simple questions. The white van holds how many?
21.
21?
Yep.
And the gray van holds how many?
It's a school bus, so anywhere from 50 to 60, depending on size.
And you're the only one who can drive both of those?
Yeah, he's the only
Yes.
CDL license.
Yes. Yep.
But hopefully maybe some retired school bus drivers might
Yes.
want to come on for
We do have 2 on staff right now. The only issue is they drive school buses, so they're limited on the time and when they can do it. So yeah, we have a few that are retiring from the district that we're trying to see if they'd be interested in driving for us.
Could you explain how the Article 13 and 14 say basically we can, you can use 121,000 plus out of Tassel Top for,
Where are you?
well, I'm looking at the article, these are above and beyond the salaries that we're dealing with, so Article 13 that we voted on,
Yeah, but where are you?
it's on the back of the book where the annual report is, what we voted on.
The Warren article.
Oh, for
Yeah,
last
warrant.
year, yes.
Yeah,
Hold on.
so I just was trying to understand how this played into his budget. It says that the Tassel Top Enterprise Fund, the amount of 121,000 can be spent for administration activities of the park. Is that your administration? Does that go to your salary or just the people in the park?
No, this is, so because I think you have to have an article just to be able to spend the money that you're raising. So this is still like projections of what we can bring in and spend. So you have to have a warrant article, I believe, and Sue is better versed to be able to spend it.
Yeah, you can't, with municipalities, if you don't appropriate the money, you can't spend it.
But I'm saying, is
So-
this out of taxpayers or just the revenues from
That was the
Tassel Top?
revenues from Tassel
Okay.
Top,
Yep.
yeah. That was what we projected we would be spending at Tassel Top to give us the ability to spend that money.
And the same thing with recreation programs. If you pay for basketball or whatever, that money rolls over to just stay in the program. So it
Exactly.
allows you not to put it in surplus or whatever.
Right.
Exactly.
So it's a way of keeping the money in, okay.
Well, and it gives them the
Because
authority
Dennis,
to spend.
otherwise the article would have said raise and.
Yeah, I understood that part of it. I was just, my question was how it interlays when I'm trying to figure out 4 different departments within one that's different than any other department.
An onion.
And by the way, I'm happy with what took place here. I'm just,
It's
It was-
confusing.
it
It's
was-
because it's,
I spent
but
a
we
lot of
treat it as
time
a
just looking
business,
at-
right? That piece
Right.
of it, and
Yeah.
it's kind of still in the municipal language of, looks like appropriating, but yeah. So we have to put a number down, because we definitely raised more than that this year. So that then allows us to expense more out of that enterprise account, so.
Okay, so what I did with you is the same thing I did with Public Works. I took out all the zero accounts, which is the health insurance moved, which again, I really appreciate. Next year is gonna be so much easier. And that's 64,000, and I took it off 24, 25 budgeted amount, which was 268. So that brings you down to 204. So that's really what you have for a budget moving forward, and you're asking for 294, which is a $90,000 increase. And I know a lot of that's at salary, that you, I mean, there's.
Yeah, 76% of it. is
76?
salary, yeah.
And that's the added position you're talking about.
There's a couple added positions. I could just go right to that if you
Well,
want. Budget
help me with my
request.
budget, I'll
Yeah,
tell you
yeah.
that.
Well, he's
So-
gonna do this now, so that's
Okay.
salaries in that line one.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll go through the budget
Well, that's why I'm
request.
asking. I thought we were gonna start.
And this is all, the budget request is all under operational general fund. So I'm not asking for anything from Tasseltop Enterprise or our special revenues programs accounts. So yes, this is our, what we're asking for in that $90,000. We're asking for a recreation programmer and park maintainer. This is a full-time position. It should be,
Wait, do you have that, or are you read it? You're just, is this
yeah,
your
this is
own
my
notes?
letter, yeah.
Hold on,
I
okay.
think it's in the back.
It's
That's
right
what I
there.
thought. I'm like, I thought I already saw this.
It's the memo.
Yep, I gotcha.
It's 50
It's the one with the
recreation, that's
Pictures on it, yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's the big increase, and that'll be in our salary line there. We definitely need some on the ground help on programming, especially as this rec director position becomes more administrative and more involved as it keeps growing, as far as organizing and making sure we're still adding a lot of value to our programs and still trying to fit all the services and needs for the community. So this position would help with the programming piece, like on half-day Wednesdays for after school, which is every Wednesday. We don't have our high school staff to come work for us because they are in school. So we've had a scramble. Riley's been picking up that Wednesday. I've been there in the beginning of the program. Now we have some great community members that are stepping up, but they also have their own lives. So we're trying to fill that need as well. So that's just one idea. We're also with the tennis courts and pickleball courts. That's going to be an expanded program right there. We're looking to do youth tennis, social tennis leagues, and hopefully more pickleball like tournaments and stuff there to help even raise money with the concessions. So that's why I've also made it a hybrid position, park maintainer, someone who can help get Sherry Gagnon Park ready for our summertime. Nathan is his staff, and they help out when they can, but they are extremely busy with other projects as well, and clean up from the winter. So someone that could help groom the softball fields, get the bases lined, chalked, get the concession stand going. So when we do have events there, we can generate some revenues, or even have like the PTO come and run concessions during a pickleball tournament. So we could use that as a fundraiser source there as well. So just need a little bit more of that man or woman power to help with that space. So I think we're in the right direction, but it's definitely a need. The other increase, I'll skip number 2 and go to 3, and this is why Debbie's here. We're looking to do two things here. Is move age-friendly Raymond under the Parks and Rec umbrella. Right now they operate separate. They are, Debbie is volunteering, and she has not asked to be paid, but she is working hard to provide some services that are much needed, and I think some compensation would be great, and to further cement our resources together. We've driven a few times. We have another one scheduled to bring people from Jordan Bay to RES for their Pen Pals program. So we've already incorporated that. We also do some all-age bingo, where we try to get grandparents or families and young kids to the Raven Village Community Church, where we're located, to come in and play some bingo, and that's been well received as well. So I think moving this line under us, it'd be $20,000 of part-time help for the year, and then a added $3,000 account line for Age Friendly for if they want a guest speaker, or if they want pay for some coffee for maybe they're doing a cribbage drop-in type of thing. So that's the added part that we're also looking for in operational.
So the 20, so that's not in here, right? I just missed that.
So that is
the 20,000,
Here's the 20,000.
This one says requesting 3,000 to cover supplies and part-time age-friendly Raymond coordinators. That's just, the 3,000 would just mostly be supplies, right?
That's just the supply line. Yeah, that should, sorry, I must have missed that one. It should be $20,000 in our salary line.
So
that's in 1210.
Okay.
1,000. So yeah, so that, yeah.
So
Was not trying to sneak that one
So
by.
20,000 is in the increase of the salary up on top, 1,000.
So yeah, on top of that recreation program position. So that's
And
the
then-
biggest increase.
Okay, so
right
then
there.
the other rec position would be around 61,375, roughly.
Yeah, I think I had it high end, 60, low end, let's say 54,000.
Okay,
So what is the salary number for the full-time new employee?
61,375.
Asking.
Oh, sorry.
So, and where
I'd like to
would-
know what Joe put in for a salary for the new employee.
Oh, yep, that was, I think that was 56,000, but I'm actually blanking on that right now, so I apologize. It would be, I can get that number to you. So,
So what do you have it as?
Well, it's an increase of
Yeah.
81,375. If he said that one's 20,000, you minus that off, it'd be 61,375 is what's left. So if those are
Well,
the only two.
Does your salary line include increases for
The
this year?
4%?
yes, it does, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So
so I
that
think
would
that's
be
around
that number.
56,000.
That's probably
yeah.
the difference then.
Yeah.
That would
so-
skew the number.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So where on this budget, and I have no idea because I asked to make sure, where would you put a van to add to this?
That's a great question. I don't think I have a vehicle line. I think that.
No, he said you'd have to add a different one,
So-
another one.
Yeah, so we'd have to add a vehicle line and, or have, Nathan's usually been purchasing, vehicles for us, so, and that could be, I guess, accounted for in here for.
Do you guys like that idea?
So,
What was Nathan traded in? He was traded in 2007.
Yes.
Those are trucks.
Yeah.
yeah.
So are you, okay, go ahead,
Oh,
sorry.
it's okay. Can we use that to trade into
Well,
possible?
Well, he's using the trade value on that to lower the acquisition cost of the truck, so.
He already has plans for that
I
trading.
mean, so essentially, this, I mean, you'd have, this is a brand-new acquisition, so you'd have to pick it up under a new acquisition.
Plus then it's not going.
Someplace. I mean, essentially, you ultimately add it into the CIP, because you're gonna have a replacement 5 or 8 years down the road, so.
Yeah, he did say he was using it somewhere already, so. No, I'm good.
But I
So-
mean, you'd have a one-time acquisition cost to start.
And where, I don't know what that cost would be.
Right, we don't have a number for the cost on the vehicle.
Yeah,
No, because
I can get some.
I was just wondering, is there another town that has a model of this in place already?
Yeah, Wyndham has it right now. So they have vans and not, they're the opposite of us. We have buses and passenger vans that are bigger than 15. They have all 15 passenger. So they're,
How many
they're
do
the
they have?
opposite. I believe they just purchased another one, so I want to say 4.
You said 15 passenger.
Yeah, they
Can we do like Nate does? We'll rent you out with the van.
Well,
Okay.
the
To
other
drive,
piece
yeah.
is when you add the van, you gotta add an employee too.
Well,
So
but
the age
Debbie,
volunteer.
Debbie can do the van.
Well, you can't
Yeah.
do, if it's as important as it has a potential to be, it means you're gonna need an employee just to drive the van.
It'll grow.
Yeah,
It'll
which is,
grow.
yeah.
Mm.
Debbie's doing it right now with her car. So yeah. So
Yeah, she's driving around
Debbie
with her
would
own
be-
personal
No,
vehicle,
I
so
understand
yeah.
that. The minute you make it a program, it'll grow at 100 miles an hour.
For sure, yes. It'll be, I know the one in Wyndham has a drive program as well for age friendly, and that's, I can't remember the number, Debbie. They were getting about 10 or 12.
Well, yeah, about 8 or 10.
Yeah.
Every Tuesday, they do
Yeah.
grocery run.
So every Tuesday they're getting about 8 to 12 people
Wow.
for that.
Do their vans have a lift?
One of them does. Yeah, one of them is, I believe, I think they just purchased that is accessible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when you look at the demographic of who's going to be using it, you probably need that at
Yes.
some point.
Yeah,
I'm
we
all
use
for
it
it.
for, yeah.
Will there be a user fee to use this?
For age-friendly, I don't know. I believe it's a free service in
Yeah.
Wyndham. So
It's more, to me, it would be free, because we're trying to get the elderly, age-friendly, I don't want to say.
Even a minimal fee
You could ask.
to
for
help
a
offset
donation.
some of the expenses.
And there are
Yeah.
grants,
Yeah.
so,
Ask for a donation.
yeah, there is one thing about age-friendly Raymond is you can
Yeah.
start pulling in a lot more grants for these type of programs. And
With that
that's,
grant
when
rate.
we met with age-friendly Wyndham, that was one thing, and why, not the only reason, but a good reason why to be under Parks and Rec is this, the director and age-friendly coordinator can start pulling these grants to see what can be, free for the public, but it's just, paid for by these grant opportunities, so there's that chance too.
Okay.
I have a quick finance question on the 4%. Is that just full-time employees, does anyone know, or is that the whole salary?
The whole salary.
Whole salary?
Mhm.
Okay, thanks.
I have a hunch, though, the federal grant's gonna dry up a little bit. You know, as much as we'd like to rely on them, I'm pretty certain that they're gonna dry up, so, but we do have generous people living in this town.
Yes, we do.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Great, and the only other major increase was projects and maintenance line. It's 1210-4025. We are going to have a lot more projects and stuff at the church. We're going to have, we order infield, ball field mix for the park. The concessions is also, we're going to look to try to get some upgraded equipment and update that a little bit. So just with all that coming forward for next fiscal year, we're going to look at increasing that and have some designated money so we don't have to raise it for donations or stuff like that. So we're looking
Would you
at
be putting that under the CIP for your projects?
for projects and maintenance.
Separate out the projects? Put it in the CIP so that we can plan ahead for it?
Is it a capital?
They're not
It's a
that big,
capital
though.
improvement.
Yeah, it's smaller, detailed stuff.
You're talking about the snack shack, right?
Yeah, snack
It's kind of like a
shack, yeah.
grill, kind of I'm trying to think what used to be in there too. A lot of it was the hot dog machines or the smaller ticket items.
So
Yeah, I didn't know,
yeah.
projects is a pretty big
Yeah, so
driver,
we
so
use-
I'm just
yeah.
trying to get at what
And
you're
we
looking at.
use this
for
account more
project.
as like a special projects account, so something that, like when we're starting Parks and Rec, program side of things, I mean, we had no money, so we used this to kind of get some of those programs started. So it got us rolling with Camp Raymond from 23 kids to we're at 60 now. So it's started to help out, get things started. And we want to try to attack that with Cherry Gagnon Park. I do have a CIP line that's playground, and that is more for the equipment side of things, like add more playground structures, anything major as far as baseball field updates, stuff like that. So
And what is your planned maintenance?
what's that?
What is your planned maintenance?
Planned maintenance for the park?
Well, you have the line here, it's called projects and maintenance, so I'm just wondering what is the maintenance that you're planning to do?
That is concession, again, the concession, if there's like paint needed or equipment like that in there that we need to upgrade. That is infield ball mix. If there's any, we have a groom or two for softball field. So if we need to, buy an additional piece to that, we can buy it. So.
Well, you have a $10,000 increase on that line, so do you know what that 10,000 is slated for?
Yes, it's also for the Raymond Village Church. Like we're buying things there for, buy like a table cart. Like we're buying some things for the church as well, so we can upgrade our.
What kinds of things are you buying for the church?
So, like,
Not
we're
for,
buying.
Not for the
not
church,
for
no.
the church, but
They're
for
using
that,
the
for that
Sorry.
facility.
So like either coffee or,
That's
or
why
like
I just
dishes
wanted
or paper
clarification
or
Yeah,
on
sorry,
something.
not buying
Yeah,
it for
no.
the church, we're buying it at our
Because
location.
they're using, they're using.
It
Yeah.
doesn't stay there when they leave. They'll take it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
No, to be used there.
Oh, to be
Yes.
used at
Used,
the
yeah.
church.
Yes, for like age friendly, for like
Depends where you put the,
supplies and
the-
stuff like that, coffee, the cups or.
The comma. Yeah.
Right?
This
Dennis?
is a general question. Why I went to those warrants earlier?
Yeah.
Because I wanted to think about the process, and I didn't know if you raised 316, which is what you said you raised.
Yep.
And it looks like the programs have been expanded.
Correct, yes.
And the total of what was in those warrants was just 250 or 249. Is that something we should consider while we're doing budgets, to increase the money he uses, or is that just to cover, can he make 500,000? It doesn't have to be in those warrants.
No, this is last year's warrant.
I know,
so-
I'm talking, what I'm asking
No,
about,
it
what
doesn't-
is the time to talk about
I
it?
mean, what gets used in the enterprise zone?
Yes.
So you mean, on that line, should that get increased so he's got the authorization to
Right,
spend more?
right, because when I looked at it, we're under, I mean, basically, he says he had 116 to raise, he spent within the program, but we only authorized 250. Is this the time to discuss it, so that we know?
Well, and last year, that was the first time we'd had those warrant articles, and they went in fairly last minute, and we made our best guess.
Oh,
what
okay.
what
So you
needed
can
to
do
be
it
in
again.
there.
Okay.
So
Right now,
so
yeah.
this year, we'll be looking at what's actually approved in the budgets, how much he's projected to spend, and use those amounts.
Okay, so that answers that. That's what I was wondering, is to make sure it's enough, so that, in other words, it wasn't
Yeah, so-
illegal to use that extra 100,000, because it wasn't in the
Yeah,
warrant.
because otherwise, what
So-
would happen if you go over that, it would have to come back to a
A town
special meeting to approve the expenditure, same as if we get a grant, you have to approve spending the grant, so.
Yep, well, I'm just trying to cover it.
No, no,
I'm
for
not,
sure, yeah.
I'm just
Because,
looking
yeah,
to
you're right,
cover
it is
things.
increased from last year.
Right.
Because we've raised more.
You did great.
more revenues, yeah.
And the last thing I have for a question, and it's come from a couple different citizens, and that is there any way if a person or family has more than one person, that we can't discount somehow for the second child? I mean, for the summer program in
For summer
particular.
camp program, yeah.
And I don't even
Yep.
know how many, I'd like to know how many Raymond residents enjoy it, because if we're up to 45 and growing.
Yeah, I actually got those numbers.
You do?
Yeah, so.
That would be
I saw
lovely.
the questions before I got here, so I was like, I'm gonna jot these down. So this year we have, right now, 54 registrations for Camp Raymond.
Wow.
3 of those are non-residents.
That's even better.
And one of them's my daughter, so technically from Wyndham.
'Cause
So yeah,
Had her feet over the
so we're
line.
95%. And the way we set up our camp structure, because we want to, I get you're paying for Riley and me to operate it. We're trying to cater it to Raymond residents, so we'll open up for the first week just for returners, which is Raymond, and then we open up just for Raymond for about 4 days, and then it goes to all, anybody can register. So we're trying to prioritize Raymond residents because it is, realize that, our efforts are for.
That's music to my ears, that's what I was looking for.
He filled up really fast.
This is fantastic.
So is there a waiting list?
So we're moving people off the wait list. We're going to need 2 buses this year because that's how big we are. So we decided to, if you're on the wait list, then we're going to start moving you into registration. So we started that process right now, reaching out to families. So it's a good benefit, and I know we've increased our costs, but we make maybe $3 to $5 grand off that program, and it's completely self-sustaining now. So it's we're heading in that direction.
It's needed.
So it's unlikely that we'll be discounting the
So
second child?
yeah, it would have to be. We would have to fund it, and Sue and I have looked at other ways to fund a scholarship, and we looked at CDBG monies and stuff like that. The process is a little bit extensive, and then to have that system in place to make sure that it's appropriately being designated to those families. So it's going to be a little bit of time.
Yeah. And a lot of the grants, what we found is there are so many strings attached that would cost us more to implement them.
Make
than
sure you
it-
follow the rules.
Yeah, that's it. And
Yeah.
to do it than it would be if the town subsidized.
I'm all for spending money on our citizens. If this helps keep the young people here, helps the old people get around as we get older. So
for
it's
sure.
exciting to hear it. I just was hoping that we could find a way to accommodate people that have more than one child.
And I have, I don't want to advertise it too much, but I guess we're on TV, but I can stretch the payments out too, as long as they need. So if it's someone who approaches me, I can stretch the payment. Usually we pay before camp. I can stretch out if they're making those payments to November next fiscal year. So I'm willing to work with people as well, especially if they're volunteering as coaches and stuff like that. So.
Well, Joe, can you also explain, because you explained it to me, as far as when we've got lower numbers of kids, you've got to.
Yeah, the volume is
Yes.
tough. So like Camp Connor, for example, in Poland, they have a outdoor camp that has 110 children a week. That's why they can kind of lower to, I think it's 225 a week. So we're at 262 a week. So if we have a bigger spot, if we were at the school, we could probably have more kids, but and that would lower the cost. In our surveys, it's been primarily they love Camp Hines because it feels like a traditional camp. So that and the field trips piece of it was what people really loved, and then our staff, of course, who we're getting a few teachers in there and compensate them because they have degrees and they add a lot of value to that program as well.
Thanks.
Chair Lockwood,
Yes, Don?
would it make sense possibly, Joe, to run an ad in the, or solicitation in the Roadrunner asking for donations to support scholarships? I think Dennis's point is very important. There are lots of children who probably the parents can't afford that camp, and so I wonder if we ran some sort of a request for donations in the Roadrunner, if we wouldn't get, given the generosity of Raymond citizens, a sufficient amount of funds so that we could have adequate monies to provide scholarships for those in need.
Yeah, I think that's great. We have a special revenues donation line in our, which would be collecting that, and we could expense it right from our fund there. So I think that's a great idea. Put that out there.
But you also have to watch your numbers too, correct, per
Correct.
the adults and stuff like that.
Yeah. So I think it's a good idea. See if we can raise funds, and that might be better than a grant.
I mean, if people remember too, back in the day, when the ski program was being done, there was an outside group that did fundraising for that sole purpose, was to be able to turn that around and do scholarships and whatnot. So there is, it has been done in the town before.
Right.
A group stepped forward, created themselves, did fundraising. That's the ones that did the orange, the fruit sales and all those things. And they raised quite a bit of money there to be able to, and they turned that over to the ski program to have that. So I mean, so that's something too, that if there's people in town that have the desire to do something like that, that's a great way for them to get involved too, and step up and create a group, create some fundraisers, and be able to turn that money over that way.
That's a great idea.
Would that be like a Friends of
Friends of the Library.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Frank?
I talked to Joe about, I have one, a company that will be able to do a fundraising event. If it goes through, that'll be able to fund some Parks and Rec or summer camp or something. But it's like very early stages of that. For the kids that he was talking about.
Howard Styles was
Multiple, either multiple children or people that can't afford it.
That's a great idea.
This has all been good news. I tell you, when I was going through the budget for 4 departments, I was up to 480,000 in 16,000 salaries, and I'm like, where's that all coming from? Made it a lot easier for you to explain that it's all basically mini enterprise accounts.
We've been trying to systematically get it to the right place and right organization, so it can be clearly listed. I think Brenda's done a great job of getting us to that point too. So.
Frank has a question.
Joe, while you're planning your field trips, I'd like you to know that the Historical Society would love to have you bring kids up.
Okay, yeah.
In fact, we could, if we set up the dates, even have the blacksmith in-house.
Oh, wow.
And we'd be more than willing.
Kids will love that.
Highest number of volunteers I get to work in the museum is when we have school kids.
Yeah.
And we don't have many school kids come. Raymond has always sent the 4th grade every single year, but when they know kids are coming, they come out of the woodwork.
Oh, that'd be great.
The rest of the year I can't find them. But seriously,
Yeah.
we would love to work with you so that
Okay.
over the course of the summer, you might be able to do 3 or 4, depending on how that works out for you.
Pass that on to.
And we have a
Riley.
lot of things
Yeah.
to see up there. I don't know if you've ever been there or not. but,
I've seen the compound. Yeah, I haven't been inside and
You
looked
know, we
around.
have everything from 26 antique automobiles to
Oh, wow.
you name it.
That'd be great. Who is a contact? You?
Me.
Perfect. Okay, that's easy.
I know this is off the subject a little bit, but how many part-time people do you need to deal with 54 kids or 52 kids?
So we have on staff 30 between Tasseltop and our camp. We call it Camp Raymond. So there's Camp Raymond after school, and then the summer camp. That's probably about 16 or 17. So yeah, we're about 16, 17 part-time seasonal in summer camp, and then you're looking at about 14 at Tasseltop Park. So we're the biggest department when in the summertime. It expands, and the management of that becomes a lot larger, excuse me. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Are you
Don't
finished
watch
with
out,
your
you'll be
presentation?
right up there with the library.
You mean that's the happiest
Not as
place?
fun, though.
Okay.
you.
All right, thank you, Joe. All right, where are we?
Oh, general.
I have so much paper, I've lost my agenda.
Revenues.
Revenues.
Yes, you can hold it.
Love me some revenue.
Expense and revenue reports.
Oh, and there's a separate revenue, remember?
I stuck it over with all this.
No, actually, I left it there.
Oh, you put it back?
There it is.
Yeah, I just left it in the back here. That thing there.
All right, who's running this show?
Are you, do you have to be the?
Revenues.
No,
Revenues.
The yellow tag.
Yeah, I didn't put it there. That's where it was.
Yeah, yellow tag.
Go to expense and revenues then.
Ah, yeah.
You have a sheet.
What'd you do?
Get out of here.
Yeah, you counted at one point.
Works. Hold it up.
Oh. Faces.
Did I just take your pen?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
Stole it. It's my gel pen, too.
Sorry, so. Or are you talking?
I'm trying to help
Trying to help Dennis.
paperwork.
Took out to-
I thought she was talking to the
It
whole
says,
group.
it says
right here,
revenue
right
at the top.
There you go.
No,
Okay, everybody ready with revenue?
it just says revenue.
I'm sorry.
And it should- probably in the
Yeah, we're
packet,
ready.
your expenses.
Is Sue gonna run the revenue?
Are you gonna do revenue? Okay.
Okay, all right, are we ready for Sue? Oh, hold on just a second,
Thank you.
please.
Well, there's a lot of paperwork shuffling around.
Okay,
Okay.
we're ready to go.
So, a lot of this is, well, all of it's kind of shot in the dark, really, for revenue, to try and go out forward, and it's a matter of looking at the last, trends over the last years. With property tax, Brenda's still been working with the auditors and Trio to get the reports to report the numbers as they should be. And I think she's made some headway with that, but it's not finished yet. Once we can get that completely straightened out, we'll give you new expense and revenue reports. But, so the property tax here, where it says current at 10,622,000, you won't see that on any of your reports. That's calculated from the monies that have physically been brought in by Sukar and the staff for tax payments this year. So that's, but it won't be reflected right now on your revenue reports. And we have roughly $7 million left. Sue is nearly finished stuffing the next tax bills, and those will be going out either Friday or early next week. And so that will, monies will start coming in between now and April 30th. So we're in good shape to get the property taxes collected. I just made a best guess because until commitment, we won't know for sure what the tax what that tax number is going to be. And other than that, some of these numbers, the various departments made their best guess at, like the Public Works revenue, for instance, and public safety income. Bruce had given me a number on that. The library has some that are really hit or miss, so we didn't put a lot into what we thought that might be. And I believe, actually, not looking at this, the first number that Chris gave me for CEO fees, which is right smack dab in the middle, he gave me 210, but I believe at the last meeting he reduced that to 200, and I didn't change it on this spreadsheet, I realize.
Yeah, I did bring it down. I know we've asked this in years past. What's miscellaneous revenue?
When we don't know where else to stick it, we stick it there.
But what would it be, like, just?
Well, I'm not actually sure, to be truthful with you.
Okay.
What has been coded to that.
I mean, we've
But
got-
it's when monies come in and we don't really have a category for it.
Okay, so, yeah, we have 6.
So,
Yes,
if I could answer that question,
that would be lovely.
it could be an insurance claim, something where we received money back from the insurance company due to an accident. There was a situation where you folks were involved in some sort of legal issues, and if we receive income from that, it's something that can go there as well. It's anything that we don't really collect necessarily on a regular basis, but we do have to have a holding place for it. So there really isn't a projection.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Perpetual care income.
Yeah, that's the money that's sitting there for people that bought plots.
Anybody know
That's
what
takes care of
DOT means?
That's what takes care of the, helps take care of the plot cemetery.
This one?
maintenance.
Okay.
Anybody
Good
know what it
question.
is?
No.
What's the question?
BETE
3208.
slash
3208.
Yeah, what is it?
Oh, better? That's, better is it's money that comes from the state, but it's based on inventory and whatnot at businesses.
Oh, yeah. We haven't,
It's a state disbursement to the town?
Yeah.
Based on inventory, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Is that one?
Investments again is what? I know it's money that's set into CDs type thing? Down at
Yeah, that Brenda can speak
3501.
better. Investments, Brenda?
So that will be anything that we have earned interest on, currently sitting at the bank. It could be any of your scholarship funds. You folks have several funds set up in that capacity. It's anything that we have at the bank.
That's the money plus the interest, not just the interest, correct?
No, that's the interest.
So 137,500 is just the interest collected?
Well, that one includes some of those scholarship type funds. So a portion of it is gonna be part of it. For the most part, it's earned.
And that's a carryover, or is that earned every year, that amount?
Some of that's carryover.
Okay.
Just like now we have, I know the last session we had, there was a big discussion surrounding the fire company collecting a portion of the vehicle accidents.
Yep.
I did a great deal of research on that and found that, unfortunately, the way that that was set up, the revenue portion that came in would fall to fund balance at the end of each year. But I did find 2 donations that were not carried forward, which total over $14,000. So those funds, I'm gonna try to set up in an account on the ledger where it can roll each year. And I did advise Chief that in the future, if you want to have those funds coming in from the vehicle collections to carry each year, we really should have it stated in a meeting formally. Now, you know, a new statement made, and then I can set it up accordingly so that that's always carried over year.
Back on the investments, we don't use that as part of our general fund, do we? Because if you say you're rolling it over, this is revenues. I'm asking if this goes into the surplus, or whether it
No.
just rolls over and we don't use it?
It
How's
just
it
stays. It's a maintained balance.
Yeah, so we have it part of the total, though, of what?
You do, yes.
Like it's, like we're going to be using it.
So.
Correct, that's
Mhm.
correct.
Yeah, okay, that is correct, good.
And I don't understand that.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Well, if it's something we don't use, but it's in our budget to be
It's
used.
not a budget, well, this is just the total revenue.
Right, but at the bottom,
So-
this all goes towards what we use to offset the budget, what we think we're gonna bring in.
So
Correct?
let me
Oh,
try
you're
to
saying-
explain.
Yes,
Yeah.
I get what you mean.
Yeah.
now.
So what's up, Brenda?
So the way you have to look at it is on some of those funds, they are scholarship related. And if for some reason you wanted to pay out, so you may have it now as a revenue, but if you wanted to pay out, say, a big scholarship to somebody, a student, or do something special, you still want to show the revenue that you have now. And during that year, you may want to shift it. In other words, you would do a transfer out from that revenue account into an expense account to pay something out. But you at least want to always show what you have on the books.
I'm all for showing it, I'm just saying if we're
Yeah.
gonna use it to say we're offsetting the budget, is that good bookkeeping? And I think it wouldn't be, in my opinion. If it's interest we're using and we're not using it towards the general fund, but we're including it in the balance of what we can use to show the offset. And I'm looking at you, Chair, Mr. Chair.
Well, I mean, you'd have a you've got a balance sheet, and you've got, you know, so I mean, essentially, it's a balance sheet item, because it's a asset that it's an asset that we own. Then you decide, you know, I mean, so like on the scholarships, what happens there is what we're paying out in scholarships, we're doing it based on the interest that's earned on those funds. So from a balance sheet, you have an asset that's there, but we're not expending that asset. We're only expending the income from it.
You're
Okay.
taking that number over, but it's not necessarily we're not necessarily using it.
I thought that went into the tax rate. I thought we used this when we did our total budget, and we said we're raising $8 million, or for part of the tax rate of revenue. So it's not the huge number, it's only 125,000, but I'm trying to figure out how it works, because I need to be educated on this whole thing.
I mean, ultimately, when we decide on what we'll make the decision on how much of that revenue we're gonna say that we're gonna use against that. Because there's still, if you remember, there's still two big issues that we don't know. I don't think we've received yet.
RSU?
I don't think we received the final county tax bill.
We have not.
Okay. So that's, what we're going is based on an estimate of what we got there. And what's plugged in is the estimate, which actually was last year's budget for the school. We know that's gonna be higher, so we don't know. So what happens is, when we get down to looking at doing the commitment and whatnot, then you're gonna look and say, okay, we're gonna use this amount of money out of there to set the tax rate.
And that would be the only account on this whole sheet that we'd have to really look at, is not really part of that.
Right.
That
Because your property tax line is driven
Right.
by the commitment.
Right.
So it's one of those that final number, you don't know until we have the final numbers and come up with the total commitment.
Okay.
Because that's also gonna factor where the new overall valuation comes in.
Mhm.
I mean, not the reval, but I mean, there's, you've got, Kurt's always updating that based on new construction and whatnot, so we've got we have what the actual, on paper, town valuation is. Which can always be somewhat of a moving target.
And I also know some of these are just estimates. We just do the best we can, but 125 is a large number.
Yeah.
That's why I raised the issue, so. All right, thank you for the answer. I'm excited, that's a lot of revenue. Hey, we're at the end.
Don't jinx it.
Yeah.
Settle down over there.
Oh my God, seriously.
Any other questions or comments on revenue? Everybody else set? John, you all set? Don, did you have any questions or comments?
No?
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. So,
Did we actually get that much on fire?
Yes, we did pretty good.
I don't think we got that much on.
Is there gonna be an opportunity for general questions at the end? Or are we done?
well, I don't have any comments on here on the agenda. It's just adjournment.
Madam Chair, this is a workshop.
Right.
And while it is not required to have public comment, it can be granted if requested. So.
Then I guess I would like to ask a question, if I could,
Okay, I'll
related to the
take
budget.
Don's question, then you, Peter. Okay, go ahead, Don.
First, thank you for putting together the spreadsheet of all the requests. And so, when it says open requests, those are requests that are yet to be answered, is that right?
Yes.
I'd like somebody from administration, I guess it would be the town manager, to explain why we're not getting the information that we're requesting. Thank you.
You are getting a lot of the information you've requested. Some of it was handed out tonight. Some of it are things that have been requested, for instance, the CIP, and in the middle of budget season is not the time to develop a new CIP. You have all the information, and actually part of your ordinance is for the Budget Finance Committee to develop the CIP. So those pieces, those requests won't be done during this budget season. We can help with that afterwards, but we've given you all the information pertaining to all of the equipment and whatnot.
I would respectfully like to say that the request should be answered within the same week that they're made.
They'll be answered when they can be answered. And most of the requests, like requests from yesterday, were sent in at 3:30 in the afternoon requesting data for tonight. And that's not something that could happen. It will happen. It will happen by the next workshop next week. Okay. And that was the answer I gave, Madam Chair.
Well, once again, a non-response is not helpful to the Budget Committee or anyone else.
Don.
Thank you.
Well, I do know that I requested to have the past record of the CIP from the departments. And I went through, the fire department had this, and Public Works was one in particular. And so that we could do that when I was on the Budget and Finance Committee. So that one has been asked for several times in the last year, 2 years.
That
But-
was in the past. One of the procedures is we go through this, and
I know that, I know that. I'm just saying, if your Budget Committee is going to be working on it, and we have all the past records on stuff, it's good to see where the money went so we can lay out a plan for the future. That's how you do it. I look at what I spent last year to figure my next year's budget. So, and I did request it, that's what I'm saying. But we're all done here anyway.
Yes, we're done.
We've moved on to some pretty good improvements here.
Okay. So, just to be clear, for the things that were requested on 2/26, will there be a response back for each of these items that either they're going to be worked on or they're not?
All of the CIP where you're asking for formatting, That won't be happening in this budget season.
Okay, I would just like to respectfully ask that I get a response to each one of these items that are numbered here, that are dated, requested on 2/26 or prior, just so that I can close them out with.
There's a number of them I have already given you, the copies of things you've asked for and whatnot, handed out in meetings.
The opinion letter we do have, right?
What I will do is I will take all of this paper and I will go back and compare it to the request list,
Yeah.
so that I know, but there was a lot of paper handed out here tonight. So I'm just
There was.
asking if maybe it's as simple as item 1. I followed that up on Monday. That was requested on 2/19, and I followed that up on Monday, March 3rd, with an email asking if there were some option dates for a meeting with the auditor, with the budget committee and the select board, and I
And
haven't.
that I'm working with the chair of the select board on.
Okay. Well, I didn't know that. It just, there's a lot of pieces here tonight, and I'm just
I'll go
asking.
down through the list tomorrow.
Okay, all right, thank you. That would be appreciated. That's all I have. Anybody have anything else? Oh, Peter, would you like a quick comment, please?
Teresa has 11 quick questions.
No, it's not.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. Thank you, Madam Chair, for extending me this courtesy. I would say that I am gratified from the perspective of the comprehensive plan. The things that I have heard tonight from the department directors is pretty much in line with the draft comprehensive plan. Town sponsorship for kids at Raymond Rec, forming more sense of community, mapping culverts, equipment for improvement of road shoulders, exploring a TIF, a new TIF, public transportation, grant writing, all of those, and I'm sure you're all very familiar with the comprehensive plan, are contained in the comprehensive plan. They didn't come from me, they didn't come from Kayla, they came from those citizens in the town of Raymond that were engaged in the plan. So my compliments to you for identifying those things. Just some quick thoughts as far as the TIF is concerned. The one thing that I would bring up that Kurt mentioned at the last meeting was the fact that it is kind of time sensitive if you want to get the most out of a TIF. What Kurt was saying is that the current valuation will obviously change soon, and most probably that valuation will go up. Therefore, we will have less of an opportunity to claw money back through the designated TIF areas. So he did make it quite clear that it was time sensitive. I just bring that up for your workshops and discussions going forward. As far as the discussion as far as transportation, the chair of the select board was kind enough to send us a very small list of changes that the select board and others in the town feel would be appropriate. Most of its language within the comprehensive plan. We're going to discuss it at the April 11th select board meeting. One thing that he did suggest, which makes perfect sense, was the fact that rather than be specific, so let's say identify RTP, it'd be much better to, in the language of that comprehensive plan, especially since it's going to go over 10 or 15 years, to say investigate opportunities for more in the way of public transportation. And so that makes perfect sense to me. I know that Selectman McKillop, but I mean committee member McKillop brought that up because he knew that I had worked on that as he had on the comprehensive plan. Understand, it was the community that used that verbiage. It wasn't something that Sean decided to put in, or Frank decided to put in, or I decided to put in. That came from the community. So anyway, one other thing that I started to say before was this. In August, a year ago, I spoke after the notice came out on the town website about the fact that RTP would not be providing services or stopping in the town of Raymond, and it was just like a one-sentence blurb, no explanation or anything else. I felt compelled in my activity as the comprehensive plan co-chair to call up the executive director and ask him what's going on. This is what he told me. What he told me was, for a number of years, every other town in the circuit for RTP on Route 302 contributed $10,000, and that Raymond was a holdout. And what we did do is we did appropriate $4,000 to support that service for a couple of years. And basically what the executive service director told me was, I'm getting so much heat from the other towns on that circuit that are paying the $10,000 we request, that I just can't continue to provide that service to Raymond at a discounted price. I've got no way to be able to validate that with the other members. And therefore, he stopped several years ago coming before this group and asking for money. And I asked him, well, what would it take to turn the service back on? He goes, you pay your fair share, I can turn it on in 2 days. So, and understand it's not a free service. There's a ticket involved as well. That $10,000 is basically its maintenance. It contributes to the maintenance of the service. So as far as saying that it's, Raymond is subsidizing Naples because they pay the same amount for the ticket, well, I guess you could say that Wyndham and Gray and Portland are subsidizing Raymond because they're paying the same fee as well. That's not the issue. And I guess I would just lastly say, we're talking about $10,000 to be able to say we have some public transportation in the town. And this other scheme, it sounds great to me. I think this is wonderful. We can go out and we can buy handicap accessible vans, and we can find volunteers or pay people to drive if you can find the people to drive, and then take on the staffing and all the other issues involved in that. But I'm saying that's all work and it's all money. But I'm talking about being able to provide a service in 2 days to the town for $10,000. So I just ask you to consider that. Dingley Brook, the gentleman from Thomas Pond Association spoke about, along with its environmental importance to the town. And you can probably get it from the name, Dingley Brook. It also has a historic, and it also has an archaeologic value to it. And therefore, protecting by way of providing for that dam to be provided in good repair is important for the town for a number of reasons. And so I just ask you to consider that. Auto trash pickup, just be prepared that if we're not doing that within the next couple of years, and I heard that we're going to be negotiating a contract soon, those contracts are going to go up. And it's because the large companies that do the automatic pickup are doing it primarily because they can't find people to do it. And the people that they have are chronically getting injured, so their workers' compensation goes through the roof. So it's going to come. It's going to happen sooner rather than later. And so just to be prepared, that's coming down the road. And lastly, I happen to know a little bit about keeping old vehicles running and not rusting out in New England. And I will tell you, it's a great idea to undercoat. But my experience has been, if you don't get that undercoating initially when you buy the car, the effectiveness of the undercoating on a 3 or a 4-year-old car that's seen 3 or 4 winters in New England drops dramatically. I know we buy used cars. I know we save on that end. I would just say that if what we want to do is get more longevity out of the car, out of the trucks and cars we have, get them undercoated as soon as possible, because it's not going to be as effective if it wasn't done at the factory. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we are adjourned.
I like it. No vote. At our next meeting.
And calibrate things. So long way around, I don't think it would be a problem to leave the online comments open until probably mid-January. I don't know exactly when we'll get those state comments. If you want to tie it to that, or if you want to pick a date in mid-January, I think either approach would still allow us to stay on that time schedule.
I'm fine with that if the committee believes that that's a good course to go down. But I'm also just thinking logically, we're about to approach Christmas and New Year's and everyone's on vacation, and I can just say that probably this is not on their agenda. I even think it would be fair of us even to go to, say, the 20th of this month, because I just think realistically, what would we expect to get back? And then that makes more of a rush for us and for North Star to put it all together. So I'm just trying to be, I don't know, I'm just trying to be a little bit realistic, I guess. We have given a lot of time, and I'm not saying that more time would be better, obviously, but I just also want to not put undue burden on anybody, and also just think about what we're working with as far as the time frame.
Sure. Well, I get, my comment would be that simply I think that's a great idea, and since we can't take any actions in a public hearing, that after this public hearing is over and we go to our regular meeting, that we make a motion.
Sounds good.
Okay.
There is a hand raised online now, Madam Chair.
Okay. I do not have glasses on. I think that says Marilyn.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Marilyn.
Oh, I just wanted to make a comment that a lot of this is ideal thinking, but pragmatically, what Brian Walker suggested was finding a way to implement some things is probably going to take financial input. And if we want to maintain some large tracts of openness and rural land, it seems that we have enough left that right now, if in the implementation we could focus on augmenting the tracts of land that are already preserved, such as near the community forest or along the Tenney River, where the land trust has put in perpetuity. Cannot these areas be looked at for augmentation to add to them so that they're not broken up before it does get developed? And it takes money and fundraising for the land trust to affect some of these preserved tracts. And if we could set up some kind of a bond financially to have it at our disposal to help augment when we're working with some of these groups, to be able to offer some assistance, because if we don't do it in the next 10 years, it's going to be hard to control the development unless you put ordinances in for people who have large development capability lands, that they set up a community of so many condo type residences into the point where either the ordinance would say a certain percentage of your development lands have to be preserved, such as I saw them doing in California. That can be implemented, but there are some areas in North Raymond and elsewhere that we could take a look at and see where we might try to keep a corridor of uninterrupted lands and preserve the feeling of openness available to everybody. Where I lived before, I saw that people went out on their lunch hours into the salt marsh, one little road to have their lunch, where they looked off into the distance over the marsh. They didn't see any residences. People congregated there. They sought them out. And you see it in England, you see it all over. The uninterrupted lands that can be maintained for people to enjoy in the future. And we've already grown from when we first came to Raymond, from like 1,500 to 4,500 residents, and it's going to keep happening. So this is the chance to try to augment the places that we already are working on. Thank you. Oh, I live at 172 AI Road.
Thank you, Marilyn. I would like just to somewhat respond to that in a way, talking about financials and what happens next in bonds. Something that maybe we as a committee, since we've been at this for so long, are going to kind of find some enjoyment in is that we, after this is done, get to pass off this work to the other functioning parts of our local government here, from the select board to the finance committee to the planning board. It becomes the work of those town pieces. So unfortunately, our hands are a bit tied in what we can do on a financial perspective. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know, Peter, you'd like to?
Sure, I'd echo that as far as, once again, what the limitations are that this committee can do. What I would say is that in the plan, in numerous places, it makes the case for conserving land. It makes the case for either hiring a consulting firm to look at grant applications because there is money out there, whether it's to make our roads safer. There's money out there for that. As a matter of fact, in our surrounding community, it was in the paper last week that there are monies out there. We just weren't included in it. But maybe we need to have our ear to the ground a little bit more, have a little bit more professional guidance, have a little more assistance in pursuing those, as well as conservation land. And we have had with Loon Echo, we have already established a relationship with them, and I agree wholeheartedly with the individual on Zoom now that there needs to be more in the way of conservation dollars put aside. Once again, it's in the plan. We're asking for it. We've recommended it. Now it will be up to the implementation committee, the select board, budget, finance, and ultimately the people in the town to make that a reality. I believe what surprised me is when we had a discussion earlier on this, I think $35,000 that's in conservation fund. That's money.
Still in the open space fund.
No, in the open space fund. So that money is there. And I believe that the comment from the individual from Loon Echo was saying, well, that's a nice start. Yeah, that's a chunk of change. But we need to improve on that in order to be able to fulfill the objective of preserving more property. By the same token, everything that we've talked about as far as ordinances are concerned are really geared towards focusing on where building takes place and where it's appropriate and where it's not, whether it be commercial or residential or environmental.
And to that end too, the manpower behind it, if there are individual residents who feel very strongly about one initiative, even if it's not a priority item, if there is somebody willing and able to head that committee, there are multiple committees besides the implementation committee, and I'm sure it would be low-hanging fruit for them just to hand it over. So I'm sure there's not going to be any objection if, because I know in our discussions with Loon Echo and other conservation, even when Steve came in earlier, then there's opportunities, or there's opportunities there to tap into some of the resources that we have available.
Okay, I'm still not seeing anybody else get up to the podium, and I'm not seeing any hands raised. In the interest of time and moving us further along, I'd like to ask if anybody would like to propose a motion to close our public hearing tonight.
So moved.
Second.
And all those in favor? And Sean, I see your hand raised. Excellent, thank you. So now we will conclude with our regular meeting.
Can I just have a question? You said at first it was mid-January, now you're saying December 20th to close public comment?
Oh, we'll decide
We're gonna
that.
decide that now.
Yes, we'll decide that
Yeah.
very shortly. Yeah, that's okay.
Thanks,
So-
folks, for coming out.
Thank you.
Yes, thank
everybody.
you.
Thanks.
for your work.
Got it.
Okay, so, thank you.
You need it.
I think we should start with
Thank you.
when should we close public comment? I think that's a good place to start. And then let's sort of give Ben some direction.
I make a motion that we close public comment on December 20th.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion?
I would hope that we could do it at the end of the month, just people get through Christmas. They have some downtime between Christmas and New Year's. To me, that would be let's just do the 31st.
Okay, so
That's
we,
a friendly amendment.
yeah, would we like to call that an amendment to the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
So first you vote on the
So,
amendment.
right, so.
second the amendment.
Second, all right. All those in favor of the amendment?
That passes.
For the 31st, Sean, if you're following.
Instead of the 20th.
Okay, instead of the 20th. And then we will vote on the amended motion. So, and I've already had a second on that. So all those in favor of the amended motion?
Done?
And Sean, I see your hand up. Okay, so January 31st, do we still, no?
December 3rd?
December
Sorry,
31st.
December 31st.
Close the public comment.
Close public comment.
And this
Madam
applies to
Chair.
the person who presented one at the 11th hour at 59
A
minutes.
prize. Okay, you get a donut.
Yeah, right.
I missed who seconded the
No,
amendment.
that's the way to do it.
Jackie.
Oh, I thought she made the emotion, okay.
No, John.
No, John made the
made
amendment. Jackie seconded it.
John as in Clark, correct?
John
Yep.
as in Clark.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect. I was trying to type and lost track.
Okay, so now I think we should give direction to North Star Planning on the comments that we've received tonight, and public comment. So that he can take that. And I guess I will open it up, and if there's anything left to say, I'll finish it.
Well, I guess I have, I know I've heard from several people who were so excited to see that Raymond Cape was on there as far as a pathway, walkability, focusing on that. But I wonder if we have to pick one area to focus on for walkability and sidewalks, or if the top priority could be
Both?
generally speaking in town. I don't know. Do we have to pick one area? Could we pick two areas? I don't know.
Could we suggest that a committee be formed to study that issue and have the committee make recommendations as to what the priority should be?
You mean like a feasibility study in a way? Like
Yes.
what?
But my question would be to Ben, I don't know that it was the committee, the sense I have, that it was the committee that assigned the Cape walking path and bike path as a high priority, as it's mentioned as of the priority in the plan. Did you see data in any of the surveys that was suggesting that of all the areas we talked about that we'd like to see sidewalks and connectivity and trails, that what rose to the top was the Cape?
That was an important place to build bike and pedestrian safety, but so was that section of road that would connect the two village growth areas. So to your point, Jackie, They're both priorities. There are multiple priorities, and it's good to name those. But it could be up to a committee, it could be up to the select board or to the public works folks as they build their capital improvement plan to do that prioritization. I think another thing that just kind of like identifying the priorities generally can do is leave it open for opportunities that come along. So if DOT is going to be doing a bunch of work in 302, for example, or there's a road project scheduled 4 or 5 years from now for Route 85. Naming those priorities in the plan will make that part of the conversation in those efforts, so that it's not necessarily going to be the kind of thing where we have to do this and we can't do the others. It's more like, let's list where we have priorities and where we have visions for improvements, and we'll make progress as a community with outside agencies like DOT as they move their plans forward as well. I think there could be things that kind of fall into your lap if you list them in the plan. Like if there's a major commercial development on 302, it would give the planning board the ability to say, hey, this is an area where there's supposed to be enhanced landscaping and sidewalks. And that becomes part of the planning.
So as an example, when we in 2015, 2016, when we got the state money to go half and half with the sidewalks in the village, if even if we had not identified the village as which at that point as a priority to have sidewalks, the state was going to go halves with us if we put the sidewalks there. But so with any type of grants or funding and things like that, a lot of it's going to be dictated by the grant giver. So are we gonna say no? We can't take a 50-50 split on this bicycle path or this sidewalk because it's not one of our high priorities. I think so. I just don't know about handcuffing ourselves to anyone rather than state what we've stated in the plan very clearly, which is
Both are options.
A high priority for the town is connectivity, bike paths, walking paths, and improvements that reduce traffic safety issues. And I understand that naming the priority would be another way to go, and you could, but I would say that based on at least the feedback that we've gotten from the online comments, that what a few of the comments came back and said, I don't know why you're making Raymond Cape a priority. And I'm always sensitive to the fact that since our sample size is always so small, it can be 5 people that live on the Raymond Cape that say, I would like to see it. And I understand there's a woman saying that there was a fatality on that road. Well, yeah, so I guess I could say, well, I guess we need walking paths and sidewalks on Egypt Road.
Okay, so maybe, I guess my thought would be if we could make it more comprehensive as a priority list item to not just cover Raymond Cape, but list that as one of the options that we would want to pursue. So Raymond Cape, connection of the villages, or a loop around Panther, something, along those lines where it might list a couple options.
Do we have the actual language we could just pull up, and then maybe we could just look at it real quick? Is that okay?
Well, I was going to say, because what I'm hearing is we don't want to tie ourselves, but we want to sort of in some way be a little bit specific, right? Because we want to give direction. So saying we would like to create more bike pathways and connectivity, with the focus in mind of connecting the village areas and Cape Road, calling those two out specifically.
Consider that.
Well, so we're giving detail, but we're also keeping it open.
Yeah, I think that's good.
I like that.
Yeah.
Did you get that then?
Yep. I can bring up that section of the plan if that's helpful as I'm doing it. If it's not helpful, tell me real quick.
I liked Kayla's language. I was fine with that.
Yeah, I think we're
Okay.
Yeah, I think we're good with finding a way just to be, include those two areas, highlight them, but also state clearly that we're open to all areas. Because quite frankly, all roads would be improved with sidewalks and bike paths. So, there isn't one in Raymond that would not probably benefit from that. I think we should hit like the major things, the themes maybe, and that might be helpful. So vision statement was mentioned a few times. I mean, personally, I feel like we really went over this many times. Many opportunities for public comment. I kind of feel like continuing to grind over it really is probably not, in my opinion, the best use and utilization of our time. But that was mentioned a few times with the comments, online anyway. Is there any feeling that we wish to address that in any way?
I'd say that we've had similar comments before already, and we had many discussions about them, and the vision statement that we have is a result of all the comments, both critical and positive, and we've already hit on those things, and we don't need to discuss it any further.
Agreed. Agreed.
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay. I think, let's see. How about comments about organizing goals based on priorities? Now, I think actually as a committee, if I remember correctly, we had sort of talked about that ourselves anyway, about how we organize it just for even our own sanity. But anybody who's reviewing this, so I don't know how much of an ask that is. Or I don't, I know the state mandates a lot of that giant list. So without creating too much work, is there a way that, it sounds like that was comment received, do we have any desire to be asking?
Yeah, to format the actions according to their priorities, starting with the highest priority down to the lowest priority.
Yeah, I think in general, what we've tried to do is format the list so it lines up with how the state's going to look at it. So the goals are arranged by topic, and I think that was the comment. Is instead of looking at these by topic, let's just prioritize these things. So to that end, I think prioritization is good. That's kind of behind the effort to call just a handful of these things up as highest priorities and tie them in with those priority goals. If you want, I think we could do another version of it, or just have like here's the hard copy version sorted by topic with the high priority ones listed and first for each topic. But I think electronically, if we can provide the actual copy of the spreadsheet, you could sort it however you wanted to. It just wouldn't be part of that document. I don't know if that's like going to get to where you're talking about or from missing the mark.
Could we maybe have one more exhibit that is only the high priority items, and it is specifically addressed to the implementation committee?
Yep. I think that's
And get rid of all the non-high priority items, right? We've got the master list. They can always refer to that plan. They're going to work through the whole plan, but exhibit 3 or something is implementation committee high priority items, and it's just the top 10 or something.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. I mean, with the time we have into this thing, to not give the imp committee that kind of guidance would be giving them a free rein to pick and choose from the list that we might well have spent a lot of time on thinking that's a good one, but it's not a priority.
Does that sound like a reasonable compromise between state expectations, ease of their review, and
It
sort
does.
of picking and highlighting, even though I feel like in a way we sort of already do that with our list of goals, but if that seems fair enough, it sounds like it's a good compromise.
Yeah, and I think we've done that. We've taken the first step at calling out the very highest, I guess we can say.
Yeah.
But there should be like all of those high priorities, right? The next tier. If that's not enough, when you've implemented all of these things, there's a bunch of other things to do.
More.
I think that's really consistent with the philosophy we've had kind of from the get-go, is that it can be a little overwhelming to look at a list of 130 things that you need to do in the next 10 years and kind of wonder where you get started. So we really went to a lot of effort to kind of make sure we're calling out the most important, but I think like there is no problem at all in putting together a little bit longer of a list that would give some discretion to the implementation group to say, look, you know, if we've got 25 high priority actions, what are the 3 we're going to do once we get through the list on page 2? You know, I think that's very doable.
Okay. Any other major themes we would like to discuss?
I have one. I think this is a newer idea, and it's hopefully not too big of a curveball. But in the in kind of the village areas, we describe certain types of development, and I did do a little research in some other comp plans. I thought what might be helpful is maybe like some precedent imagery of what it means in the context of the current streetscape. And I think an example would be like Main Street in town. You know, we're saying, you know, like what does a 3-unit multifamily look like on that current road? Can we have a simple sketch showing how big this house could be, and things like that? So when we start having, you know, conversations and people are like, well, your comp plan has labeled this the growth area and we can build any multifamily we want. People can be like, actually, like, we have this image of kind of what we were doing that fits the character of the street. You know, it's not overwhelming to look at, you know, and I know that, you know, that is done in other comp plans. I think Casco did one with one of their areas, and basically, you know, they've got, you know, a bunch of single family homes with maybe empty lots, and so like those lots would eventually get filled in with different types of housing and buildings, but having some sort of like, you know, some sort of imagery that basically describes the narrative that we've already provided.
It sounds great. So it's like a photoshopped
I think
graphic.
the way, I mean, Ben, feel free to chime in, but I think, you know, the way I've seen it is, you know, it can be a hand sketch that's more professional than me doing it. And that would be it. You could take like an existing photo and you could literally hand sketch in just like how a building would look like in multiple spots.
In the plan, do we speak, I thought we did, but do we speak to recommending that to the planning board that they relook at their design standards? I know that there was discussion at the meeting with the select board and the department heads that I think Jackie may have mentioned, but to make it clear that what we were doing as far as when we call it a village, that we're talking about some sort of standard construction that would give it the flavor of a New England village versus the big box or the 3-story concrete condo.
Yeah.
But we do mention that, I thought, in the goals or the actions.
Yeah, and I think that to your point, we've tried to provide enough narrative to describe these places, and I think what I'm hearing you say is like let's put some pictures to illustrate this. So when we talk about 2-story buildings with, you know, single family homes and a few 4-unit buildings, like what does that look like in a rural crossroads context or a village context? Those places are out there. They exist today in many places around Maine, and we've done projects where we've said, what we're talking about is something like, or what we're not talking about. You know, we like, hey, when we talk about your village, we're not talking about downtown Westbrook or Rockland. We're talking about something that looks more like Denmark or Naples. Or we're talking about, you know, when we talk about conservation subdivisions, here's a couple plans or photographs from good examples of conservation subdivisions that have been built in Maine.
My concern would be having an actual picture in the plan, no matter how much we label and stamp it as this is a concept.
Yeah.
Some people are gonna look at it and say, oh, these are new design standards? And, you know, maybe even the planning board might have a little problem with that. You're sending out messages, you know, you're cashing, you know, checks you can't cover here. Because, you know, it's the planning board basically that puts together design standards and then submits them to the town.
As long as we feel good that we've passed it on to the planning board,
Yeah.
I feel fine about it.
Yeah.
It is something that, I think I might have a photo, but it is something that is in other comp
It
plans. So it's not, I don't think it's atypical necessarily for a comp plan to have.
Yeah.
But I do agree that it definitely takes the planning, like the specific planning of these areas, one step further than we have as a committee looked at it. And we're pretty late in the process, so.
I guess I would be like a little nervous to be too specific with the plan, just so that we're not ruling out things that could be a possibility and could still be in line with what we want. You know, I think the nature and the purpose of the plan is really to not be that specific and to say, you know, I think we do a good job of providing a narrative and talking about like a look and a feel and a sense of what the space should be. And I think that is really what the plan is intended to do.
I'm almost more inclined to put pictures of what we don't want. Like, we just slap a picture of the Fieldings condos on there. I think we're good.
And could you put a link to a couple different scenarios as a simpler reproduction in the plan? Just a link. I mean, again, we'd still be in some eyes dictating what we're trying to have Raymond look like. But wouldn't be going as far as to have the actual picture or graphic or sketch, but just some resources that the committee could use to explore, make sure that they include a variety of design.
I do think just having the planning board do it, you know, I think this is definitely something in their wheelhouse. I think the intent is not to provide design standards, and I think there's a little bit of a difference between like the size of a building and then like how it looks from the outside. And so I think this is more to help people understand when we say multifamily or like condos or, you know, those words that are referenced in the plan. It's not a 5-story building next to a single-family home. It's the ER clothes store, you know, replicated somewhere. You know, it's a nice, classic-looking building that could serve multiple purposes. But I understand the concern that as much as we stamp it as a concept, that might not be how it's taken. So,
And it could be used in a negative way against the plan. It doesn't take a lot for somebody to get a hold of something that wants to make a difference and run with it and build some kind of a
momentum
constituency with it.
I mean, the alternative is if someone saw a 6-unit multifamily in there and they built a 6-story building, you know, and 1 unit per floor versus, you know, the intent of that is really a 2-story wider building. Or
I think what's coming through loud and clear over 3 years is we don't want to look like Wyndham. So, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, which is it'd be easier just to say this is what we don't want. But I believe ultimately being vague enough in our narrative to say, you know, preserve the rural nature of a New England village. I mean, that gives you quite a bit of latitude as far as, but at the same time, you understand that that's not Wyndham.
So just for clarification purposes, that is laid out as a policy to maintain village character in Raymond growth areas, and we do specifically call out that we want building types compatible with existing historical buildings. There's 3 action items listed under that general policy that asks for design guidelines and standards to be reviewed and strengthened.
So that does give guidance to the planning board, but at the same time, we're not being proscriptive.
It does paint a picture, like you can envision in your head what that looks like, I feel like, without a visual. And do we have a height limit? I can't recall. And the
30
growth
feet.
limit is 30
35?
feet. 30.
Yeah,
30,
Okay.
35?
except for barns.
And that applies in the 302 growth corridor too. Right.
Yeah, many years ago, Terry DeWine did the design standards for the town of Raymond. It was more for
Down the village.
the village, but he had really nice pictures and
Yeah.
and I don't know if he did any residential type of things. It'd be worth looking at that document to see if anything like that's in there.
Well, if we go forward, I mean, if down the road, if we're doing transportation studies and whatnot, that's going to involve imagery and, presentations by engineers and that sort that will paint a picture visually too for what it could be, what we could see.
And a number of the projects that came to the planning board, they did look at the design standards, and a lot of people, they're voluntary, they're not mandatory, and a lot of the applicants would take those and they would use them. They'd incorporate them to some degree in their developments, and I feel good about them taking a look at those and honoring.
That's over the last 6 months or a year or more that you've been on the P board?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Decades.
Yeah, right.
Are there any other major themes or trends that we would like to discuss to give guidance to? I think I just want to reiterate making sure that based on the comments received that if they called out an inaccuracy that we just double check on that and double check on acronyms. And I guess maybe us looking at the numbers. I know you had made a comment about checking to see if numbers seem right or don't feel right, that we give a different reference point. I don't know. I think that's more of a task for us as in our final reviewing of it. I guess in a way, I don't know.
I don't know that the numbers are wrong at
Okay.
all. I think it's more of a, I mean, I can use the specific example. If you see something that's increased by like 100 or 300%, but it's gone from 1 to 3, it's not as big as an issue if it's
Okay.
gone from 1,000 to 3,000.
Yeah, so for instance, if something was increased by 3,000%, but we're talking, I believe it was 9 to 60 or something like that.
Exactly.
Put those in
it's not-
parentheses, 9 to 60, if we want to.
Well, actually, there's a table that directly references it. You can derive 300% from that if you do math, but we don't actually call out 300%. Gotcha. Probably.
If memory serves me, there was one online comment that basically told you, Ben, that all of your demographic data was incorrect.
If it's the one I'm thinking of, it had to do with like how recent the data is, like where do you draw the line, and the data that we're using is from 2022, which was the state data pack that the town had. So that is not too old to understand trends and themes and draw some conclusions about what the town needs to plan for, which is really the intent of the data. So if it's more than 3 years old, that's when the state says, go get the data pack and brush these numbers up. But if it's within 3 years, it's clear enough.
Okay, so otherwise what you're saying is the state will call us out.
The
if our
state,
data seems
yes.
too old.
Correct.
Okay.
And is that 3 years since a past plan, 3 years since the start of a plan? Like, because our committee's 2 years long.
Yep.
So if we had data that was 3 years old when we started, it'd be 5 years old when we pass it.
Yeah. It has to be 3 years within from what they're reviewing.
Okay.
So Raymond is well within the bounds of normal data from that standpoint. The only thing I would say, and we talked about this in the office when we were reviewing those comments, is if there was a major change, like if there was some kind of huge clear cut, or if there was a massive development or the loss of a major employer or two. Those would be the kinds of things where you want to go back and make sure, like, because that can change the trajectory of, goals and policies. But generally, if the data is within a few years, like, you have a good sense of what's happening in the community.
I will say there was a fairly large set of comments that wasn't necessarily, didn't look like it was all captured in the second set of comments that you gave us, but I will just say it looked like mostly my big wish list for Raymond, which I thought was kind of cool. But it calls out, very specific things, and I think we were sort of, we wanted to be specific. We're not trying to be maybe that drilled down, but I just would like to have that in there, that there was several things on here that I thought were an extended comment that I really liked a lot of their ideas.
I think we've talked about all those ideas at one time or
Yeah,
another.
I was thinking that, yeah.
I think what we tried to do is put the tools in place to implement those and give people the opportunity to do it. So even if we didn't necessarily call it out.
Yeah, I mean, I love food trucks.
Oh, yeah.
Who doesn't like food trucks and music, concerts and farmers markets and book clubs and entertainment events and things for seniors. I just wanted to acknowledge, I guess, that large comment made. And
I hate to say it because I want everything on that list, but I think it's all like individual resident initiative, like starting a project, getting behind it and pushing it forward.
Yeah.
I like the smaller house lot size comment.
Oh, and that's on, I think that's included in that, yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, there's,
That was in that
it does,
paragraph.
evaluate reducing minimum lot sizes in specific areas. But,
I actually had a hot take on that. I actually didn't like that one.
well, I was gonna say, though, it was one that I wasn't as fond with. I think that because
About the
that goes
same lot?
against what we've received for feedback. I mean, maybe I personally would want that, but as a member of this committee, I have to consider that this is the town's plan, and that's not the kind of feedback that we got, that they want, rural areas, lot sizes to be reduced. I feel like that's the exact opposite of what we were being told.
Well, unless it's something like an open space development plan, right, where you would have smaller lots, but it would be concentrated to the one development, not a wide scale.
And just not to be redundant, but the recent state mandate as far as accessory dwelling units in growth areas really addresses density. It really does.
This is more just an anecdote, but I do some work in Massachusetts, and they had a statewide initiative, which is larger than this ADU LD 2003, but they have basically required 175 municipalities within the state that have access to public transit, either commuter rail or buses, to zone multifamily as of right at a density of minimum 15 units per acre. Wow. And that is basically the eastern third of the state. So I think LD 2003 is pretty light in comparison to that.
But understand that it must be certainly that what the state is doing is looking at increasing the housing stock, and what they're using is if they're not using sewers or public water, they're simply using transportation.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I feel like we've come to a pretty good consensus on receiving feedback.
I think there's one in here, the Steve Crane comments were really well written and thoughtful, and I had no problems with them and would propose that we incorporate them. Unless there's any discussion.
I was going to say the same thing. I thought that they rounded out those portions and, well.
So I guess, Ben, our directive would be, can you take that specific comment and try to incorporate the major points and highlights from that? Does that sound?
His red line edits specifically.
Got it. Yep.
Also, did anybody drive through town today? between 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. Did anybody notice like how many state troopers were pulling people over along
No.
302? I guess they had a traffic detail in town today. So I saw several people pulled over along 302 and on Main Street today. Nope, I didn't. But
Good to
they
know
were
they come
out
around.
in numbers.
Oh, they were behind me on my way into work today.
Well, I don't know if it was part of that effort in the Lakes region to do some traffic calming or what, but
Yeah.
they were specifically here in town, I noticed.
I know Peter had shared an article with us, and I wish they called out more specifics on what their plans were, so we can steal ideas. That's what you do. You steal other municipalities' ideas. Take their good ideas and you make them your own.
Yeah.
I guess my question is, why aren't we a part of it?
Well, I was gonna wait till public comment.
Oh, goodness.
Committee comment, but I'll take this opportunity since it's been brought up. You open the door, so to speak. That would be my question. My question would be exactly that. I mean, there are, these are three communities, they surround us. They've been working on this for a year. They got funding through grant money to implement it, and that's the question. Where are we? Why didn't we hear about this? And I will just tell you, and this may be, this is just my own personal thoughts, there was an acronym that was in that article, and it basically talked about the Greater Portland Council of Governments, which we used to belong to. And I guess I'll ask this question. I could ask the select board. Why aren't we part of that now? And nothing against North Star, but the 2004 plan was done by the Greater Portland Council of Governments assisting the town, the municipal people in town. And they did the plan. And I will tell you that I just did a little research on it, and unless I'm way off base, it's about 50 grand in dues annually. And from that, there's everything from support on grants to assistance with planning and everything. And I guess I'm just asking that question. And why didn't we know about this? So that's my committee comment.
I didn't realize that it was a membership. I thought we just were part of it.
Nope.
No, you have
The club
to
membership.
pay to reap
Okay.
the benefits.
Gotcha.
Okay. Do we have any other further additions for Ben and suggestions and direction? And Ben, I guess I will ask you, have you received from us what you were looking for?
Yes. The one thing I want to clarify of all of those things was the additional exhibit about the high priority goals, like consolidating those into a single location. Are those ranked? Are those the goals with the time frame of that are short-term items? Is that what you mean by high priority, or is there a different?
I think
Oh,
as far as
it's like 1 to 3.
prioritization, we were looking at timeframes.
Yeah, 1 to 3, like the first sort of.
Yeah, it says short-term is 1 to 2, medium is 2 to 4. So if we can kind of collect all of those 1 to 2 year short-term items into a single exhibit, that's what you were.
Listed by priority.
I would think that would provide guidance
Okay.
to the implementation committee as clear as we can.
Got it.
I mean, the reason that we put timeframes on it was because originally there wasn't, was to give them more specific guidance. Not necessarily hold their feet to the fire or dictate to them, but basically saying, we'd like to see some action within 1 to 3 years on this.
That's good. And the next question, I think I brought it up earlier, but will this group review the changes in end of January, February timeframe online? Like review, hey, here's the updated document based on the feedback, or is there going to need to be a meeting end of January, early February in order to kind of discuss and verify before it goes to the select board.
I will say this, and just, I think we are.
I'm going to say the same thing.
We might, I don't know, Peter. I think, and you can clarify this if I'm wrong, but I think we are tapped out on North Star planning. So
Last I saw was $1,500.
So we are at the end of our rope. So I think if we're going to meet again, we're going to have to do it on our own. I am personally fine with reviewing final changes to make sure the things that we asked for got implemented. The changes that the state asked for, it's not like we can be like, what are you talking about? Like, that's not what we want. So I feel like what is important for us to do as a committee is to review the changes that are made and make sure that what we propose, like go back in our minutes or rewatch this meeting and say, are the things that we asked for done? Specifically. And then I think I would feel comfortable putting this forth to the select board. So I don't know how everyone else feels about that. I mean, I very much enjoyed my time with you. I'm not trying to cut it off prematurely. But I just also think we need to be realistic about everyone's time and respectful.
And I
so
would
that's
say
my sentiment, is that we don't necessarily
to be
need another meeting.
fiduciarily responsible. I would say that if I calculated the $1,500, if I believe that's correct, that is remaining, and I don't know how much of that is going out, but we had planned on at least purchasing some signs to basically advertise at the for the vote at whether it's the town meeting or the referendum
In June.
Yeah. Which I believe that's what we were talking about, getting those type of political signs, a few of them, and place them around town, reminding people that, this is an important vote. You got to please vote on this, support it, support the plan and vote on it. So I would like to preserve as much of that, cash that we still have without going over budget, if we can possibly do it.
Yeah.
And Peter, did we ever look at how much mailers would be? We actually had a committee, we actually had a citizen ask me about doing a mailer to let people know, again, putting out there with the QR code. Do you remember what that would have cost us?
$3,500 comes to mind, and I could be way wrong, but for some
I was
reason,
thinking
that
around
feels
that.
like
That's what we had.
Yeah.
that's what it is.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what was it, 5,000?
3,500.
3,000, okay, so that would be over our budget, so we would
Yes.
probably be doing more of what Peter was saying, signs.
Yes.
I think if we all did a review electronic version, that would be fine. It'd be time to take your time to go through it carefully, and
And I
we're
think
saying that would be just incorporating the comments to date, and before Ben goes to.
I think if there's anything earth-shattering, maybe we can revisit that. Like, maybe if we've received more comments that anybody reviews and says this is earth-shattering, I think we really need to meet again.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think Peter and I, with careful emailing practices, can pull the committee without having a formal meeting by BCCing everybody and saying, have you reviewed it? Do you feel the changes were made? I feel like if we do careful emailing,
Yep.
we don't have to meet again. And we can still get the general consensus of the committee, or at least get your, yes, I've reviewed it.
I'm all right with it.
And I mean, this goes to the select board. People will have a chance to comment at the select board meeting on
And
it.
the select board has a chance to comment on it,
Yeah.
right?
More than comment, the select board.
They have to approve it.
They have to approve it to go on the warrant.
Right.
And I think Ben was absolutely correct, and we've learned this by experience. Once it goes on the warrant, it's either up or down. There's no changes after that.
So Ben, does that seem, you've proposed the question, I was already sort of thinking this, like that we really don't have the funds to utilize you again?
Yeah, I mean,
So
we
at this
want to,
point,
we're very close to the end, and we're going to make sure this gets to the finish line. But I think if the board overall is comfortable with updating the plan as discussed this evening and having the chairs kind of be the quality control to make sure we haven't missed anything, then that would be a fine way to proceed.
Okay, so if we're in consensus with that, then I say that that's how we move forward.
Good.
Unanimous consent.
Yes.
Unanimous consent.
So then,
Without an objection.
we need to approve our minutes from our previous meeting. I should have put the date on the agenda. So if someone has a really good memory and would like to put forth a motion.
The October minutes?
Or just, yes, or general motion, please. For our,
I'd move that we approve them as written.
Second.
and all those, or any discussion? Not seeing any. All those in favor? Sean, you're blacked out. Can you say yes or no?
Yes, I approve.
Thank you. So that was approved. I guess real quickly, I know we've been here later than normal. Peter and I think Frank, did you participate? And John did hang out at this last election. I went for more of the tail end of it. I think maybe 5 to 6 or 4 to 6, something around that range. And it was very busy at that time. And Peter had mentioned that we were on our second 500 pack of flyers. And I would have to say that once again, in my experience, in my time there, almost every single person was willing to listen to a 3-second, hey, this is the comment period and this is what we're doing and the draft is ready for your review. I would have to say a majority of people were willing to take the flyer and said thank you and looked it over. So I would say that was a successful outreach. I still find it interesting that 1,000 flyers went out and we've gotten 25 odd official comments that we think are individual, and a handful tonight. I just like to point that out, I guess.
Well, you're only going to usually say something if you have a change or a gripe or whatever, right? So I think we can assume that most people
We're entirely
loved
satisfied
it.
with it. Yeah.
I think that's a great way to look at it, and I really appreciate your optimism. Peter, do you have anything you'd like to add to that?
No, it was a great experience for me in this whole committee. And I think one of the most fulfilling things was going to the elections and actually having that 1 minute, 2 minute conversation and meeting my neighbors and hearing what they had to say.
Okay, next.
Madam Chair, we
yes.
have lost connection with Zoom. So Sean's no longer on the meeting.
Oh, we hit our max meeting time.
Zoom is timed out.
Yeah, timed out.
Yeah, if we have to vote or anything, we still got a quorum.
I don't believe besides ending the meeting, but next on our agenda is the comp plan committee comment. Peter, you've already spoken. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I guess my only other comment would be that they're on the 10th, the select board has on its agenda to discuss traffic calming in the town. And I would encourage anyone interested in attending that. I plan to, and my wife plans on doing that. And I think that it's
That's important.
It's unfortunate that it takes a tragedy sometime, but you know we heard loud and clear from the community well before that tragedy that there was an issue, and it just unfortunately is coming to the point where there'll be discussions from leadership in the town starting next week.
That's great.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Peter. I would like to take a moment, since this is theoretically our last meeting together, to say thank you for everyone willing to hang on. I'd like to thank North Star Planning for all of your help, because I think, as John had mentioned earlier, that we would really still be sitting here and up late at night and doing a lot of work. So without your aid and guidance, this would have been a very laborious process.
I second that.
All three.
And I just really have appreciated all the very thoughtful input that all of the committee members have provided. I felt that we were a great group and strive to listen to each other in the community. So I thank you all.
Thank you, both chairs, for the duty you signed up for and executed perfectly.
Thank you. Any other committee comment?
If I may
may, Madam Chair?
Yes, go
I
ahead.
know I'm not a committee member.
It's okay.
but Because you're saying that this will be your final meeting,
I believe it will be.
I
yes.
will have Mel send out the minutes, and if each one can send back any comments, and they'll be posted as final minutes.
Okay.
And Sue, can you tell us when, how long will we continue with our emails? Town emails?
I would think you should keep those until the vote.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm. Because people still may want to contact you and have questions.
Okay.
For a formality question that brings up, when are we officially no longer a committee?
I believe, again, once the vote has happened, I believe.
And I think you,
Because at that
Kayla,
point-
will basically just send a communication to the select board telling them that the lifetime of the committee is over and would this be.
Okay.
I do have Zoom up again.
Okay, Sean, you've just missed, I think, just a couple committee comments just regarding thanking North Star Planning and all of the committee members for our time and effort. And I'm not sure when you cut off, but this is our last meeting. So we will continue to communicate limitedly via chairs by email. And Sue will also be asking us to approve the minutes from this meeting individually. Not sure if he's there or not.
Yeah, it looks like he might be trying to get back on, because he was going to introduce us to a new family member.
Oh, I was wondering about that.
Wow.
Muted? Can't hear you.
Muted?
Working.
No, he's not muted.
No?
No sound?
No.
No, we don't have sound.
No, but you're
But we
not.
can
Yeah.
see
Don't wake up the baby.
a legislation.
Congratulations.
No, sorry, but
I know he was,
congratulations.
Sean did tell me he was born on Black Friday, and so he's 5 days old.
Wow.
Wow.
Congrats.
That's lovely.
So did he say the name?
He didn't, I didn't get that far.
Okay, maybe we don't want to make that public.
We were,
That's fine.
we were chatting back and forth.
A future implementation committee member.
Oh, I'm so sorry, we can't hear you, Sean. No. Okay. Not seeing any, further items and discussion, so I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
A second, and all those in favor? Sean, I know you can't speak, but maybe I see it raised hand. We are adjourned. Thank you very
All right.
much.
Thank you.
Good evening and welcome to the Monday, November 4th, 2024 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum and we'll start with roll call.
Stephen Clark.
Mike Richmond.
Robert O'Neill
Ed Kranich. Mark Childs.
Devin Woodbury?
by Zoom. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda. And we'll be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of the minutes of the October 7th meeting. We have no old business. We have a sketch plan review submitted by applicant Brandon Chase. And then we'll move to a workshop to start looking at a series of administrative ordinance changes. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. All persons speaking shall address the chairman. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision, because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file such an appeal, you must be certain that the board records evidence of your appearance this evening. Okay. First up, the minutes.
I move that we approve the minutes of October 9th as submitted.
Are there any discussion, changes, or second?
I second that.
Second? No other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Kevin goes yes. Done, approved. Bottom of the pile. Okay, new business sketch plan review for a cluster subdivision. Jim or Brett, who wants to do that? Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tonight you have before you an application for major subdivision for an 11-lot cluster subdivision on a parcel of land located off Raymond Cape Road. The property is identified as tax map 4, lot 29, and sits on approximately 37.3 acres of land. It is located in the LRR2, as all of the Cape is in the shoreline zone. So in addition to subdivision standards, you also want to be acclimated to shoreline zoning. As mentioned, this is before you tonight is a sketch. You do not need to take any formal vote, with the exception, because this qualifies as a cluster subdivision. Technically, we're supposed to look at it from a conventional standpoint versus a cluster subdivision. However, I do believe that this was before the board a couple years ago, then withdrew. And I think at that time, the board decided that it wanted to see a cluster. So you could waive the conventional if you decide to, but I would advise tonight that you make some vote for acceptance, as this is a cluster subdivision. Again, this is in the shoreline zoning, so you just have to pay attention to certain coverages on the lot. I provided you a memo with some bullet points. I think the biggest concern will be cluster, open space, probably stormwater review. Verify make sure that the length to width ratio doesn't exceed 3 to 1. And then anything with street design, make sure again that we comply with the shoreline zoning standards. I believe we have now cleaned that up, because before I think we had a situation down on Raymond Cape where we had a road that was 10% and our shoreline zoning said 8%.
Yep.
So I think we have matched those together now, so that shouldn't be an issue. There is also a memo in here from Wayne with regards to fire. I think it's the typical Wayne, just outlining all the requirements, sprinklers, availability of hydrants, turnaround, accessibility, etc. The road shown on here, I can't remember the exact length, but it does have a hammerhead, only one hammerhead turnaround. And there were some wetland delineations, and a report is in here. Based on that, I feel the board could make a determination tonight that it's accepting of the cluster development to let the applicant move forward, but the applicant is here. We can let them make a presentation, or you may answer any questions you have for them.
Thanks, Jim. I think we'll go right to the applicant.
Good evening, Andy Morrill, civil engineer with BH2M. Also with me is the applicant, Brandon Chase. Jim did a heck of a job there introducing the project. I will just point out a few things. This subdivision was before the board a couple years ago. As you all know, there was a cluster layout at that time. I think there was discussion about a cluster subdivision being the preferred approach. Applicant would like to proceed that way if the board feels the same way at this time. Our hope is to limit the amount of road, limit the impacts to the natural resources on site. So you'll see the layout as we've got it before you tonight is quite a bit less infrastructure than what was before you before, if those board members remember. A few other changes to the site. The applicant did cut out an outsale lot on the northern limits of the parcel, shown on the plan as an outsale lot sold to ELN Homes. That lot, I understand, has been built on and sold. So the private way, as it's shown, is about 1,050 feet in length. 21.3 acres of open space, as we've got it shown on the plan currently. We tried to design the open space so that it touched all of the lots. We've got it kind of going behind some of the lots, and even down along Raymond Cape Road, we've got a stretch of open space in the front of the project. Subsurface wastewater disposal, drilled wells, underground utilities. We did do some preliminary density calcs, which you can see in note number 12 on the sketch plan, showing that the parcel can support 11 lots. The applicant is aware that sprinkling of the homes is most likely going to be required. We did receive staff's comments. Thanks for those, Jim. Appreciate that. We'll certainly, any submissions moving forward, we'll certainly address those items and make sure all that stuff is in your packet and available for you guys. As the board knows, sketch plan is not only a great opportunity for us as the applicant to kind of introduce the project to you guys and any abutters, but it's a great opportunity for you guys to give us guidance before we jump into the design. So we welcome any comments or direction from the board this evening, so we can use that as we jump into the design process. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll throw it back to you and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Yep.
I think, I do remember we did a site walk on this. Mike, you were with us, right, for the site walk? Yeah, so we're okay. Does anybody think they need to see it again before we all? Kevin, you okay with the site walk?
Yeah, I was
Okay.
there.
We were there, so let's check that off.
I'm just going to waive that.
We're going to waive the site walk for the second time.
Thank you.
Let's, let's first discuss whether or not we want to see a full layout, or if we're happy with the cluster layout. The ordinance does require both to be presented at the same time, but we did look and say, to Andrew, right?
Yes.
As Andrew said, we did kind of lean towards the cluster subdivision the last time we were looking at this. We can waive the full one, the conventional, and stay with what being presented, or we can ask for the next time around both to come in so that we can have a visual comparison as to what it would look like if it was a conventional subdivision. Anyone have any comments, thoughts?
I prefer personally the conventional, I mean I'm sorry, not conventional.
Cluster.
Cluster. We did evaluate it before, it wasn't really that much different.
Yeah, I agree. I think the cluster is going to be the best approach for this.
Kevin, you have any thoughts?
No, I'm on board with the cluster. It looks pretty good.
Okay. So I think you can take that as clusters goes okay.
Great.
And you can, you don't need to come in with a conventional layout.
Great. We appreciate that. Thank you.
How do you intend to delineate on the ground the open space?
Well, I guess that's a good question. So we'll certainly have, property corners at the back of the property, which would delineate the back of the lots versus the open space. But we could certainly have some kind of discussion about some kind of more permanent delineation between the open space and the back of those lots. Right now, I think that strip of land that I have behind those lots, I think is either 20 or 25 feet wide, kind of on the back of those lots.
Yeah, I think it's a nice idea. I just don't see in practice how it just is not going to become part of the lot.
Right.
Well, the lot, if I can, the back of those lots will have pins.
Right.
The only thing you could do is either flag or mark the trees. Are there trees there, or is it all cleared?
There's definitely trees.
And what they could do is they could either blaze or paint something on the trees to
Yeah,
help
that would
delineate.
work.
Because you'd have the pins, and then if they could blaze the trees that say edge of property or open space, open space access or something to that effect, you know, even they just, some bright orange blazing or something like that, or red or something, just to delineate so people are very aware that, you know, one, they're not on ELM homes or they're not on the properties to the south.
Can I ask a naive question? Those long fingers of open space that lead all the way to Raymond Cape Road, is that part of the requirement?
No.
Or is that
No.
something the applicant is?
The applicants provided that.
So
I
it-
think the only thing that we require is a 50-foot access, either off the internal road or the Raymond Cape Road.
So out of curiosity, I guess I'd ask, is there a specific reason for that, or?
We find that a lot of people, everybody likes to be touching the open space so they can go from their house directly to the open space, and they could do a loop, say, of walking through the open space rather than, I mean, yes, they could walk down the road to get to the open space and go on, but
It could be a trail.
it could be a trail, and they could leave directly from their house and get into the open space.
Yeah, that sounds nice.
Thank you.
The open space on the, I guess, east side of the property, will that remain? I mean, it seems logical to me if you wanted to extend the road straight back and add more houses in the future. Can you do that, or is this open space locked in?
Yeah, that open space would forever be remained as open space.
Okay.
So
There's
the
a
parcel can only support 11 lots, so.
And it has to support a certain amount of open space, plus the fact that they have a net density that they can't exceed. So there would have to be documents explicitly laying out how in perpetuity this open space would be held by the homeowners association.
Does the Skillins property have access to another way, or is it?
Yeah, I think they come in,
Do they come in?
Yeah, that's 302 side.
yeah.
That's a 302 side?
Yep.
Because I think that Bridle Path, or it was an old subdivision, I think that wound up in the back there, and I
Yep.
think Skillins had access to 302. They're long, narrow, big lots.
Okay. Are there any other comments?
The one thing that I also like to point out, Andy, is that with these smaller lots in the cluster, typically we like to see the house layout and an idea of how these lay out. Obviously, you're gonna get test pits and everything. I think the couple that'll be a little bit challenging will be 7 and 6 because of the wetlands there and what impacts that could have, and probably 3. I think 4, you got enough room. So we just want to see how those are gonna, how those house lots could be laid out.
Yep,
Not
I
saying
assume you want to see house, driveway, septic
Yeah,
well.
I can't speak for the board, but typically we just like to see a typical footprint.
Yep.
We understand that the house design will be in flux.
4 as well, Jim, 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Typically, when we do that, when we show a house, we'll put a kind of a blanket note on the plan that says that, you know, the developer's not held to this house
Yeah, I would
configuration, but, you know.
I
all the-
typically try to go to a little bit bigger house than maybe normal, so that
Yeah.
if they go smaller, then it's accounted for in your stormwater and things like that.
Yep, absolutely.
On your next submission, could you include the driveway on the outsale lot? It seems like it might be close to your.
I think it's on there, isn't it? Or is that, no, that goes
That's
to-
actually the driveway for
Trust.
the lot even further to the north.
Yep.
Yes, I can add the driveway and house for the outsale lot.
And his good point is that that sold within 5 years, correct?
Yes, it has.
So it's part of the subdivision, but we won't be reviewing it because it's a lot of record, but it has to be part of this plan because it's connected to the mother parcel. With that said, please give us the site distance off of whatever the private way will be named.
Sure.
You get a little bit of a bend to the south, but I think you're good, but I can't recall the topography. What is it, 35 or 40 speed limit?
I want to say it's 35.
Yeah, it's 35.
35.
Yep.
They're advisory, aren't they?
That means they're going 50.
Exactly.
And this is below, you've maintained that this is below DEP stormwater management permit, so now the town's ordinances will kick in for similar
Right.
reviews, but you don't have to file for the state permit.
Correct, right. And I was talking to the applicant, there may be some slight layout changes. I know the house that sits on the outsale lot is kind of facing towards this parcel. We may extend lot 1 a little bit, which may make our road slightly longer when we come back to you guys. Just concerned about those two houses and their proximity to each other, so.
Yeah, because you really have 2 windows on lot 2, right? But
Correct.
Probably,
yeah. The small little triangular window is not much of a window. It's a pretty small little area there. You probably, I would imagine, build lot 2 over where it, where the lot deepens out over
right,
there.
Yep. Yep. Underground utilities.
Yes.
You're gonna come in off, is the pole on your side or the other side?
I believe it's on. It is on our side.
Okay. If it's on your side, you can just drop and come in. If it's not, you can do a drop. Typically, we allow a drop pole and come in.
Okay.
I think we've, just make sure you check the cluster development standards. There's a separate Article 13 in the land use code for that.
Okay.
Other than that, I think, board have any questions besides me?
Yeah, I think we're pretty, I don't think, it's a normal submission.
We're good.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I'm good. No, I'm good.
I think we're good. Do you have any other questions you need from us?
No, we appreciate you guys giving us some direction this evening, and we'll see you when we come back. Thank you.
Do we need to make a motion to accept the cluster concept?
It'd probably be best if you did, just for the record.
I think.
I know you kind of took a straw poll,
Yeah,
but I think, to his point, we're supposed to do it by the ordinance to,
All right.
the board's supposed to vote, so.
Okay. I move that we accept the cluster development concept for this project.
Second that motion.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Done.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Andrew.
Sounds like a pirate. Aye.
Yeah.
Aye. Aye.
All right, we'll move to our workshop on almost all of Brett's work here. Brett, since you put most of this together, I think, how would you guys like to go through this? I mean, a lot of the administrative stuff, I think, is pretty straightforward.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think we need a discussion on every one of them, do we?
Not everyone, no. No.
Okay. So let's take a look. The extension of the approvals permit. That is just actually cleaning up what we've already have. Right?
Yeah, correct. I think staff-wise, I think we kind of debated a little bit how it could be interpreted. So the addition of that verbiage there is just kind of meant to kind of clarify when that should start.
Okay. The street ordinance, clarification of reviewing authority. Anybody got any thoughts? I think it's pretty straightforward.
Yep.
Okay.
That was one that came from Board of Appeal? No.
No, that's the zoning board's is in the back. Okay, it takes you that one.
right.
That one.
This is the right one.
The number of hard copy submissions, I don't think everybody's okay with that. Last time we talked, right? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, Kevin, jump in. I'm not really looking at you if you have something. Number of hard copy submissions, the second one, same thing, just another change to 12. And again, hard copy submissions, 6. Again, there's another hard copy submissions. I just remember us changing these not that long ago, but.
Well, I think we changed to different sizes. I think the numbers.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah, we went to the smaller size for you folks.
All right, Article 7, Section 2B, again, changes, number of submission changes. Article 7, 2B, number of changes. Plus one digital copy is new, isn't it?
Yes. I think in
Is
most.
that for you guys, or is that for us? PDF?
Yeah, for the record.
For the
and
record, for the
also-
town, and if a butters come in, then we can give them the PDF versus making copies.
Okay. Everyone all right with that? Yep. Okay, then we get to the piers, docks, and wharfs, which came out of an appeal that went to the zoning board of appeal. I think the only thing in here that is really, I mean, one is just adding a definition. I don't think that's a problem.
Did you have one before that that was shore frontage?
Yeah, that is in here. The shore,
Okay.
oh, is that, yeah, you're right, that is in front of it. So our ordinance mixes and combines shore and road frontage for determining the dock. And I think the zoning board of appeal would like clarification of that, which makes sense. Anyone have any thoughts? I would.
From a code enforcement standpoint,
Yep.
do you require 225? For somebody to put a dock in, or can it be less?
I
Well,
think it's a requirement, the 225, because I went through that, me and my father down on Eastern Painted.
Okay.
I
So
mean, there are plenty of older lots that have less than 225 that get docks.
Plenty.
So these older lots would all be grandfathered?
Grandfathered.
So,
Yeah, so it's anything
I mean,
anything new.
almost all the shoreline is lots.
So is there just for curiosity then, should we have a statement in there saying that based on a certain date, a lot of record is exempt?
It's going to be almost every lot on the waterfront, on the lakefront, right? I mean, it's.
I know,
I
but
wonder how this came. Do we have that much waterfront property still left to be developed?
Not really.
I don't think so.
Did it come about because it just said frontage?
Yeah, it came up because.
It only said frontage, it didn't
Yeah,
specify
because we
whether it
don't-
was water or road frontage?
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
So somebody may have tried to say, in maybe an appellate situation, that they had the road frontage, therefore they had lake frontage.
Right.
They were, I don't know the exact circumstances, but I'm guessing that's how it may have derived.
Well, the easy fix would be just to remove road frontage.
But the road frontage is in there for building, you see what I'm saying, it's in the zoning standards?
But there would have to be a lot to begin with.
Right.
So if it's an approved lot, right, it'd have to.
Well, if somebody's splitting, say somebody splits a lot, it doesn't even come to the board, they just have a big lot and they split it, they have to have 225 feet of road frontage.
Right.
But then the question becomes, under the dock, do you follow the road frontage or the shore frontage?
Yeah, so if you just remove road frontage, then everything stands, right? Am I missing something? So you have to have 225 shore frontage for a new lot.
But is this is in under the shoreland zoning, is this under the zoning requirements, or is it under dock provisions? Because I think it's just in the general lot requirements. So you
Right.
can't get rid of the road frontage. I think what you gotta do is put something in here that says specifically for dock purposes, the applicant's required to have
Right, 'cause you
225 feet of shore front, because this is covering everything in the shoreline zoning, all the lot.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Is that?
You may have 225 at the road, and you only got 175 down at the water.
Exactly.
Right.
So you may not be
exactly.
applicable for a dock.
Right, exactly.
I think to create a new shoreland,
Shore frontage
shore
for
frontage.
for docks.
just a lot in general, you still need the 225 to create that lot.
Okay.
currently.
So, Jim, it's under piers, docks, wharfs, bridges, and other structures that extend over the normal high water line for bodies or wetlands. So I don't see it addressing all lots.
350.
It's not in it.
56.
Yeah, it's on, oh, this doesn't have page numbers, but it's 6.4.
Right, but under that section of the ordinance, what I'm getting at is, then if you go to the lot requirements, that's where the shore frontage and all these other standards come from, that's all.
Yeah, but if we change it, if we don't include the road frontage in this section for docks, it doesn't, not going to affect the road frontage for a lot.
Minimum lot standard. Yeah. It doesn't really, I think the problem is under that section 350-64.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it mentions either one frontages under that section. If we go back to the, you gotta go back to the zoning the zoning.
Oh, so it's not, oh, I see, understand. The one.
So then you gotta go back to the zoning requirement itself for the shoreline zoning, which is back in the beginning of Article 6, I think. 162.
Yeah, I didn't see it at all here.
So if you go back to page 162.
Yeah, mine doesn't have page numbers, but where are you, what article are you in?
Article 6, right at the beginning of Article 6 for shoreline zoning, 356, 1. Or 6.2, actually, 350-6.2.
Point 2. Minimum lot standard, okay.
See how in a B, shore and road frontage, so that's the
Oh,
lot
okay.
standards, you know.
Yep.
So I think either to your point, either you gotta put it in the dock section,
Mm-hmm.
or in this section, you put in there for docks, minimum required is 225 feet of shore frontage. I think that's the easiest way to clean that up. Or you put an asterisk or something, I don't know. See, these are standards for single family or any structure.
Okay.
So I think that's why the ZBA was confused. It's shouldn't be, because it says and. Which
There was a little bit of back and forth when we were getting our document.
yeah, but I mean, it says road and shore, so you have to have both conditions to qualify. But it would probably be clearer language if you just put in there, you know, either under the dock section, that you must have the minimum shorefront property meeting frontage, some statement like that. Either in the dock section.
In the dock section, and.
Yeah, I think it's that simple. In the dock section, you say must meet the applicable minimum shorefront requirement. I don't think it says that, does it?
So we add M to 50-6.4? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you can, yeah, probably
Yeah.
just add in.
Add M.
Yeah, or you could add the specific number to the shore and road frontage standard section. That way, it's all the numbers are within one section. So if the town were to ever want to change any of their numbers, they don't have to go back and change it in two different locations. All the numbers they are interested in are all in one
So
section.
what are you suggesting, Brett? To where?
If you just defined the specific
In
within
subparagraph B?
Yeah, within the minimum lot standards and setbacks, B, just within there, you could just spell out the specific number in case
Sure.
it were ever to change.
Yep.
That way it's just a one
It's
and
easier.
done.
Okay.
Yeah, because it says like private recreation.
Yes,
so
yes.
225. I think
Yes.
just put, you could do under 1D, right? You do under 1D. You can just spell out for docks.
Yep, yeah, we can add one here.
Under 1D for docks, you can just put in there minimum 225 feet of shore frontage.
Okay.
That way, if you, to your point, if you have to change it, you only do it one spot.
Yeah.
Okay, next one is just adding a definition of a dock.
Hickory dickory dock.
I think it's okay. And then the last one from the zoning board of appeals is dock length. So. Which is kind of interesting. I think from the verbiage is not really clear as to what you can do.
Yeah. Because, I mean, you see a lot of docks that have the T formation on the end.
Yeah, that's how you would normally have it, would be in the.
Right, because you got a boat slip or
Yep.
something, so I guess.
The one in the middle doesn't make sense, like in this picture.
Well, I think they were just doing.
Yeah, I think you
Yeah,
typically see it on the end,
drawings,
right?
yeah,
You
to
see-
see
you
various
see- you-
configurations.
Usually you see an L or a T,
Yeah.
usually, you know, but to your point, what's width, what's length?
So this is a little bit more difficult.
I guess I don't understand the purpose of having 12 feet wide by 10 feet wide at the beginning either, opposed to.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
No, that one I don't understand. I get the 10 by 6, that's kind of the T, or it would be on, typically you see them on the end,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't understand the two.
Side by each.
Side by each, it's kind of a, I guess you call it
The meat more of
I
a.
think it's just asking if it should be allowed, and talking to Chris, we decided that that's not allowed. Putting
This
them side
picture
by
is
side.
not. Oh,
The picture's asking what should be allowed, and
Right.
what shouldn't be
Oh,
allowed.
okay.
And when we talked about it, we decided that the middle one, as awkward as it is, we would allow that one, but the kind of the platform at the end, the two 6x10s, because you're creating kind of a gathering area, and that's really not what I don't
Right.
think we
No,
want
I
to see.
definitely agree with you that the front end, the two 6x10s should not be allowed. Then it becomes, how long or wide could that middle section be?
Right.
As long as it, I guess as long as the minimum dimension doesn't exceed 6 feet, it could be as long as it wants. Because, I mean, you could go out,
I thought there was a distance in between from shore, like when you're in a cove, you can't extend further than X amount, whatever the open distance space is. Maybe I'm interpreting
no,
that wrong.
right, into the water.
Right.
I don't think there is a maximum distance. It's to get to navigable water essentially,
Okay.
and not inhibit somebody else
Space.
getting into.
I think you got into this when you got
There's some
Marina.
good neighbor stuff
Yeah.
going on there, but.
That's, we had to, could figure out who has the enforcement, right?
Right.
I think it would be helpful to show which side is the shore on this diagram.
I was thinking the same thing.
Sorry, not being a wise guy, but
I was thinking the same thing, and I thought about it. I think it's just a representation of all different options. Doesn't really matter front, so I thought the same thing, though.
Agreed, but if you're saying that you do not want to see the ganged up ones at the end.
Right. To
We'd want to
define
clarify that.
Yep.
The shore would be at the top of the drawing.
So vague, the facility shall be no longer a dimension than necessary to carry on the activity.
I know, I saw that. It's necessary. That's not really.
Temporary
it's
pier,
nice,
dock, or
but-
wharf and non-title shall not be wider than 6 feet for non-commercial uses. But when is it a width, when is it a length?
Well, they all have to be perpendicular to the shore with the exception of one to allow for the L and the T. Then they wouldn't have to change my dock.
But I mean, is there when Chris makes an evaluation or you make an evaluation, is there a maximum length that T can be?
No, I don't think there's anything that.
Because, I mean, you think about it, that T is what's parallel to the shore, so.
Yeah, but you just use one, right? We use one section. They're all sections, they're all 10 by 6. So you just have,
But what if somebody wanted to do 2 at the end, is what I'm saying?
yeah, you get one.
Oh, you're saying you get one.
Yeah, that was me. I was
I'm not saying, I'm saying right now, is there a limitation, though, is what I'm.
Oh, no, there is no limitation right now. That I know of, at any rate. Maybe, there's none. But if we address it as, you've got to have perpendicular, your 6x10 dock section's perpendicular to the shore, and one 6x10 section is allowed to be, perpendicular to the perpendicular dock.
And is 6x10 the nominal sizes?
I think that might be just a standard size.
Most-
that come in on
Most of
the-
your residential are 4 foot wide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, lengthwise, are they 10, 12?
The one I just put together was 2 6s to make a 12.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was wondering. I mean, if you make it just so it's 6 by 12, it's a 2-to-1 ratio. It just might make it easier. I don't know.
You may have to go longer than 10 on that one side too, because you got a 20-foot boat. You might need, an 18-foot boat or something. You might need more than 10 feet on that tee.
That's what I was getting at. How do we? What?
What's the number?
Even still, like, it should be 1, 1.
But I tell you, most boats are going to be docked along the longer section of the
Yeah, I know.
perpendicular route. They're not going to.
Right.
Yeah,
It's 10 feet long enough for
Really
a
for
boat.
loading and unloading, right?
Yeah. So I mean, two 10-foot sections are going to be plenty.
For most,
Yeah. And then if you have the 6 that goes to the T, but you make it an L, then you got loads of.
Yeah, I guess I understand that too.
Go ahead, Mike.
Well, clarification, so, fun discussion, right? But what you guys were saying is you would rather prohibit people from fattening up the end?
Right. We don't want it to be a gathering place. I think the docks are supposed to serve as just egress from shore to your boat. You get a lot of people out there, you get a lot of weight, people drinking, collapses, stuff going in the water. It's not supposed to be where people are partying.
So just the flip side of that, though, to me, is that's the boarding place for people to get on and off boats, and much safer to have a broader area than people trying to get onto a 4-foot section or 5-foot section, so. I see that a lot. Mine is.
I know a lot of these come from pretty much like Dockmaster, and I'm just wondering.
They're all kits, yeah.
Kits, if we should just reach out to them and find out what the
common
size is.
Maybe configuration.
Configuration, just to give us a little background data before we just kind of arbitrarily throw things out. I mean, because I'm guessing it's like anything. You can have anything customized that you want.
Yep.
Right.
So what is kind of the nominal, when you buy a kit, what do you typically?
Most of them are just straight. You're driving in and out. But, I mean, if you went and putted around the lake, you'd probably be a 50-50 shot that you see 10 by 12 platforms at the end of all these docks. So there would be a little bit of kerfuffle, I bet.
And then I guess the question is, since they're temporary,
we're pulling in and out.
Put it back in next year, and now you in violation?
How do we enforce that?
So if you have a temporary dock now, and you have a section that is larger than this, now it's a temporary structure, so they have to get a permit every year to put that dock in? Or is it a one-time?
I hope not.
The thought is it goes in the same every year.
Yeah.
If you're going to move it, I think that we'd like
Well, and-
information regarding that, but.
Right, when we go get a permit for those, we apply and we say what we're going to do with the dock itself. So, I mean, if it was approved in the past, then how can we go back and say, now you can't do that?
Well, how do you document that, though, I guess is the question. Everybody's got to come up with a new.
Right.
They're going to have docks that have been out for 15 years and come in with a new one that's bigger, just because they know it's one and done.
Or transfer of ownership between houses.
Right.
That person doesn't like that dock anymore and they throw a new dock in.
I think we just need to go back. I think it'd be good to get, I don't know, maybe reach out to a couple of the dock people and just get some information on what is a nominal size. I don't know. I mean, I've seen so many different sizes on these things in and around the lakes and everything.
Oh, yeah.
So what's a fair for somebody new coming along?
Right.
You see them with canopies on them and plenty of space
you've
for
got,
sitting.
I mean, a lot of them, like Bob says, some of them have lifts, right?
I was going to say, a little boathouse that's on the water, I mean, those are still legal in the state of Maine. Some places don't allow them.
Right, but I mean, the lifts are, right? They don't really, that's not part of the dock, right? The actual crank
Some
lifts?
are.
Yeah, it's part of the dock kit, but they come in and out.
But do we
Like the
count
dock.
that as?
As the width?
Yeah.
I don't think so, because it's not really.
It's submerged,
It's
yeah.
lifting something out. It's kind of.
Yeah, it's not like
the boat. Not something somebody's standing on.
I guess I should have researched. Does this come from a neighbor's complaint, or did this come from somebody asking for a permit?
That's the same thing.
Board of Appeals, I think.
Yeah.
I know it came to the Board of Appeals.
Oh.
I was just wondering. Sandy might know. Sandy, do you know how this came to the Board of Appeals?
They had a couple of administrative appeals about docks, and they realized that they wanted to have a better understanding of what was allowed.
Complaints from neighbors or just?
From neighbors.
Okay.
It's only gonna be a growing concern is the parking.
And one was
Yeah.
from a violation.
Okay.
I wonder if there's any state guidelines out there or DEP recommendations
I
or
don't think so.
anything we can
I
lean
think
on?
this is a
No?
nightmare for every code enforcement officer on a lake.
We could spend all summer just dealing with the docks.
I bet.
I mean, how many docks are in town? I bet you half of them don't conform. So,
I guess we could approach it by square footage and not worry about the design.
Well, you could have maximum width
Maximum width
and
and
then
square
and
footage.
square footage.
Yeah.
Let them figure out their orientation.
Right.
And then a ratio for the orientation, like if you want to have one
Yeah.
sideways, then it's the ratio. Of, you know, it can't be. It could be twice as wide as the platform. You know, as the initial gang, if you will. Maybe a ratio. That way, if you have 4 feet or 6 feet, you can have a 4 feet or 6 feet this way.
Right.
And so it doesn't matter what the size is. To your point, I don't know. There's going to be a standard, but if it's custom, if you have an 8 foot wide, then you can only be 8 foot this way at the end.
I think that makes a lot of sense. The only thing is that if you're on a lot where you have to reach navigable water, you're gonna have to go out pretty far. You might exceed.
But that section would still be the same, no matter what it is. If it's a 6 by 10 section.
No, but
and
the
you have
area is what
12,
Bob's getting
10
at.
of
The
them.
area, the area,
Sure,
right,
the area, right,
the
the
area,
maximum
square-
area, right.
maximum area
Yep.
would,
Right.
would. Yeah, but on a deeper section, you know, if you have a maximum area, people aren't gonna build a dock further out than they really
Right,
need to.
right.
I mean, it's,
Depends on the shoreline, really.
yeah, it depends on the shoreline.
It's a tricky one.
I like the ratio and the square footage. What do you guys say?
I do too.
Yep.
Well, we
I
could,
mean, we don't have to worry about design. What do you think? Is that,
I like it, but it's gonna be tough for people who have shallow water.
well, not if we give it a long enough square footage, right?
Yeah.
I mean, assuming that, I mean, if we're okay for people at shallow, we're gonna be okay for people with deeper sections, but if it's a deeper lake, people aren't gonna build way out on
Right.
a deep lake. I mean, they just wouldn't pay.
Right.
It'd be too expensive.
And we're not putting a cap on the length, we're more or less putting a cap on the width.
On the width,
What you
right.
can build at the end of it.
Yep, with a
So
ratio.
either way, you can get to manageable water.
Yep,
well, that's the other way you could do it. You could just let them go as long as they want to navigable waters, and then just put a area cap on the end, on the end.
yep,
That might be the easier.
yeah,
way.
the easier.
Yeah, when you start getting in deeper water, it's really a pain to
Right.
install the dock and remove it every
Mhm.
year, and you don't, there's not gonna be a lot of demand for that, I don't think.
All right, what do you think, Brett? Can you work something up for us?
Sure can.
Will it make sense?
I don't know.
Will it be easy?
Does that sound good, everybody?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. And then our fire department, which is done on here. I think that's it for our
Yep.
discussion today. I didn't think that'd be too hard. All
Just
right,
to let you know, I think the other one that Chris, you and Sandy may have a conversation is with Phil, our attorney, about ADUs, and where we stand with compliance to the state.
okay.
It's messy all over the place. It's not an easy ordinance. State ADU ordinance, yeah. So I think we need guidance from Phil to make sure that we're in compliance with the state ordinance.
Okay.
Because if we aren't, then the state ordinance could supersede local.
Oh.
Nobody.
All right, but before we get by that, can we, what I hope to be able to do is to get all these ordinances done into the smooth, get them to the attorney, and then get them back for public hearing. And while we're still in the process of the other ordinance revisions. So we don't have one day of a whole series of ordinances to have public hearings on. So we have so instead of, what we normally would do is, Jay, we want normally, or actually historically, we would work on all of these ordinances, get them all to the lawyer at the same time. They would all come back to us. We would have the public hearing of 10, 15, whatever, 5, whatever ordinance changes that we would have all at one day. What I'm proposing, and you guys cut me off if you don't like it, but what I'm proposing is that we do this as a series of events, so that these now get turned into the ordinance revisions. We get them to the lawyer gives them back to us, we hold the public hearing, we pass them, so we vote for approval or disapproval, and then they'll go into the holding pattern until the selectmen want to take it up.
So you just want to do it earlier, is what you're basically saying.
I want to do it earlier and more often. So we approach them in a series of events instead of one big event.
Basically, looking at your ordinances, I think the dock, and if we get into ADUs, those are the only two that are going to take any kind of time. The rest of these are pretty.
Right, that's why I think I'd like to do it. I like to move these along and get them over with.
And if you do get one that does drag out, it still buys you some time to do it right.
Right, exactly.
So you could punch 4 or 5 of the, basically the first 7 of these out in one shot.
Yeah. And I think that we're close enough in an agreement that as long as you can put something together on the dock, I don't think that's going to be a problem. Is that right? Everyone pretty happy?
Until you have that public hearing.
I'm sorry?
Right. Until you have that public hearing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have to start somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so next round then of ordinances. I was hoping Greg would tell us more about his small lot proposal. The other thing is we need to go back to solar, for a review. So.
Oh, because you wanted to, well, they changed, right?
Right.
It's not allowed, the only zone it's allowed in is in the R.
Yes.
So the question would be then, even in the R, we wanted to come back to buffers?
You're right. Yeah. So what I think I'd like to do, or I think what we should do, and you guys kind of tell me, is that I think that the ordinance that is in effect right now should go to the town's attorney to make sure that the town attorney finds no conflicts with our ordinance. And then also to you guys as well to review to make sure there's no conflict with any of those any of the existing ordinances, which includes you, Jay, you and Chris, to go through that and find out if there's any difference. Then the next meeting we can look at that,
Right.
and decide whether or not what we need to change, what we don't need to change, or whether or not we need to do anything. Is that?
Because what came up was, right, a buffer was only the same as the side set, or the rear setback.
Yes.
And in that particular zone that we were dealing with, it was relatively small.
It was very small.
And then the question was, did we want to match what a commercial use would be up against a residential neighborhood, or do we want to go something different?
Right.
Do you have a preference? Or do you want us to propose kind of an option of 2?
Yeah, I think we should look at the options and see what.
I mean, in the rural district, obviously, you usually have more land to deal with, so.
Right. Now, will you guys have time to do that for the next meeting?
When's the next meeting? December 11th?
I think the big push will be, can we get it through the attorney?
So Jay, can you get it to the attorney?
It's not so much getting it to the attorney, it's getting it
I know.
back from the attorney.
Yeah.
That may be one that we have to
So-
wait till January, I don't know.
We might have to. Could you get it to the attorney? I should have started this last week. Can you get it to the attorney and just get a feel from him, and then just let Sandy know
Yeah,
as to whether or not we can put it on to the next agenda or not?
yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Other than that, we've got the fire department's sign size. We've got, if we want to tackle a noise limit or a quiet zone. Does the town have an ordinance? Kevin, does the town have an ordinance on noise?
Nope.
No, we don't. Well, only for animals.
Only for animals. All right.
Typically, what we've done in the past is we relied on the DEP standards.
It's going to say, there's just state law already.
There's gotta be a state law,
There's a
right?
state law already, so that's.
You can make it.
The state follows the national
Yep.
codes for those.
So we're going to make a law for a law.
The only
So we're not
thing
gonna
is
do
you've
that.
got,
It's already a
under the
state law.
DEP, you've got a quiet zone and a non-quiet zone. It depends
All right.
on the-
So can we cross that one off?
Or do you-
Well,
or do you
I
want
think
to?
in order for us to post something, we have to have an ordinance.
If you
Whether or
can't
not we
enforce it.
enforce it.
Right.
We
exactly.
can't post it unless we have an ordinance.
So we need an ordinance that says we're gonna be the same as the state ordinance.
We can't enforce the state law in our own.
It's.
How does that work?
You're allowed to enforce it if you want to enforce it, but you can't post it unless you have an ordinance to go by. Once you have an ordinance, you can then enforce it and post it.
What are you gonna post, quiet zone, or what will?
Right, I mean, if you're on Casco, is it 121? There's a pit, a gravel pit up there. They post a quiet zone and no engine braking. That Casco has posted there. I looked, and they don't have an ordinance for that, but
I think
unless they
that's
don't have it
because that
online.
pit was a contract zone, Kevin. So I think the town had the right under the contract zone to do, Sandy and I were in, we were in Casco at the time. That's a contract zone, and they were allowed to put other standards in place as part of the contract zone. So that's why that got put in place.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I've noticed those, and as I've been looking for those around other places too, so it's.
Yeah, it usually comes into play with operations of loud noises. You know, I face it a lot with quarry operations, things like that. But he's right, you do see it with this high truck traffic or industrial
We have,
uses.
yes, we are, Egypt Road is a high truck traffic going over the pit in Gray and coming back through is, and not only, gravel, but it's concrete trucks too, so it's.
It's a little bit more difficult for vehicles on public roads than it is for private property. And I think noise ordinances, I'm wrong, usually get enforced with private property uses, right? More than over public way uses. So it's the operation that's going on a private property.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing to enforce. You gotta.
Well, somebody's gotta have a decimal meter and, and it's a whole, but I do think that we could mimic the state DEP ordinance, at least get some standard in place.
All right, we'll put it on for the next meeting.
Other towns typically use that DEP standard.
We'll say.
Well, it's like enforcing the speed limit, on a state road. We can't do that, but we can, try to at least put some signs up and some monitoring and gather some data. I mean, if we don't do anything, it just doesn't get any better. And it may not get better if we do this, but we have to try at least.
Right. It's just like if somebody has a gas station or marina and there's engine noise, there's a certain decibel that you're not supposed to, somebody can't be out there revving their engine,
Okay. So Sandy, next one, we'll do solar if Jay gets back to you that says the lawyer can do it. And we'll do quiet zones.
Back to the solar, are we gonna talk more about that, or?
Next meeting.
We're gonna wait?
Yeah, we're gonna wait until we get all the data back, all the reviews back from both Jim and Brett, Jay and Chris. And
So but at this next meeting, we'll be able to propose some changes, possibly, or additions?
oh yeah, it'll be the workshop for solar.
Okay.
Yeah, because the only change was commercial, right?
Yes.
Changing the private uses, right?
What I don't have anything else on my list of changes. It seems like we're missing some. I'm missing some, but
On the fire number, the 911, section 6, I just wanted to make a note that it says on E, interior location, all residents and other occupants are requested to post the assigned number and road name next to their telephone for emergency reference. I don't think there's too many landlines, and I don't know if there should be an ordinance.
Carry it around your.
carry it around your pocket.
No, you have to have a magnet, back your cell phone.
So I don't know.
Where's Wayne? He didn't join us.
No, Wayne is not here.
Now, we all used to have stickers on our phones. We don't remember that, but.
Mark, you think that's antiquated?
Yeah, I remember having the sticker as a kid on the phone, 911 or whatever, but I don't think we have. Yeah, it's kind of caught me off guard. I'm like, oh wow, look at that.
Yeah, so
Post it next to our.
So Brett also brought up a good point. Under the back of that, there's enforcement, but typically if you have enforcement, usually you've got
Some kind of appeal process. It talks about notice of violation, but there's no way to appeal that decision.
What are we talking about right now?
In the fire addressing,
Oh, that's next week. That's next month.
Okay.
Next month.
I got you.
We got that next month, we got solar next month, and we got quiet zone next month. Sandy, those are the three for the announcement.
Got it.
Do we have any, this one won't, the pre-app probably won't be back, right?
Filing deadline is next week, the 13th. I don't know if they're going to turn it around quick enough or not. I have to wait to see.
Okay. You want to
That's good. I mean, that'll be fine. We'll still knock these out.
Yeah.
And then, because solar may take us a while.
I think Christmas party, you know. Just
And then Christmas party, yeah.
Need
You
a
guys
motion-
happy?
Need a motion, chief.
Always.
Need a motion, chief.
We do.
Pass these on for review to the.
No, for us
That's not the motion.
Unless you want to stay.
Already? Motion to.
Is there a second?
Second.
You'll second that? All in favor?
Aye.
Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, December 11th, 2024 Planning Board meeting for the town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum. Start with roll call.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Mark Childs?
And from Zoom,
Stephen Clark.
both of you. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said. And to look at all the exhibits that are present, please notify the chair if you're unable to see or hear. Since we are only doing ordinance reviews, I'm going to dispense with the rest of that reading. So our agenda items tonight are the approval of minutes for the November 4th meeting. We have no old business. Our new business is a series of public hearings for some administrative changes to the ordinance, and then a workshop discussion on addressing fire departments addressing ordinances, a noise quiet zones, and a review of the current solar ordinance, excuse me. And that is it. So first up is the approval of minutes of November 4th. Is there any changes or deletions? Recommendations? Everybody happy? Is there a motion? You were done. You weren't here? You weren't here. Yes, you are.
Was I? Yeah, you were here.
Yeah, you were here.
Oh.
Yeah.
You moved, I'll second.
Steve? Oh, no, you weren't here. I'm sorry. You weren't here. All right. So I will move that we accept the minutes as written. From one of you guys, is there a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. And one abstention. 401, minutes are accepted. Next is the public hearing. Just as a quick review of those, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 proposed changes to the ordinances. All of those changes are admin changes to our present ordinance or changes to clean up some of the verbiage or definitions in the ordinances. It is a public hearing. I am going to open the floor to public hearing. The phone number is up on the screen. If you are home and don't want to challenge the fog this evening, please call in. I'm not going to go through each of them individually because I'm not really anticipating that there's going to be much interest in these administrative changes. So I will open the public hearing. There is nobody here. I'll leave the public hearing open while we move on for a little while in case there are someone that does want to look at it. All the proposed changes are on the planning board site on the town's website if you wanted to look through those changes. And you can then bounce them off of tonight's agenda, which is also on the website. So I will leave that open in case anybody does have a question and wants to call in. Otherwise, these ordinances will move on to the lawyers to get them finalized, to send them to the selectmen. We'll hold them, though, so there really is no rush. We will hold them and send them in as a group with all of them.
As long as, the board has no changes, I think it's perfect to send them along and get the legal review on it.
Yep. Is that all right with everybody?
Sounds good to me.
Can I ask one question?
No, you weren't here, you weren't
I
allowed.
didn't think so.
What's up, Greg?
The definition of a dock, the last statement says, this definition does not include floating platforms. The only thing about that is, aren't sometimes docks floating platforms? Should it be,
I guess it should be free floating or.
Free-floating platforms.
maybe free,
Unattached.
yeah,
Yep. Good catch.
Yeah. that was it.
Yeah.
Even though you're not here.
Yeah. Maybe I was watching.
Maybe. Kevin and Steve, you okay with sending them on to the lawyers?
I'm good.
Okay.
Yep, also good.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, from the floor, the ZBA's got a couple of questions. If this is David Mert speaking.
Oh, hi, David.
Hi there. I'm looking online on the website. I don't see the actual changes that were being reviewed specifically for tonight. I see the proposed changes, but I don't see the actual worded changes, which is okay. But I do have a question regarding what specifically was the modification. It's for the minimum lot standards and setbacks.
Yep.
I know from our end, we needed to have a definition of what the shoreline footage was when we were looking at, whether or not you have multiple docks. I listened to the meeting that you last had. It sounded like there was going to be a change made that said when reviewing for docks, it's going to be shoreline 225, and then it was going to be left the same otherwise. But my only concern is in the state of Maine, it says shoreline specifically is a minimum of 200, whereas our ordinance doesn't say specifically a minimum of 200. It says 225 combined shore and road, but what if they had a road of 100 and shoreline of 125? Doesn't that go against the requirements of Maine for 200? That make sense?
We can always be more restrictive than the state.
Yeah, we can be more restrictive, but I see what he's saying, though. I mean, you could divide that up in a number of different ways.
Well, it's supposed to be 225 feet of frontage of shoreland and 225 of road frontage for a lot.
For a lot, right.
Right, so you can only put one dock per lot, so you need 450 of each,
And then
and you could have two docks.
Yeah, but I think one of David's points is going to be that what happened. We've had a lot of camps that don't meet that requirement.
Right, they're
Grandfathered in.
non-conforming, right,
Yeah.
Okay, non-conforming lots.
of record, though they grandfathered, right, so they can have it.
All right.
So part of the concern is not even when it looks at the docks, it's just in general, there's a requirement of 225 combined shore and road.
Right.
But the state of Maine requires minimum 200 just shore. So it just seems like if they have 125 of road and then 100 of shore, we're not being more restrictive, we're being lenient in the sense that now they've only had 100 of shore.
No.
Whereas state of Maine requires at least 200. Does that part make sense? This is kind of different from the dock part of it.
Yeah,
Dock,
yeah.
The dock is great. If you say 225 shore for dock, that works great for me.
Okay.
Would
It
it
just seems
be,
like there's a little bit of a loophole just in general if it's combined 225 shore and road.
Yeah, well, that's easy. We
Yeah.
do, yeah.
I was gonna say, would it be helpful where it says like shore and road frontage, just including a little bit of verbiage behind that saying like the shore must be 225 feet and the road must be.
Yes.
That way, it's not up to any interpretation to combine the two of them together to get to 225. They both must separately equal that number. Okay, I'll add that.
Okay. Does that sound good, David?
Yeah, the more clarity for us, the better. So,
Yep.
yes, thank you.
And David, we're going to, we've still got your dock, configurations on the agenda. We're not going to get to it this evening, but we'll get to it in January. If you got any, we're not exactly sure how to approach that in making it conforming to what the town wants and getting it into verbiage or getting it into pictures with the description. Because we worked on it, if you caught last meeting, we worked on it, the verbiage, and we couldn't really kind of nail that down.
Yep. And that's fine. We had a couple of administrative appeals specific to docks, so we had to evaluate docks from a code enforcement perspective, and that was one that was questionable to us as to how to interpret. So, yeah, anything you can do to help with that one would be great.
Okay. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, from the fire department.
Yes.
Just on the number of copies for submissions, we're spelling out how many full-size submissions to 3, and I wanted to make sure for the fire department that we were one to get a full-size document. We can print off the 11 by 17 at the station, but we can't print off full-size, so that's kind of important for us.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know where they go. Who do we?
Yes, one full size is for the fire department, one is for codes, and one is for the file.
Thanks, Sandy.
Yep. Should we specify that?
No, I don't think we need to
know that, Wayne. It's just a matter of they land on my desk and I know where they go.
No, I know that, but if I'm not here and you're not here, moving forward, would we want to have that specified so everybody's clear on that? Just a thought.
All right. I think we'll trust the disbursement, Wayne.
Okay. I needed to speak on our behalf. That's all.
Right. All right. Anything else on that? We're all set. All right. All right, Wayne, actually, you're next up on the addressing ordinance. The amended the size of the numbers to a 4-inch in height.
Minimum of 4.
Yeah, minimum of 4. Do you want to talk about that? And
so just from going out and doing especially a lot of new home constructions, or not even home constructions, business licenses, or business construction, it's real important the size of the numbers for the emergency responders to be able to see that en route. And then the other, one of the other items was to make sure that it's the numbers are facing from both directions, because you never know which direction the emergency responders will be coming from. I think that's pretty much it. I mean, there's a lot of words to describe those two things, just in the different scenarios. It's wording to describe those two things.
just for the board and for Brett, in the past, we normally have just kind of passed the fire department's ordinances along and let the fire department deal with them to the selectmen, which...
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Wayne, we're just going to send it off with the legal, get it put into legalese, do the public hearing for it next meeting, and then move it on.
I do have one comment.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that this might need is a section for appeals. I know it talks about enforcement where a violation could be issued. I know typically, though, if you're able to issue a violation, you need to have a section for appeals for it. So I imagine that there's pretty standard language within the ordinance we could just pull to add that process in there. But
trying to understand the appeals. And just from being an emergency responder, if we can't read the numbers, that's mission critical for us to get there in a timely fashion. But
I think
Right,
that's,
it's just a typical
yeah,
process.
it's-
I mean, it's standard that anytime, you can issue a violation at the town level, they have the right to appeal it, since it's an administrative decision. I agree with you, they should be able to read it, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a matter of safety, but if someone wants to fight it, then.
That's the right. Oh, yeah, that's always an option. If you don't want to put it on your building, you shouldn't have to. But then your building burns down, it's on you.
Yeah.
But there's got to be
that's
an
the way it
appeal process.
Yeah.
But you shouldn't have to put it on. So that's my opinion of that.
Okay, next up is the noise and quiet zones. Kevin, you want to take this one?
Well, I'm not really sure what we're going to do about that.
Me too.
I was hoping that code enforcement might have, been able to research that and see if there's anybody else they can pull from in our area or in other areas.
Where did
Do you
this
have
come
any-
from?
Kevin.
Well,
No.
what I asked for, we get a lot of people, on the comprehensive plan, and matter of fact, I guess the meeting last night, there was a lot of talk about road safety, and, I think it would, go into the road safety, having some sort of noise levels that, at least that we're concerned that we follow because we can't even post anything saying, this is a quiet zone, whatever, unless we have some sort of something in a ordinance that references that references maybe the state, and the state references the federal noise compliance for cars, motorcycles, diesel trucks and things like that. But just as a way to get this started, because, personal experience on Egypt Road, it's especially if you're on the beginning part of a road, there's a lot of acceleration and extreme noise that goes on. So,
Well, I meant, did you get this, did you write it yourself, or did you find an ordinance that someone else had? I'm
well,
just
no,
curious
I looked at the state ordinances, and they said they follow the federal guidelines, but in order to post a sign, you must have a town ordinance to be able to post a sign for like a quiet zone or no diesel braking, engine braking. So I think it would be a start just to put some sort of language saying that we do follow the state ordinances. It doesn't, I don't know how we'd write that, but and where we'd work it into, whether it has to be a separate ordinance or maybe we're gonna have a road safety ordinance at some point, because there's been a lot of discussion of the road safety, especially last night's meeting and in the comprehensive plan committee.
Greg, I think I might be able to answer your question. The stuff that's in the packet, that came from me. It was from the city of Ellsworth, I believe, where I kind of looked up some sample ordinances. And this one is fairly straightforward, just to kind of about the different defining levels. There was a couple typos in there that we had caught, but...
The PM?
Yeah, the timing, yeah, PM, yeah. But from my understanding, though, the proposed ordinances kind of come through the planning board and then go to the select board for something like this. It's not part of the planning review, so.
Right, but are there certain zones that we're looking for to enforce this ordinance, or is it a blanket ordinance, or how? I'm just confused about
blanket.
If we want this ordinance, what's it for? When you enter Raymond out of any town, it's still going to be a sign everywhere? Is it it's a blanket? So that's just my struggle with this. It sounds like to me it's one location, but if it's an ordinance, is it enforced the entire
town?
Everywhere we go in Raymond, we're going to have signs that say quiet zone. I don't understand where it's being enforced.
Well, I agree.
That's the only question I have, and I don't know how it's. It sounds like it's an isolated location, not the entire town. And in that case, then if it's a state law, then you can post it in one location. If we're asking it to be a town ordinance, then it's going to have to be posted everywhere.
Yeah, I mean.
So
I agree.
I'm just confused on what we're trying to do here. I'm not sure what it's.
I think if there's several citizens in an area that are complaining about, again, it's usually in the area where people are accelerating. at the beginning of a road, that, coming off another road. Or in our case, when you're coming down Egypt Road and stopping at 85, we have a lot of trucks that are using diesel braking. And you know how loud that is. So there's only going to be like 5 or 6 houses that are affected by that. And I think we can't post it even in one place unless we have an ordinance that allows that. I mean, maybe the ordinance will say, only postable in areas where there's been issues or something. I don't know. It doesn't have to be posted everywhere. But according to the state, if you don't have an ordinance that addresses it, you're not allowed to post on a state road.
On a state road, right.
Then there's also the question of what's the thresholds.
And who's
how
going
much time and what's the and
90
trying to catch that at the right time.
Yeah, and who's going to enforce it?
Well, and that's why I left the insert law enforcement agency highlighted in red, because the town doesn't have a services agreement or anything with the Cumberland County Sheriff or Highway Patrol or anything like that. Yeah.
And I'm told the sheriff don't carry decibel meters.
Well, no, you'd have to do a study, and you'd have to, get the video and catch the people who are doing it if there was a complaint. And then again, you said there's no way to enforce it, but it does help, and it's proven. And that's the same thing that people are saying with these speed limits in the road safety. Oh, well, it doesn't do any good to post a speed limit sign because people are just going to ignore it anyway. So you really do. If we don't care about it at all, then that's fine. I mean, I guess that's up to the town. But I just feel that if you care about some of these things, you have, a limit.
I mean, could we identify certain zones where maybe we could put something? I mean, that might, if they're problem zones, maybe, but a sign.
Well, it's like Casco has one on, it's what, 121 or Route 11 or whatever it is that goes over to Poland. There's a gravel pit or something there, and they posted one there because it's really noisy with the diesel engines coming in and out of there and braking. And I don't think they can enforce anything, but it just does help. Unless somebody's being obnoxious, say I'm not going to do that, then you can't do anything about those people. But I think it does help. Same way with having the speed limit signs and the speed limit. One that's the talk last night was, we'll have those signs that say, here's the speed limit, and right on the sign, there's here's how fast you're going, and they're putting those all over the state.
Right.
So it does help. It's shown to help. It's not the complete solution.
Ordinances do come through the planning board. And remember, we used to get an ordinance up from the cemetery committee, that had some specific stuff that we would just, as we did with the fire department, we would just pass those on because they are not they're not under the planning board umbrella. I question whether or not coming up with noise zones falls under a planning board umbrella. I mean, I don't think it does. Personally, I don't think it does, but that's only me.
Well, does road safety?
No. I mean, sight distance for development, for a driveway, yes, but how fast the cars are going past that driveway, no. Right? I mean...
So you're saying those should be submitted through, I thought we at least looked at ordinances.
We do. We look at all the ordinances, but it would come from, in my opinion, this would come from some sort of safety committee that the selectmen would set up that would come through and recommend, an ordinance and do the groundwork for that ordinance, and then it would come to the planning board. We kind of look at it to make sure it doesn't conflict with anything that we have, and then we pass it to the selectmen for a public hearing as to whether or not the selectmen want to implement it. But, it's not like we're not changing lot sizes, we're not changing anything to do with a planning board function. And that's my problem.
I guess, safety, it can be argued both ways, but I see your point, and I guess we can take it through another. Like I said, it probably should be with the road safety, and I think they're going to have a committee that's going to study that, make recommendations.
Perfect. That's the perfect place for it.
Yeah.
I don't want to steer, I mean, if you guys want to go through with it, I don't want to turn it around.
No, I mean, if you don't think it fits
But that's
into
just
our
me.
purview, then that's, that's fine.
But I mean, I don't want to steer it. Greg, where are you?
I'm with you.
You're with me, all right? And Steve, we can't see you, but what, do you have any thoughts on it?
Yeah, no, I feel the same way you do, Robert. I don't feel like there's a good way to enforce it anyway.
Okay, we're in agreement. Brett, strike it.
Can do.
Well, hang on to what you found, and then we can give that to the road safety people.
Can do.
Thank you.
I could suggest someone for you to email it to.
Kevin?
No, not me.
Well, you're on that committee, aren't you?
Oh, no, it hasn't been formed yet. They were talking about that last night at the select board meeting.
I heard you were chairing it.
Yeah, I should be. If you were sitting here, the speeds and the sound is, 20 years ago or 30 years ago when we moved here, it wasn't even anything, but now it's just constant.
Okay, the last up is the solar. We said we would review what has been in place, make sure there is no conflicts with our ordinances as they exist, and we have done that. And it does not seem to be.
Yeah, essentially, I think the only thing that I think from prior discussion would be adding the rural zoning district to it because it's excluded from that. If the board was interested in having that discussion, I guess. But.
Add rural as an acceptable use.
Or as banned.
Or an unacceptable use. It is acceptable now.
Correct. It is acceptable now. So if the board was interested in either.
Making it unacceptable in the rural as well.
Correct.
Is there?
That's interesting.
We had some discussion on buffers as to whether or not we wanted to increase the buffers in the rural district.
I guess you could look at lot size. You have to have a certain lot size. You can only cover so much with solar. Something like that. Percentage.
In the rural section.
Yeah. Just so that, like you said, not encroaching too much. But if somebody, had a large chunk of land and needed some money to save it, and they could put some solar on it, as long as it's not, maybe they have to come to the planning board to make sure so that, abutters are notified. And, the public has a chance to speak on it just in case there's concerns.
The one project we approved, was that in the rural? That was not. I don't
think we've had anything in a while, right?
It's been a while.
It's been a while. I was just, I can't remember the district.
One right up the street.
Yeah, was that rural? No, I don't think so.
I don't know.
It could be, actually.
Might have been rural residential. We have a map.
Yeah, it's in there somewhere.
It's all right.
I had a couple of
Kevin?
things I want. So in there, it's if you dig deep enough, you can find the difference between commercial for sale and a business, which is commercial, generating for their own use. And it's really not super clear, and I think that should be, specified that right up front that if you are a business, you want to put in, a megawatt for your own usage, which there are businesses that can use that much, that's fine. But if it's commercial to sell that generation, then I would say, we're on track for that. But you really have to look to find the difference between those two.
Let's see.
Did anybody have that issue when they were looking at it?
No, but I understand what you're saying. So the difference between just a business putting solar panels up for themselves rather than a commercial scale business that's looking to tie into the grid and make money.
So even in rural residential, the business is approved to be there, and they want to put in a large solar farm and batteries for their own usage. I think we should allow that.
I think we could make that distinction really clear, or not allow it. I mean, that's,
Yeah, I think we do allow it now, even with the ordinance.
I'd say so.
right, we do, but it's not clear to the average person. You have to look in a couple different places to find out the difference between a business using a large farm for themselves or using it to sell.
Because of the word commercial in there?
Yeah.
Well, that would be pretty easy to do.
But if it was for personal use, then it wouldn't be commercial, energy system.
Well, when they say a commercial, that's a business, right?
I think
They're
It's
making something
commerce, yeah,
else.
it's business. So if this is for regulating commercial, and if it was for personal use, then it's not for commercial.
I think what Kevin's saying, correct me if I'm wrong.
It's for the
again, but
business use.
Yeah, saying if
Powering the business.
the
like-
business is a commercial business,
Sure, yeah.
do they get to use?
That's a great point then, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, to sell, to have that farm, to sell it back to the grid is I think that's the size of the footprint of the project, and I think that's really what drives this whole discussion. So
Right.
I agree.
Yeah.
You have to put something in there that
Yeah.
it's for personal use, absolutely. It's your land, you can do what you want with it.
It would have to do a lot with net metering.
Right,
We'd
for
have to
profit.
figure out some type of net metering and measuring what kind of electrical use they're gonna use per year.
Well, we probably could do that just by a determination of the maximum output of the solar panels.
Right.
Right? That would, I mean, we would have, or the company would have CMP documentation of how much they're using, and panels can't exceed.
Yeah, and they can
Right.
over project, but
Yeah.
as long as they're not selling back, then that's all we would be concerned about.
That's right.
Right, I agree with that.
Okay.
Yep,
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay, Brett, can you?
Yep. I got it.
Okay, back to rural. Do you want to change anything in the rural section? Anybody?
I don't, that's good.
You know, it's what about the buffers?
Oh,
I always,
yeah,
you know, right now, the buffer is just the commercial buffering. Do you know off the top of your head what the buffer is in the rural district?
Rural?
Yeah.
Might be.
That's what I was,
Just the setbacks you're talking?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 20 on the sides.
It's pretty 20, yeah, it's
30 on
pretty
the front and
close.
back. Yeah,
30 on the back, you said?
yeah,
That's probably right.
I believe so.
so we do have, you know, we do have the visual impact statement already in the solar ordinance. Man,
Right.
right? I don't know, we want to increase buffer?
Just
For it?
solar panels?
Just for the solar panels? Yeah, no?
That's-
But if we increase a buffer, is that just for ground mounted systems? Because I mean, most residential systems are on a roof, so.
Good point.
Well, I think it would definitely be for a commercial, just a commercial.
Just commercial, right?
Yeah.
Oh, just commercial?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about commercial on a roof?
Most commercial roofs are flat roofs for the most part, so you actually don't end up seeing them unless it's a pitched roof.
I think it gets back to if CMP is buying the electricity back from, because I believe net metering on a residential, you can't get a check back. You can only zero out, from my understanding.
That's correct, yeah.
So if you're receiving a check from CMP at that point, I think that can be the distinction right there.
Right.
Okay. So leave as is with the change for the commercial.
Yep, the commercial.
Everything else looks good.
So, well, I got one more thing about
Yeah,
the
no, go ahead,
solar.
Kevin.
So you've got a business and they want to put in, you know, a field of panels, but they are going to exceed the amount of trees they can cut by ordinance. I think we need to put in something that allows solar generation to have some sort of leeway in the amount of trees that can be cut.
mean like a waiver to cut more?
Yeah,
You're talking about the 25% clearing area limit?
right,
Yeah.
right.
I thought we addressed that to some degree.
Did we?
I thought we had two.
We had,
I thought we talked about it. I don't remember doing anything about it.
oh, maybe we didn't. I don't know how to find it in here.
Well, we must have done something with it for the one solar project that we approved. And it's in place.
Did they exceed?
They exceed,
Yeah, the 25%. It must have.
they must have.
It's like an individual waiver, like on a case-by-case
Case
basis.
basis.
So that's.
It's waivable.
Keep that the way it is.
So is that somewhere in our? I don't remember seeing where that would in the ordinances. But
The 25%?
It's under the law.
no, the that you could get a waiver for it. We established that we could do that, so it's kind of.
Well, you know, Kevin, I don't really remember, but we must have to some degree. You guys weren't here.
Mr. Chairman, I thought on that project you approved, the trees were already cut before they came with the project.
Is this the last one we're talking about here? The last?
No, this is the one that's right down the road.
Okay, because I think, yeah, we're thinking the same, wait, I'm thinking the same one, the last one?
Yeah.
Was already cut. They were like,
Right.
what happened here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's all right. That's not, the point of
But
this.
even the one down the street, the
Oh, this
trees were
one
cut.
Were they already cut, Wayne?
Yeah, when we were
Yeah,
doing
they-
the site walk, I won't say they were all gone, but that lot had been cut off.
Yeah, I remember the sidewalk same way.
It was all cut.
But how did they cut? How did they get a waiver to cut those trees when it exceeds the?
Right, that's,
Did it on the forestry rules prior to doing any development.
Oh, okay.
Denny did that.
So what did the forestry rules?
Well,
How can you
the-
cut?
The clear cut rules, you can't exceed, you have to meet certain regeneration standards. I rarely work with that, but I don't clear cut wood
how
lots.
can you meet a regeneration standard when you have solar panels?
Well, no, I think what happens is they cut it.
Property.
They cut it under forestry rules and then they sell it.
You know, if they keep the basal area above 30, they're not gonna create a clear cut, and I don't think Denny's was below 30,
Okay.
30 square feet of basal area.
All right, well, let's put that off into the research. Brett,
Yep.
you got it?
So keeping it as a permitted use in the rural district, keeping the same buffers
Right.
existing, and just making sure that it's clearly spelled out that commercial versus like the for sale, for profit kind of use.
Yeah, and we also want to, I think we need to look into the cutting.
Yeah.
The amount of trees of cutting, whether that 25% rule, whether or not, how that applies. Okay. I think that's it, right? Is there anything on the back? Nope, staff communications. Okay.
Public hearing is still open.
Yeah, thank you. I do want to, do you have, ladies, do you have any?
Just gonna
do you have
say
any-
that.
Do you have any questions on the ordinance? I left the public,
I asked you to clarify what you just said, because you jumped around a lot and it was a little confusing. So, because you were talking about rural and commercial.
Oh, yeah,
So
that's-
Yeah, it
you
is.
were kind of all over.
we do that on purpose, so that people, you know.
So the ordinance, the existing ordinance.
She needs to go to this podium.
Sorry. And I don't even have a broken leg anymore, no excuse. Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So I'm just asking you to just summarize what you just did, because it was a bit confusing. You were talking about rural and
Sure.
commercial.
So the ordinance basically that was approved through the Citizens Initiative is not, is standing as is. Nobody had any changes to it, as there was no conflicts with that, with any of our other ordinances. The solar ordinance that is in existence right now is for the rural section, which is going to stay a permitted use.
Okay.
We're going to look at how we handle the cutting of the trees in that section, in that ordinance, and we're going to look at possible changing setbacks in that rural district. those are the only things we've, right? Did I-
And to clarify what commercial.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Commercial
Yeah.
business can
Right.
put solar panels on, but they can't build something to sell back to the grid on like a commercial scale.
Yeah, so that will be a change to the Citizens Initiative ordinance.
So, wait, say that again then?
It's just to clarify that a commercial business can still put solar panels on to produce power for themselves,
Right.
but not commercial scale, as opposed to a commercial scale, which I think is the intent of the ordinance to prevent the commercial scale of solar farms.
So the commercial for the power for themselves, though, that would not be happening in rural residential or shoreland zones.
Yes, for their own,
Well,
their own property.
like a home business, I think it's just a concern.
Oh, I see what you're saying, a home-based business, like
Right,
a
right.
farm or
Right,
something
exactly,
like that.
right,
Okay.
right.
Or a home-based business. So like, and you're talking about them putting it on their roofs.
Right, or a
Right.
ground-mounted system, but only
I'd like
produced
to
for
clarify that.
themselves.
Let's say Sabre Yacht wanted to put in, because they use a lot of energy,
Yeah.
and they wanted to put in a large field, 1 megawatt, 2 megawatts, I'm sure their electric bill is in that range, to save money. I would say that that is something, and I don't know if they're rural residential or rural there, but I think we have businesses that are large enough that may be in rural residential, that they could put in large fields. That was the whole thing I brought this up for. If some business wants to put in more than a rooftop thing, like a resident, I just think we need to make that really clear.
Well, I think we have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think like the planning term, probably how I'll reword it is like the difference between a principal use, the primary use of the lot being like for
Good idea.
sale back to the grid, producing, the energy back to the grid versus like an accessory use.
Yep.
Or just producing it on their own for their business to kind of help offset their electrical costs.
Okay. And I'm thinking Sabre Yachts is not rural residential. I mean, I would think that would be like,
Well, I just, Jennifer is bringing up a point where you could still get a big field of panels for just a commercial approved in the rural residential area, the way the ordinance is written. And I just want to make sure that she's understanding that and that we understand that.
I'm not understanding that. So say that again. Sorry.
If you have a business
Yes.
that's approved business
Yes.
in the rural residential area,
Yes.
they decide they want to, and it takes a megawatt of power generation on a daily basis or whatever, it's possible, they could put in a large field. And per the ordinances.
Per the ordinances that you guys are now changing.
Well, we're trying to clarify it, because right now you can actually do that if you read all through the ordinances. It's not really super clear. But
It's
I'm pretty sure they could do that.
Correct. So we're not changing anything. We're
Right,
just
we're just
clarifying.
clarifying. Right.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that's what we're not changing. All we were doing is defining what a commercial, a commercial solar project would be, as opposed to solar generation for internal use. That's all we're doing.
Yeah. Right.
Right, okay.
Okay.
All right. Actually, what I was asking you guys is that you have any questions on the administrative changes? That's what the public hearing is for. And I'm guessing.
Sorry.
That's all right. That's okay.
The administrative change, so what was that, the docs and
Yeah.
how many copies of this,
Yeah.
that, and the other? No, I don't have
Okay.
anything. in there.
So I am closing the public hearing. We will plan on next meeting docs. We're deleting our solar. We're going to pass on the fire department's ordinance, and we will look at the proposed changes to the solar. What else we got working? There's my notes. Do we have anything else for us? Where's my notes? Oh, we got.
Gotta send the
go ahead.
ordinance changes to the select board, right? Are we gonna do that later?
We can do that later.
Okay.
We got the small house lot size.
Oh, yeah.
So, next agenda. Sandy, next agenda. We've got, hopefully we'll get the docks. We'll get the solar changes. We'll get lot size. And that's it. Conservation forest property, what do I have that written down for? Is that something you brought up?
It was my argument about why I think house lots are too big and
Oh,
consuming.
okay.
What was the lot size one again? I'm sorry.
I suggested that we make the minimum house lot sizes smaller. Like maybe 2 acres in the rural zone instead of 3. 1.5 in the rural residential instead of 2. I don't know. And my thoughts are that when you do the calculations and you create developments, that you ultimately consume a lot of forest property. When you have a large house lot and then you minimize you can only cut 25% of your area, clear it. Ultimately, you end up with these forested developments, and to me, it's just a waste of resource. That's my argument.
It'll be a fun discussion.
Yeah.
Next up.
I know I'm in the minority.
I don't know how it works.
That will be spirited.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they did address that in the comprehensive plan, and they said that's not what the town wants.
Oh,
All right.
I know. I
So
brought
the
it up.
next
I
meeting,
brought it up
Bob,
there,
everything
too.
is going to be a workshop.
I'm sorry?
The next meeting, everything will be another workshop.
Yes. Yeah, unless we have a project out there, don't we? A development?
Nothing that's come back to us yet.
Oh, we had oh no, that's staff level review back.
Yeah, that was, what came in today was the staff review.
That's right.
So nothing's come back on, that's odd.
Nope.
Yeah,
Not yet.
we're waiting on the Brandon Chase.
Brandon Chase development, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, we had sketch plan on it there.
Haven't gotten anything back yet from him or Andy Morrell.
Okay, then yes, give me a workshop. Just a workshop.
Okay.
So Bob, we're not supposed to speak at the workshops, like, because I just got confused again. So you.
Oh, no,
did
you-
it
no,
for
no.
public for the administrators, but not for,
No.
I just want to know what to expect for the next one. Am I speaking, am I not speaking? Am I allowed to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
It was just that it was the public, you guys weren't here. The roads, I'm sure like everybody else, right? Those roads are horrible.
Yeah.
I had opened the public hearing. Oh, let me get the meeting closed here
Oh,
first.
sure.
Is
I thought you were-
anybody have anything left? All right, the motion?
Move to adjourn.
Second. There's a second. All those in favor? All right, we're clear. We're done.
Welcome to the November 7th Select Board meeting. Just for point of interest here, we're going to take a couple, something out of order. We'll take item 3A out of order, then we'll go back into the agenda as it's printed. So we'll start on 3A. Because of what's going to be discussed there, I'm going to abstain from discussion and voting on anything on that. So Teresa will take over for that, then I'll pick it back up.
Consideration of Sherry Gagnon Courts update. Joe Crocker, Parks and Rec.
Joe Crocker, Parks and Recreation.
Joe, 1 second.
Yep.
He's just recusing himself from any kind of voting on that at all, but I asked him not to leave the room though, so that's why. Okay.
So I'm going to just read what I wrote because it's going to be easiest for me. And then Roger, one of our pickleball leaders, is going to come up and say something. To the Raymond Select Board, I am honored to formally propose naming the tennis and pickleball courts at Sherry Gagnon Memorial Park as the Brenda Olson Tennis and Pickleball Facility. This suggestion comes with the full support of our pickleball community, who feel Brenda deserves this recognition for her unwavering dedication volunteerism, and commitment to create a vibrant pickleball network in the town of Raymond. Through her efforts, players of all ages and skill levels have been able to enjoy the sport, from beginners to seasoned veterans. When Brenda Olson, alongside Donna Morton, initially proposed the pickleball group be incorporated under the Raymond Parks and Recreation Department, after taking over from their predecessor Lisa Smith, I anticipated a challenging organizational task for a small department. However, Brenda presented a clear and structured plan, laying a foundation for the program's success. Since then, we've witnessed remarkable growth in community engagement and program participation. Brenda also initiated beginner skill lessons, allowing newcomers to experience the sport without pressure, fostering a welcoming and enthusiastic environment. Under Brenda's coordination, the pickleball program has grown from 68 to 156 active participants, with over 400 members in our Team Reach app, with additional outdoor opportunities provided at Sherry Gagnon Memorial Park basketball court. Brenda's use of the Team Reach app has connected over 400 members, a testament to her leadership and organizational skills. The feedback from those who had worked with Brenda has been overwhelmingly positive, highlighting her impact on the community and the program's success. I personally have benefited greatly from Brenda's insights and collaborative approach, which have made decision-making more efficient and effective. Her dedication has been entirely selfless, never seeking personal gain or recognition. For all these reasons, it would be a privilege to honor Brenda Olson by dedicating the new courts as a Brenda Olson tennis and pickleball facility on behalf of the town of Raymond. Thank you for consideration of this proposal. If Roger would like to say some words.
Good job. Thank you, Board. I'm Roger Bennett. I've lived on Deep Cove Road for the last 30 years. Wow, it's been a while. Growing up in town, I had a son that I raised. Teresa knows because Ben's the same age as my son. As parents, we get to see and interact with our kids as they're growing up. But once the kids grow up and get out of the house, us parents are pretty much homebound. We really had nothing to do. So I saw a sign down at the public safety building that they were starting pickleball. I thought, oh, I was a dialysis patient at the time. I was doing dialysis for 6 years. I now have a transplant, but I had no life. I had work and I had dialysis, and that was it. And other than that, I was a shut-in. So pickleball gave me the option to go do stuff. I came here, I knew nothing about pickleball. And if it wasn't for the tutelage of Donna and Brenda, I'd still be a shut-in right now, to be honest with you. So when the new courts were being built, which I thank you all for sponsoring and getting that in place, it's going to be phenomenal. I think that Brenda deserves the credit for bringing pickleball to so many of us. I could have filled this room times 2 with pickleball people, but I knew you had limited space. So, but all these people are all on the same page. We're all glad that we have our friendship, that we have a place to go to do things together, and it was because of Brenda. So I think she deserves, I'm not trying to take anything away from Sherry Gagnon. It still should be Sherry Gagnon's field. I'm just saying that the particular courts, I think it'd be really nice if you could, have some kind of plaque or something that said, in honor of Brenda Olson for all her hard work and dedication to getting us, people like me, out of the house. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Roger. Does anybody else have anything to say on this? All right. Rolf, do you want to stay in the room or do you want to get out of the room while we vote? Told him I was going to boot him after that. All right.
Make a motion that we name the pickleball tennis court facility after Brenda Olson as requested. The only thing I'm wondering about is whether you had memorial in there or not. That's the only thing I was thinking when I read it. That was the only other thing. I think it's a great thing.
Okay. I wouldn't be opposed to that verbiage.
Okay.
Yep. I think that.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Yes. Thank you guys for all coming out tonight.
Thank you.
You can tell Ralphie can come back in now too. Thanks. Thank
job,
you.
Bill.
Thank you very much.
Guys.
Come on down and play pickleball sometime.
Yes.
Yeah.
And play pickleball,
You get a shirt?
You gotta play 5 games now.
I don't even know how to play pickleball.
No, I don't either.
Maybe they could add-
But
maybe
you
they
have
could-
somebody
Dodgeball
teaching
or
down there too? Yeah, good.
I know, exactly. It'd be good.
I want to try it one of these days. I still haven't.
So we voted to do the plaque, and Dennis mentioned about having a memorial at the end. So we said, yeah. All right.
You're strong, I couldn't have held myself.
No.
Hey,
All right, I'm going to hand it back to Rolf now.
next item, is there a motion to go into executive session?
A motion to go in executive session, discussion of personnel matters pursuant to MRSA 1, Section 405-6A.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Motion is carried, we'll go into executive session. We're going
Phones out here.
to make it easier, we're gonna go into the back room so you people can stay out here instead of having to go stand. Motion to come out of executive session?
Second.
All those in favor? We're back into regular meeting. Next item is consideration of Sebago Lakes Rotary Club Ice Fishing Derby. Ingo, you're on.
Good evening. My name is Ingo Hartig. I reside on Oakledge Road in Raymond, and I'm representing the Wyndham Rotary, Sebago Lake Rotary, and we're requesting another fishing derby next year on February 15 and 16.
Are you going to do the ice dance?
You're gonna do the ice dance ahead of time so you can have ice?
It's in order. We're working on it.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the Sebago Lake Rotary Club's Ice Fishing Derby, February 15th and 16th, hoping for lots of ice.
Second.
Yes, thank you.
There's a second? Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is
Looking
carried.
forward to it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Look forward to some ice.
Yeah.
Okay. Next item is consideration of issuing a new business license to Elegant Spa.
And I don't see anyone here that looks like they are the owners, but you do have the application. They did send an update. I'm not sure if you all saw it. I did send it out late this afternoon, but it, evidently they're going to have a massage therapist there, and they send along a copy of that license.
Right.
Her license expires 12/31/24 too, so it's not going to be, it's going to be soon that she's going to have to redo it. But I'm also seeing a lot of things that have to be fixed there too, and I'm guessing, Wayne, that a lot of people, and not a lot of people, that building hasn't been occupied on that side for a while.
That side of the building hasn't been occupied at all.
Okay, so on the back of that building, because I know they're going to be using the upstairs and downstairs, they have double doors that go out to a drop-off, and the only thing that's there is like a black bar or whatever. Isn't that, I guess, illegal? I guess one would say probably maybe not the right word to have that, not have steps or something.
Right, they're gonna need to correct that so that nobody can open up those doors and fall outside. And then they've had a barricade in the past on the outside of those doors so that if somebody went through the window, they wouldn't fall to the ground. So there's two things that they need to do there.
Okay, I just saw it on the back of the pictures that we got, and it was, yeah. And you think a deadbolt would be sufficient enough?
That and that barricade that they had previously.
Okay,
They had an outside metal,
like a black iron type thing?
Yeah,
Like a
yes.
fence railing type thing, okay.
yeah.
And where is this again?
You know the new marijuana store that was switched over? It's on the right-hand side of it. It's in the same building, but it's on the right side.
Oh,
It says-
front of Sebago Storage?
It's attached to it?
It's attached to it. Yeah. If they had,
Okay.
he had sent Mel, maybe they'd sent pictures. One of you guys.
I didn't get any.
Oh, it came out, there was.
Oh, was
emailed
that
out
when the
this
name
afternoon.
changed?
Oh, did it?
Yeah, that got emailed out.
Just, I think today maybe, but it's,
Oh, I read it, I didn't see
yeah.
that.
Okay, so it's it's the same building, but there's the smaller on the right and there's 2 stories on it, so it's still attached to it.
So that's the green spa is now the new, okay, never mind.
Yep. And parking and everything like that's fine. Wayne? Sorry.
Yes, parking seems appropriate to me anyways. You know, that's really not one of the things I check, other than emergency vehicle access, and that's good.
Okay,
Asian
all right.
Markets is the next strip mall up.
But just to follow that up, there are, like you said, there's a list of items that need to be completed before that business can open, because we gotta do another inspection there.
Have you established a timeline on those yet with them?
No, I haven't heard from them on any of these being completed so that we can do that, set up that appointment.
Mhm.
I believe that they're working on the place from, you know, passing by and seeing activity inside the building. You know, they had to build out walls. They had to add more smoke alarms for the fire alarm system. So I've seen work happening there. I just haven't been contacted to do a follow-up inspection.
So the alarm system, is that going to be like, I guess, like the same one? Is it required in the other half of the building also?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually a part of that. It's all one system for that building.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the business license application for Elegant Spa, contingent upon all of these things getting done and
reinspection.
And re-inspect it, passing re-inspection.
Second. Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried.
That is.
The next item, consideration of change to the East Shore Tavern's liquor license.
Evening. Kyle Bancroft, East Shore Tavern.
Hi, sorry.
How are
Good. So you want to switch from a restaurant lounge to a lounge?
Yeah, so the classification within the state allows for some variables between the licenses. What we're finding right now, and I'm sure that every time you turn the TV on or a news article, there's a lot of pressure within the industry. A lot of places, both new and old, been around, decades now, are feeling the pressure of the economy kind of expanding and contracting. And what we're trying to do is just have some wiggle room in our establishment. Right now, we currently run our Class A restaurant lounge, and we're seeking to move to a Class A lounge. The difference between that is just full meals, essentially. Right now, we're offering more of a pub-style pub fare, what we'd like to offer. My issue has been staffing in the kitchen. I think that you're seeing a lot of that across the board. Staffing's hard to come by. The people that are willing to staff the kitchen are, asking huge money, and we've just been going at it for four and a half years now. And we've really tried to, keep the food program and keep a full-size menu and really keep that, that restaurant style. But what we're finding is that no matter which angle that we take and which approach that we approach it at, the margins, even when done right, are very low. But in order to do them right, you need appropriate staff. You need people that are coming in and doing a good job for you. But you also need to balance on what you're paying these people. And I think that's the big disconnect between the people that hire these people and the people that want to be hired. At one point, I was paying my head chef $1,350 a week to run that small operation. I always paid well. I'm always willing to pay for good quality help, but that's just increasingly getting harder and harder to do. So what we're looking to do is still offer food. We're still a restaurant. We're still licensed through the state of Maine with a Tier 3 eatery license. We're just looking to be able to have some wiggle room in what we can do. So when we go into times like this that you're seeing now with other places that are closing, they're having a difficult time, we can retract and spend a little bit less on our overhead in the kitchen and be able to get through these low to be able to get back. Eventually, we'd like to get back to a full menu. It's just really out of my control at this point. It's how people are spending. It's where they're spending. The other issue is, the wholesale side of food is, still a very expensive aspect of the operation. And because of that, a lot of your local bar and restaurants are kind of forced into this box. You'll see that if you go to my place or any other places in Wyndham, similar items, maybe a small variation, but the problem is that we're boxed into that because of the amount that it costs to run a commercial kitchen. Behind just the labor that it costs, the wholesale food supply, there's a lot of just random things that have to go into a commercial kitchen to make it viable, and we're just finding it just increasingly tougher day by day to keep up with a high quality standard that you need to have the income from that kitchen, and then staffing and just trying to keep up with what's going on with the economy. We've seen less spending across the board, and again, you can't go a day without opening up a media outlet and seeing that another place is closing, and it's a tough time for the industry as a whole right now. So what we're trying to do, long and short, is this will still allow us to serve food. Chris and I had a conversation, Chris Hansen, about kind of the wording, the way it was. There was concern, is this allowed? In the state of Maine, you can run a restaurant without possessing a liquor license, but you cannot have a liquor license without having a restaurant license. So the wording within the code and the land use ordinance, there was some confusion there. But by default, everybody that has a liquor license is a restaurant first. You have to have that restaurant license. You have to have the commercial kitchen. You have to have that in place before we could even apply for a liquor license. So we would still be a restaurant. We're still licensed as a restaurant. We'll still be serving food. The one thing or a couple things that change with the classification with the state of Maine is that it allows us to keep a little bit less stock on hand as far as what we have in our freezers and our coolers. And then it allows us to, right now, we currently only serve food till 9 p.m. We're allowed to be open till 1 a.m. That goes away, so we'll be serving food the whole time that we're open. So if there's any concerns about food availability with the consumption of alcohol, that risk actually goes down, and the availability of food actually goes up. So that's the main component about seeking the classification change. It's not that we haven't tried. 4.5 years, we have thrown a lot of money into that operation. We have tried different angles. We've adjusted our menu to try to meet up with what our income and what our sales are saying, and we're just having a very difficult time keeping a full menu, keeping a full staff in the kitchen, and still being able to make ends meet on a monthly basis. So that's really what's pushing this, is that it's not that we're just trying to serve alcohol and get rid of food, because that's not what happens here. We're just trying to make a decision as a business to be able to deal with the new economic kind of landscape that we're in as a whole in the industry.
I hear you on that. Everybody's getting hit on that. I guess what you just said, though, I have a question on, because you're going from a Class A restaurant / lounge, taking out the restaurant and going to a Class A lounge. I think that's what I saw on the paperwork. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. So what technically then is different between a bar and a lounge?
So the big difference is instead of coming in and seeing a steak on the menu, seeing some, what we consider like a full sit-down meal, you're going to find hot dogs, chicken wings, onion rings, more of just a fast or casual type offering on our menu. So that's really the big difference. The difference is more or less on the state side and how they classify the license. One, the cost, and then the couple stipulations that I have told you, we can keep a little bit less stock on hand per seat. And then the requirements are a little bit less for the overall food sales. But essentially, we're the same operation. We're still going to be able to serve food much later than we have in the past. You're still going to be able to come in and enjoy a social atmosphere. So from like walking in standpoint, the only thing that'll be different is, the menu will be a little bit more on the lighter side, pub style versus, a steak and potato type dinner or a chicken and, with some sides and stuff like that.
Mayor, I read the literature. I don't know who provided it, whether the town manager did or Chris or you, but it was very good reading. And I thought the key that I picked up on was that minors wouldn't be allowed in there without supervision. In other words, a restaurant, a minor could go in and get a soda and fries or whatever. So that was a big change that I thought was important. And I, for one, don't want to see any business forced out. There's enough of them going out of business in restaurant work everywhere. So I liked the change. But as I was reading it, I was wondering if the town had say in this as far as the business goes, or whether the state would decide that. And so that's the only clarification I would want.
Yeah, I've talked to the Bureau of Alcohol, and they went as soon as, and I'm not quite sure the exact sequence of events, so if I get it wrong, Kyle, please correct me. But he brought his liquor license renewal in here. You folks considered it, approved it, contingent upon the fire inspection probably. Yes. And then that was complete, and then you sent it up to the state. And sometime just shortly after that, you requested of the state to change from a restaurant to a restaurant lounge to a lounge.
Yep.
So, and the state had said that because the select board approved that license renewal, that they should also approve the change to the license.
Okay.
There isn't another form there. There wasn't any application for you to see, but for them to make that change, it has to come back to the select board.
Chris, from the ordinance standpoint, at what point do we go, or where does it, how close does it get us to just a bar, which is not allowed under the ordinance?
Well, that's a great question, Rolf. We do not have a definition of a restaurant or a lounge in our ordinance. So I had a long conversation with the state. I think that because we don't define it, that it's still an allowed use as long as they serve food, as Kyle described. The big difference to me is right now, if it was a Class A restaurant, they could, with a liquor license, a family can go in there and get served and go in there any time. With this change, it'll be only people that are over 21 unless they're accompanied by an adult, and they cannot be served alcohol. So it is a difference, but I think it's an allowed use. I don't see anything that would disqualify it, and that's what the state wanted to know, is if it was allowed by our ordinance. In the future, if we want to clarify this, then we've got to put some definitions into the ordinance that describe a lounge or a restaurant. The materials that you were provided by Sue from the state gave the definitions according to the state. That's not in our ordinance. We have in our ordinance that you can have a restaurant is a permitted use, but it doesn't say lounge. So that's why I think it's a good discussion, but in my opinion, there's nothing that would disqualify Kyle from having this license as far as codes and zoning goes.
I guess hearing that, I would make a motion.
Yeah.
And
What do you guys serve right now?
Right now, we serve some burgers, hot dogs, chicken tenders, fried foods essentially, and that's what we're looking to kind of transition to, is just ease the staffing in the kitchen. Right now, I have it so one person can run the front and back, and that's what we're trying to get to, is just look at our staffing and our overhead and what we're paying out, because it's a slow time within the sector.
So you're already doing it?
I mean, to a certain extent, yes. But I mean, we're also meeting with, like I said, we have burgers, we have hot dogs. We're meeting that right now, but we'd like to, change up a few things. One of the things was it's a fork and knife type deal, is what they describe within the state. We want to try to get away from that.
So you have one person on the bar and cooking hamburgers in the back
Absolutely.
while the bar is still going?
Yeah. We have to do what we have to do. We're a small operation, and that's what we're just fighting to be able to get through this lull. We know that this isn't going to last forever, and that this isn't, an end all be all. But at this time, we're just forced into, making decisions. How can we bring this organization down to a lower overhead and then weather the storm? I think that this winter is going to bring a lot more closures, and we've seen the writing on the wall for a little while now. This summer was not a blockbuster summer for us or across the board. I mean, I speak with a lot of people within the industry, and then my bartenders that, have different jobs elsewhere, and it's been tough. It wasn't what people hoped it was going to be for the summer, and then we're not even in the winter. I mean, we've had a really mild fall, and we're still seeing a lot of trouble across the board. So yeah, we're running it with one person. I'm there. If it increases, I'm 1.2 miles away most of the time. So I run down and I fill the voids wherever I can. But yeah, we're running a skeleton crew down there to try to just maintain and keep pushing on to greener pastures.
Sorry.
Yeah. Will this require you have to do any signage changes or?
No, we're going to maintain the same name. The only difference, like I said, is it's in the state. It's how we're classified with our license. That really is the.
Well, I'm just thinking from the standpoint of someone driving by thinking it's a restaurant now, and it wouldn't.
Well, we had gone through that, and that's why we went with the name and rebranded about a year ago, East Shore Tavern. So it doesn't kind of, the cafe would be into, food, and that's what it's always, what I mean, like more of a just restaurant and not the other side, the social, the stuff that we bring in, the karaoke. So no, I don't think so. I think we maintain the same name, same brand, and just kind of weather the storm.
I know Dennis did a motion, but.
Please get a motion. It hasn't been seconded yet.
Right, and I guess I just discuss a little bit more.
Okay. I thought we discussed.
But I mean, you can discuss once the motion's on the table anyway.
Well,
so.
right.
I have no problem with keeping discussion because I found it very interesting reading, trying to find the fine line.
Well, here's where I'm at on it, and unfortunately, every time somebody brings us something new, it's that person that's there. So we did the same thing with the solar panels. We did the same thing with the recreational marijuana thing. And now the latest on the agenda is the Airbnbs. So who's to say, since we don't have it in our ordinances now about bars, lounges, and whatever, what's to stop you from changing it to a bar, I guess? So, and what do we do as a board to say, what do we want in our town about allowing that and not, is where I'm getting at.
Well, that makes sense, except, doesn't the state check with food?
He does, yes, and there's a food requirement. So by default, and that's what the problem is, that with the way that it's written in your land use is restaurant, and that's why I brought up, is that before I'm allowed, or anybody in the state of Maine is allowed to apply for a liquor license, we need to be licensed as a restaurant. So first and foremost, we're a restaurant. And then from there, you can apply for a liquor license to be able to serve that. It's an add-on to the restaurant. So at the end of the day, regardless if we serve alcohol or not, we're licensed as a restaurant. So that's where I think that, me being on the planning board even, I think that it covers everything. If you wanted to question, it's more or less two separate issues. It's how the state classifies the license and then the fee for it, and then how you have it in your land use. But I think from my standpoint, in the way that it reads and the way I understand it, is that restaurant will cover anything, and then you can have your debate. If you want to switch, obviously that's up to the planning board to add some more, but we are technically a restaurant first before, and there's no such thing as a bar in the state of Maine. You cannot get a license to serve alcohol without a restaurant license. It's forbidden.
So those bars down on Commercial Street and whatever else in Old Port? Or
The
not
way you
Old
can
Port?
circumvent that is if you run underneath my license, which is a Class A restaurant, Class A lounge, you can pay extra to just serve food until 9 p.m. So you just open at 9 p.m. Now down in the Old Port, that's not a problem. So you go 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. If you want to just serve alcohol, you've now circumvented that. So that's how you get. But otherwise, no, there is no other way to be licensed for alcohol in the state of Maine without having a restaurant license first. It's
Right.
impossible.
So again, but with that being the case, is there something that we would want to discuss more on about that?
We're going to review the license in a year, aren't we?
His?
Yes.
Are always, you know,
Isn't it an annual review?
Yeah.
And we're not extending it. We're just going to allow the change until, were you in here 2 months ago?
Yeah, roughly. Yep.
So 10 months from now, we'll be able to talk about it again. My thought is, and I know this sounds awful, but if you can't survive and you're doing everything you can to survive, a slight change like this may not keep you alive, but it may help you to go a little bit longer. So my thought is, the food menu changed. I stopped going in there. That's the truth. I mean, I go in and have a beer, but I'm not a big drinker.
Sure.
And so I think with changes, whether they survive or not, it's not going to be because of this. So I don't want to be part of a.
And we're also not
hindrance for
looking
business.
to, we're not looking to have this bar. I mean, our atmosphere is a social atmosphere. We have the pool tables, we bring in the karaoke. We're still gonna have we're not looking to switch this up so we can just serve alcohol and be, this is just a necessary move as a business owner.
I mean,
that we need to be able to
if
expand.
I'm reading it, the biggest difference that you get into is if it's classed as the restaurant, a Class A restaurant, at least 10% has, you're at a certain percentage, which you don't have if it's just the lounge.
Sure.
So, I mean, it really comes down to what percentage of food has to be served with the one license versus the other.
And what does DHHS have to do with this?
They're licensed through the restaurant.
Yeah.
So when I license for a restaurant, that's who inspects my facility.
Really?
Yep. Department of Health and Human Services is responsible for all of that. So
Wow.
the inspector actually works with DHS. When he comes in, he does his yearly inspection, which we did. I think he was in for a no-knock, inspection a month and a half ago or so. We did well on that. So yeah, that's who we deal with. And that's who we license. Like I said, from the get-go is before we can get to alcohol, we have to be a restaurant. We have to be inspected, and we have to pass through all those requirements before I can even apply.
I'm seeing Mel's eyes, and she's just like, all you can see is her eyes and the top of her head. She's sitting there going like this, though.
I have a question for Chris. Chris, I mean, this is obviously new. It's new territory, and as I said, I don't want to be responsible for closing a business premature to whatever happens. But if a year from now, or the planning board or the ordinances were to look at the percentage of food, could the town put in a minimum of 5% or a minimum of 7% on food sales, even if it was fingers or hamburgers or whatever? Or is that a state? Do you know if that's a state?
I believe
That's
that,
right.
I believe that's state.
Well,
So that'd be state, okay.
It's a state, but it all, to do what you just suggested brings in a whole another level because.
We'd be monitoring.
Then you need monitoring enforcement.
Thanks for that. Forget it.
Which is a whole different
Yeah, all
level.
right. I'm not into it. I just was curious if that was available because, I mean, one thing I've read a lot is to try to support the businesses in the community, and that's how we feel. I mean, if this is going to be necessary to keep you afloat.
So, I mean, there's a motion, it hasn't been seconded. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Could I clarify just one thing that Dennis just asked? On the whole, with statutes, the town can be slightly more stringent than the state. We can never be more lenient. So that's where we could potentially do that, but then, like Ralph said, it gets down to the enforcement.
Right.
Wayne had something.
Wayne has something, and then I just have a question on the hours. So the hours changing, or are they staying the same?
Right now, we operate from 3 to 1, and that will continue to operate within that time frame. We might open back up at noontime. Again, it's really about the staffing. Staffing's just tough right now. So if we can do that, what I was doing was I was running two.
You're not looking to do 9 to 1.
No, I mean, we were running 12 to 1, and what it did was it broke up.
No, I mean 9 p.m. one.
Yeah, no, we can't, because we get a lot of the locals. I mean, they're coming in after work, they're unwinding, they're seeing their friends, they're playing pool. It's that social environment, even at that time of day. So we were running from 12 to 1, but what we did was we had to split the shifts with staff. So we'd have somebody work 12 to 5, and then 5 to 1, because that's a very long shift. So with our shortage, we said, how do we bring this down to one single shift that makes sense? And it's still a 10-hour shift for our, whoever's working, but I need one person per day versus 2, or I'm not trying to get that one person to work 13 hours in a day, which is, impossible, and I wouldn't want to do it either,
Other discussion?
Wayne Wayne had his hand up.
Wayne?
Yes. Yes, to the board. I just wanted to make a point of clarification. When we were before the board previously, there were some items that needed to be corrected. And since that time, those items have been corrected. And I just wanted to make sure you had that on the record for fire and life safety.
Thank you, Wayne.
I guess the only other cautionary thing I'd say, with the change of the menu that you're looking at, you may want to consider doing your grease hood cleaning more often.
Yeah. Oh. Well, we're honest. We got a new company that has done very well. I mean, the trouble that we had in the past. This company has been good. So we're hoping to maintain that relationship with them and just keep it on par. So Mr. Jones keeps happy and it keeps the rest of you guys happy.
Because the thing that's always in the back of my mind was all the Mexicana.
Yeah. No, I think Wayne probably thinks about that a lot too.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded, and no further discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Congratulations on your win also.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
Okay, next item is an update on the marijuana growth complaint. Sue has had some discussions with the town, so she just wants to update us on what she's learned.
I have been digging into the state, or actually I've talked to the state. There's an Office of Cannabis Policy is the name of the office. I believe it used to be the Office of Marijuana Policy, but they've expanded a bit. There have been some recent law changes, and the state office sent me the memo that I included in your e-packet that talks about this, and I just saw actually a piece on the news about it as well.
I just saw that too.
Yeah, with caregivers, there is a lot of confidentiality around what they're doing and how many plants and all that sort of thing. There's a lot of their data is confidential. So we do have to be very careful about that, and I think that was outlined in the memo as well. And there isn't a lot of regulation around that. There are things that I've found that the town can do if we want to have an ordinance that would, for instance, some towns have said there would be no open grows, there would only be grows in buildings, and that they would have to have air filters for exhaust and things of that nature. So there's things like that that the town could potentially look into. And I'm still gathering information, so this is a beginning, but I did want to give an update because the gentleman came last meeting to chat.
Biangle. But if we were to make some ordinance changes and do that, would the people that already have them, would they be grandfathered?
Yeah.
Well, I think that's
Pretty sure
that
that would be.
legal would have to weigh in on things like that.
Yes.
Because,
Well, don't they get licensed every? They have to get they have to
Well,
renew their license, correct?
I mean,
Oh, that's
and
a good
these
point.
are also questions that, we're still trying to get someone from the state to come in
Yes.
to
They
a
didn't- they
meeting
haven't
so we can,
come
so,
back
I mean, these are questions that are best posed to them because they're in the position to look at it from, because if they were to impose some rules that flowed down, then that carries a little different
They're looking
rating.
to too after that big fire. It looks like the state's trying to
So, I
change the
mean,
rules.
if you try and do something retroactively, that opens up all kinds of issues.
Yes, it
And
does.
that is very problematic.
Mhm.
But the state has more leeway on some of the things that they can do than we mere mortals do.
Yes.
Well, this was interesting reading, and obviously I'd love to have someone come in for the state to clarify some of it. One thing that I found interesting is it said that in this new change, August 9th of this year, says this new definition encompasses more kinds of retail locations than the previous definitions, includes offices used by registered caregivers. And they put that in parentheses, so I assume they're calling people's offices in their home where they come in and they give the marijuana or sell the marijuana. And then they go down a little bit further and it talks about the only exception to this local authorization requirement is grandfather provision for registered caregivers who were operating a retail store. So I do think,
Yeah, but we don't have retail in
I know,
Raymond.
that's what I'm saying, that the only thing that is in here is that office sales, which is probably one of the biggest concerns when people roll in.
I think that was on retail too, wasn't it?
Well, it called it office rather than retail stores, and I think when they emphasized it, it was people selling from their home. So I do think there's going to be some, I'm not saying right now, but I think once they start enforcing some of this stuff, I think the town would be wise to look at, even though it's inconvenient to wade into this sort of thing, it's also very inconvenient to have to smell this every fall. And so.
It's more than just fall. I mean, those crops.
Yeah, they're every 3 months.
Really? It's getting that much?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm out of touch, and I grew up there in those years.
Yeah, I mean, they'll crop those out every 3 or 4 months.
Wow.
Other towns have ordinances.
So, I mean, it's.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to weigh in on this.
Yeah.
This is Chris. I'm quite familiar with this marijuana ordinance. I dealt with it quite a bit in Wyndham and also here in Raymond. What the state says is, for anybody to have a retail marijuana store, which caregivers are allowed to do by the state statute, the town has to have an ordinance that allows and has opted in to the marijuana ordinance part of the state statute. So if we have not opted in, so everything that we have in Raymond is grandfathered. We only have 2 or 3, I think it's only 2 retail medical marijuana stores. We have no adult use medical marijuana stores. So what the state says is if you're a medical marijuana caregiver, you have the right to have a retail store to sell your product. But because we haven't opted in, we can't allow that. So the 2 medical marijuana dispensaries or retail stores that we have, they have to get a local authorization form signed by the town, which we've done for the grandfathered facilities. So if you don't do anything, we're not going to have any more. If you want to explore having a marijuana ordinance in the future that would address the retail stores, whether it's medical or adult use, or you want to address the conditions of approval for a medical marijuana grow or an adult use medical grow, then you can have stipulations as to meeting setbacks, odor control, and a multitude of other issues that can be addressed by having an ordinance. To do that, you're going to have enforcement. And the hardest thing to do is like noise or odors. How do you truly enforce that? You can smell it one day, you go up the next, you can't. It's just like noise. By the time you get up there for a loud party, it's gone. So this is something we can discuss further, but right now we don't need to do anything. And the businesses continue to operate the way they are. But I think Dennis's question, I think what you were asking is, if we do enact an ordinance, is it going to be retroactive? Well, not necessarily. But if you adopt odor control, that any of the outdoor grows have to be in an enclosed, even if it's a hoop house, and you control the ordinance with carbon scrubbers or whatever they do to control the odor, you can have a stipulation that says, to get that local authorization, you have to have those in place. So you could address odor and by enacting an ordinance, but it's going to take time. So that's it's a discussion for later on, but I just want to throw it out there that it's a big